Hey guys. This is part 8 of What If Naruto Was Trained by Kurama. And hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start.
We are pain, that's all. We are God.
Chapter 18, A Summer of Changes. Suna. Lady Temari! The aforementioned woman groaned inwardly as a somewhat confident and admittedly handsome young man walked up to her with a charming smile in the middle of the mission assignment room. She knew the song and dance already as she turned to face him with an annoyed expression. She had just dropped off her stamped mission scroll and just wanted to get home. She had no time to waste shooting down another unworthy male. A few minutes later, she was stalking away from a stunned and emasculated man. Most onlookers would have called her rejection harsh and unreasonable, since the man looked handsome and had a nice style. He was certainly brave enough if he was willing to ask the beautiful Kunoichi out despite her connection to her powerful father and brother. However, he already failed to impress her the moment he willingly called her by her formal title. She knew right away that he only saw her as the daughter of the village's leader, not as herself. Considering she spent most of her life training to be the best Kunoichi possible, she never made time to decide on what traits she wanted in a potential suitor. However, she at least knew one thing her ideal man at least must have. She remembered how a certain blonde boy treated her like a normal person. Even though he knew she was the daughter of a powerful kage, it never changed his opinion of her, and for a few hours she felt like a normal girl with no worries, having forgotten about a psycho brother almost killing her or dealing with her estranged father. She wanted to feel like that with the man she loved, if she ever found him. She highly doubted this Mr. Right resided in Suna at all. In fact, she was more inclined to lean toward Konoha as a possible location. She shook that train of thought off before it got into dangerous territory, though she couldn't fight down a small blush as she remembered a certain pair of blue eyes flashing with merriment and mischievousness. Sighing inwardly, she made to walk out of the Kazekage Tower to head home when a pair of voices stopped her by the exit. "I hear something interesting happened in Konoha." That was enough to draw her attention to the side toward a chunin leaning against the front desk with another chunin sitting behind it. "Oh yeah, something definitely happened. You get any detail?" the receptionist behind the desk replied. "Nah. Why do you think I came here?" "You're great with picking up rumors." "Alright. It's not for sure, but I heard that a giant toad crashed into the middle of the village." "Whoa! You mean one of those summoned toads? The ones bigger than even this building?" "Yeah. It was even wearing a haori like a Yazuka boss." "I don't care about that. Why'd it crash there? Was it fighting or something?" "No, I heard it was transporting some injured people in its mouth. Apparently it landed by the village's hospital. Think one of them was Jiraiya of the Sannin. He was the only one who could summon those big toads. Would hate to meet the bastards that could manage to hurt him." "That I know what happened. My friend knew a friend whose cousin worked in Dash. Yeah, get on with it. You and your damn friends." Alright. Apparently Jiraiya wasn't hurt at all. He was unconscious from extreme chakra exhaustion. Still would hate to meet the bastards that could manage to make him use up his chakra. True dat. Anything else? There was someone with him who apparently looked like he went through hell and back 10 times in a row. A teenage boy. Probably not even a genin yet. He had blonde hair and blue EY dash. A feminine hand shot out for the receptionist's collar and yanked him harshly across the desk. Before he knew it, he was staring into a pair of frightfully desperate teal eyes. "That teenage boy, what was his name? Do you know?" Temari hissed dangerously with narrowed eyes, further terrifying the man into almost pissing himself. The other chunin was already backing off quite far away, not wanting to be caught in this woman's ire. You dash! Spit it out! Uzumaki!" That made Temari still as her eyes shrank in shock. The receptionist just remained stock still, not daring to breathe even as this terrifying woman seemed to stare out into space for what seemed like an eternity. "What happened?" she finally asked softly, surprising the man. Daring to glance up at her face, he was shocked to find her looking so vulnerable. Ever since he first laid eyes on her, he had never seen her like this. She was always guarded and intimidating, at least until now. "This Uzumaki. Please tell me what happened to him," she repeated, even more softer, as she released her hold on his collar. The receptionist nodded slowly as he slid back into his chair. He's alright. He was badly hurt, and I heard he actually almost died, but he made it. I hear he'll be waking up any minute today. I don't know any more than that for now, though." There was very palpable relief from her upon hearing that. "Thank you. And I'm sorry for manhandling you like that. I just had to hear this." She spoke, relief and happiness permeating her every word. "It's all right. I can understand. Are you really sure about your rumors, though? They sounded very credible and specific." Temari queried with curiosity. "To tell you the truth, my medic girlfriend is doing an exchange program with Konoha's hospital." Temari beamed. "So, all that bullshit you just spewed about your friends is just me putting on a show for my captive audience?" She laughed warmly. "I like that. Thanks again for telling me about Uzumaki. I'll be coming by once in a while to see if you hear more about him, if you don't mind." "I'd be happy to keep an ear out for you," Temari-san. Nodding, she turned with a wave over her shoulder as she practically skipped out the exit, obviously happy with the news that this Uzumaki survived. The receptionist watched her go, feeling like he had seen a side of her only seen by a rare few. And he had a good feeling this Uzumaki Naruto was one of them already. He smiled, thinking that young man was going to be the luckiest bastard in the world for getting to see this bright and happy side of the untouchable rose of the desert often in the future. A moment later, the receptionist glimpsed the downtrodden form of the man who had tried asking Temari out earlier shuffling toward the exit, looking dead to the world. He then rose out of the seat to break the bad news. Oh, he would leave out the location and name, but the fact that someone from outside the village already had the beautiful Temari's heart would remain, and this charmer had no chance from the start anyway. He smirked evilly as he didn't mind rubbing salt in the wounds. This guy was a huge asshole. Meanwhile, inside a certain person's dream in the reality known as Uzumaki Naruto's mindscape, the large world had been divided into large portions over the years of training the blonde had with Kurama. In addition to enjoying the environment-specific recreational activates and the beautiful views, the portions were set up to aid in Naruto's training as he adapted to battles and tactics in deserts, mountains, forests, seas, caverns, and many other locales. Right now, Naruto found himself in the most recent developed portion he had created with the help of Kurama. It was a large city, which was hobbled together in parts from the powerful entity's memories, that was specifically designed to train Naruto in urban battles and stealth. Kurama warned against using a familiar setting like Konoha since he would have already known how to move around in that locale. He needed to be more experienced with an unfamiliar urban setting. He absent-mindedly admired the brilliance of Kurama's training regime as his back crashed against the side of a building when he was sent flying backward by a thrust kick. He then barely moved his head out the way of a small but very deadly open palm as Kurama's blow slipped past and struck the concrete wall behind him. The entire wall exploded inward violently, taking out 3 more load-bearing walls in its path. This caused the 5-story building to tilt and crumble loudly into large pieces over Kurama and Naruto still battling at its base. Naruto frowned as he considered if he needed to scramble out of the collapsing building's path. That was for naught as he watched Kurama calmly shift her left arm across her body before swiping it through the empty air underneath the falling debris about to crush them. The entire building stood no chance against her immense power as most of it were instantly vaporized by nothing but pure chakra that emitted from that wave of her arm. The few remaining large pieces that survived flew through the air like missiles from the force, punching holes through many surrounding buildings. She did all of this with a calm and smug smirk as she stared at a gulping Naruto with her beautiful golden eyes. "Shit, why did I think I could fight her off long enough?" the blonde muttered incredulously as he took in the suddenly devastated city around them. The small dark-skinned woman didn't give him much time to reflect on his recent mistakes as she dashed toward him with insane speed. It took the blonde all he had to just react instinctively with a right counterpunch aimed for Kurama's head as she was dashing in. Of course it was the wrong move to make as usual for him, when she easily slipped past the fist and grabbed hold of the arm before spinning around to swing him around like a ragdoll. She then released it to send him flying through a nearby store's front window with a loud crash. Everything fell silent as Kurama swatted a loose strand of her hair that got free from its messy bun over her shoulder and struck a bored pose standing in the middle of the street, waiting for Naruto to do something. "Come on, that shouldn't have put you down for long," she muttered impatiently, and got her response in the next instant when she heard a familiar whirring sound. The entire storefront then exploded outward, momentarily obscuring her vision with the resulting dust cloud. Kurama smirked widely as she prepared a defensive stance and watched her container jump out of the dust cloud with a bright blue spiraling sphere of densely compressed chakra in his right hand and a menacing snarl on his face that would have frightened anyone except for the one in front of him. Raisin Gan! Outside Naruto's hospital room. How much longer is this gonna take? It's been an hour and a half since they kicked us out. Ino grumbled impatiently as she slouched down on the hallway bench next to Hinata, who was sitting properly in comparison. However, her expression was slowly becoming impatient as she stared across the hallway at the door to Naruto's hospital room. Not much we can do if there's possibly any sensitive information involved. Enko spoke up from her spot leaning against the wall across the hall from the younger girls. Next to her was the cat-masked Anbu Yugao standing guard at the door. She, too, wished to know what was going on in the room, but there wasn't much she could do until the Hokage finished his business. It's a good thing I decided to wait on getting the boys when I ran into you guys in the lobby. They would have gone crazy from waiting here so long. Ino muttered with a bored expression. Any particular reason why you two girls are rather anxious to see Gaki again? Enko queried with a smirk. Reading their expressions, she knew something happened between those girls and Naruto earlier in the day. Ino and Hinata snapped their heads to her in surprise before their cheeks turned red. Dash! Ino squeaked out before her gaze shifted to her lap with her blush intensifying. No, we're not Dash. Hinata didn't do any better. Enko chuckled while Yugao's shoulders shook silently as she kept her laughter in. Before Enko could tease the younger girls further, the doors slid open suddenly, making all four women jump to attention. They watched the Hokage's head poke through the door with a frown on his face. I'm not sure what to say here. Perhaps you all should come in and see for yourself. You know Naruto-kun well and I may need your insight. He spoke in an unsure tone before making room for the confused women to step in through the doorway. They saw Jiraiya sitting up in his bed and he was staring at an unconscious Naruto with a frown. What's wrong here? Hinata queried as she watched the sleeping Naruto lying still in his bed. She noticed the blonde was frowning intensely. He's been unconscious for the last 30 minutes and we were waiting on him to wake up to get the official answer to an offer Sensei made. We think he answered too hastily the first time without any consideration for his tenant's opinion. She was apparently angry enough to forcefully drag him into the mindscape for a face-to-face chat. Just as the Jiraiya finished explaining, all the four women flinched when Naruto's body jerked slightly as if he was hit by an invisible force. That has been happening for the past 10 minutes. I think the confrontation between him and the Kyuubi is getting worse. We have tried to wake him but it's no use. We were wondering if any of you knew a trick to bring him out of the mindscape, the Hokage explained. Naruto jerked again at that moment, making all four women frown. I do not know of any method that could bring Naruto-kun out of his mindscape, even though I have watched him mediate several times, Hinata said sadly as she stepped up to Naruto's bedside and took hold of his left hand. Enko frowned in deep thought, apparently at a loss too. Hokage-sama, I feel the best option here is to go into his mindscape ourselves and stop whatever is going on in there. Ino spoke up a little nervously, since she was in the presence of the village's leader. The third turned to her with a raised eyebrow. That's right, your clan specializes in mindjutsu. However, would it be safe, Ino-san? Naruto-kun may be friends with the Kyuubi, but there's no telling how she would react to someone else's presence in the mindscape. He pointed out. Ino frowned as she thought over this. I'm not sure, but Daddy can answer that question. I haven't learned the necessary jutsu yet anyway. She offered. The Hokage nodded and turned to Yugao. Nico-san, please summon Dash. I'm sorry to interrupt, Hokage-sama, but there's no need for that. I can get him here in almost an instant. Ino cut in politely while showing a small mischievous grin. The third raised an eyebrow but nodded, interested in what this young woman intended to do. Everyone in the room, except for the unconscious Naruto, watched in fascination as Ino silently walked up to the large rectangular window next to Jiraiya's bed. She slid one end of it open wide enough to admit a person and began to inhale. Everyone braced for what they thought would be a loud yell. Daddykins! Ino called out sweetly in a voice only slightly louder than normal. Everyone face-faulted at this unexpected action, and Ino turned around to find everyone staring at her incredulously. What? She muttered with a confused frown and a casual shrug. I know, perhaps that wasn't loud enough, Ino-chan? Hinata ventured cautiously. Enko and Jiraiya were doing their best to not laugh uproariously at this absurdity. The Hokage just remained silent with a gentle smile, thinking it was just young people playing games on an old man. I'm not that inconsiderate of the patients here, Hinata-chan. This is a hospital, so I have to keep my voice low. Don't worry, Daddy definitely heard me, Ino assured. Isn't your father off today and at home on the other side of the village? Yugao offered cautiously. Ino nodded and cocked her head cutely. I know, but he's on his way here. Everyone stared at her, not quite sure what to say. Hokage cleared his throat and was about to suggest that he would send Yugao ahead to meet her father halfway to let this young woman down easy. However, all the non-believers nearly jumped out of their skins when an arm shot into view and reached over the windowsill with a loud slap. They then watched in amazement when a panting blond man with a long ponytail appeared into view as he pulled himself over the sill and climbed into the room on wobbly legs. He bent over to catch his breath. You called my little princess? I'm sorry. I took so long. Yamanaka Inoichi finally wheezed out. He did just run, at top speed, all the way here from his home at the flower shop after all. Hokage-sama here has some questions to ask you, Daddy. Ino explained as she politely presented the third with a hand gesture. Inoichi's eyes widened as he took in the room's occupants. They were staring at the two Yamanakas in shock until the Hokage cleared his throat a few seconds later. Yes, I was hoping you might be able to help us solve a small issue, Inoichi-san. Due to a disagreement, it seems the Kyuubi has forcefully pulled Naruto-kun into his mindscape 30 minutes ago for a confrontation. Right now, it apparently is getting violent. Naruto's body jerked again just as the Hokage finished his explanation, and Inoichi frowned. I suggested that going into Naruto-kun's mindscape would be the best way to deal with this as soon as possible. Ino supplied, and her father nodded. It is, and I can dive in to see what can be done in stopping what's going on. There's no danger as long as I'm alert and ready to leave any moment. Would it be possible to take me along? I'd like to see this for myself. The Hokage spoke up. Inoichi nodded and they shifted into action and moved over to Naruto's bedside. Ano, I would like to come along if possible. Naruto-kun will most likely listen to me. Hinata spoke up shyly, but with a determined expression. The Hokage thought briefly about refusing, but he then realized this young girl would have known the best ways to calm Naruto down, so he nodded his approval. I'd like to go with you as well, Hokage-sama. Ino chimed in. Inoichi didn't seem to like that, though. Are you sure, princess? I don't think. He trailed off and gulped when Ino displayed her powerful puppy eyes with an adorable pout. Isn't this safe as long as my smart and manly daddy's around to take us out if anything happens? She sweetly spoke. Yes, princess. Daddy will keep you all safe, Inoichi declared as he puffed out his chest. She's totally got him wrapped around her finger. The others thought with sweat drops as they watched this display. Meanwhile, Anko grinned inwardly as she wondered if she might have discovered someone with a natural talent for manipulation, perfect for the TNI department. Anyone else? The Hokage offered with a weary sigh. Anko smirked and shrugged. Just two of his favorite girls should be more than enough to handle Gaki. She joked, making the younger girls blush. In just a moment, the Hokage and the younger girls surrounded Inoichi at Naruto's bedside as they maintained physical contact with him. We're going in, the Yamanaka clan head announced as he rested a palm on the unconscious blonde's forehead. They all closed their eyes. So how long will this take, Daddy? Ino impatiently asked with her eyes still squeezed shut. We're already here, Inoichi replied with clear amusement in his voice. Everyone else blinked their eyes open to find themselves standing in the middle of a beautiful tree-covered mountainous terrain. Whoa! Ino breathed out in awe as she took in a gorgeous high cliff with a tall and misty waterfall roaring away in front of them. Hinata was speechless as she slowly spun in her spot to take in the surrounding hilly terrain covered everywhere with lush green vegetation. From what Naruto explained about his mindscape training, she knew that he was able to create something like this, but to see this for herself was a very different experience. This is amazing. This kind of detailing shows how incredible Naruto-san's mental capabilities are. He must have spent years in here improving and tweaking all of this. Inoichi observed in awe as he stared around with wide eyes. The Hokage was also impressed by what he saw, but he sensed something coming here at a high speed. Before he could warn the others, a blonde blur zipped by overhead, blowing their hair and clothes around with the heavy gust it generated in passing. It then crashed loudly into the cliff face at a steep angle and skimmed across it through the waterfall before boring into the rock on the other side, creating a long scar across the rock wall. Naruto-kun! Hinata and Ino cried out. They would recognize that particular blonde color anywhere. It's alright, girls. After observing this mindscape, he clearly has the mental capacity to fortify himself to superhuman levels here. Things like that won't hurt him too much, Inoichi assured. Would that help against something as powerful as the Kyuubi? The Hokage nervously muttered as he felt the familiar sensation slowly press down on them from behind. Is this what the Kyuubi's power feel like? Ino whispered shakily as she felt the strong presence for the first time in her life. Yes, Ino-chan, but it's strange. If I would have to describe this feeling, it's less raw and more civilized compared to before. I also figured we'd be hearing heavy footsteps and loud roaring if she and Naruto-kun were fighting. Inoichi replied with a puzzled expression before he turned, prepared to face the giant demon fox for the first time since that night. And his jaw promptly dropped in shock. The Hokage copied Inoichi's expression gobsmacked when he turned around as well. The two bemused girls looked where the stunned men were staring at, and were surprised to see a beautiful and petite dark-skinned woman in a skin-tight singlet, instead of a giant red-furred demon fox with 9 long tails. They found her golden eyes very striking even with her menacing scowl. She was walking briskly toward where Naruto ended up, and didn't seem to have noticed the new arrivals yet since all of her attention was apparently focused on the blonde. The new arrivals stood still in shock as they watched this woman, who was somehow emitting the Kyuubi's powerful presence, walk past them in silent annoyance. Get out here so I can wipe the floor with you some more. You haven't gotten enough punishment for being a stubborn asshole, the woman called out as she arrived at the base of the cliff, baring her small fangs as she flexed both her clawed hands. In the next moment, the hole in the cliff face exploded outward into a large cloud of dust. A large piece of rock shot out of the dust at Kurama, who swatted it aside as if it was an annoying fly, before Naruto then followed it out toward the woman with his clawed hands outstretched and a loud snarl. Kurama smirked confidently just as he reached his right arm back for a swipe, and she easily slipped underneath it and reached up to grab the blonde's extended arm by the wrist. She spun around and used his momentum to flip him over onto his back on the ground hard enough to crater it several feet deep. He grunted in pain before his head suddenly sank farther into the ground under Kurama's powerful foot stomp. Still keeping a grip on his wrist, she then flipped across Naruto's body while dragging the dazed blonde up off the ground with her. She then smoothly turned and tugged him hard toward her, right into her waiting free hand that grasped around his neck. Due to the forced momentum, he was then clotheslined hard up into the air before Kurama drove his head down into the ground with a loud crash. Hinata and Ino covered their mouths in shock at such a violent display, while Inoichi and the Hokage were getting a bit nervous watching this. How were they supposed to stop that powerful woman? Kurama was preparing to cause more damage with another foot stomp, but Naruto still had enough presence of mind to kick up out at her head, catching her on the mouth. That knocked her aside, making her lose her grip on him. She stumbled back while wiping a hand across her lips, before grinning fairly, making all 4 spectators shiver. That expression proved to them, with no doubt, that this was the Kyuubi that somehow changed into a human form. Good! You finally got a real hit in against me. Let's see you keep that up, she praised as she settled into a stance, her golden eyes flashing dangerously. A panting Naruto slowly got to his feet. Damn it! You're not even letting me use your chakra. It's all I can do to just stay on my feet against you, he grumbled as he straightened out his body and shifted into a stance as well. The woman frowned. I'm not concerned at all about what you think is fair. My only objective is to have you accept the offer. I'll use all my options and available tools to achieve it, such as blocking your access. It's a basic shinobi rule your godfather, Anko, and I beat into your head over the years. A rule that you're clearly ignoring at this critical moment. She growled out the last sentence before dashing in. Grimacing, Naruto steadied himself to absorb a powerful right hook across his face from Kurama that made the land around them tremble from the concussive force. However, he was ready for that as he stepped in close and smashed an instantly formed Rasengan deep into the woman's stomach. It was enough to grind into her for a few seconds before exploding with such force strong enough to make her bend over for an instant. She grimaced in slight discomfort before smirking as she readied her left fist to bury it in Naruto's stomach with a loud impact as her response. Despite the obvious grimace of pain on his face, it didn't make him back down. They then descended into a powerful slugging fest that shook the land with each concussive impact, and they struck everywhere they could reach on the other's body. It was clear Naruto was going to lose the exchange eventually, despite his valiant effort. Kurama was still looking almost pristine, even after taking the Rasengan and many blows, compared to Naruto's increasingly bruised and bloodied state. Meanwhile, all 4 spectators were silently watching with increasing apprehension. Finally, Hinata couldn't take it anymore after watching the 2 combatants slide backward a few meters apart from each other due to a powerful exchange of right hooks to their faces. They perked up their heads to glare at each other before they stepped toward each other, ready to begin the slugging fest anew with their left fists raised and poised. "I've seen enough! Ino-chan, please stop this with that," she ordered of her friend, who flinched in surprise at her friend's outburst and commanding tone. "Okay," she sputtered out almost in fear before she took a large intake of breath and stuck a pinky finger each into the corners of her mouth. She then blasted a loud high-pitched whistle that made Inoichi and Hiruzen wince. However, her whistle did the job when Naruto and Kurama, who were about to resume hitting each other, immediately yelped loudly in pain before falling to the ground trembling as they covered their ears tightly. Due to their sensitive hearing, Ino's uniquely high-pitched whistle was extremely destabilizing for them. "That sounded familiar," Naruto murmured in confusion after he took a long moment to recover while Kurama shook the daze out of her head. Both their heads simultaneously shot up with irritated expressions, ready to yell. "Who the hell did that dash?" Their anger changed instantly to surprise as they were stunned into silence at the sight that greeted them. A silent Hyuga Hinata was standing in front of them with her fists on her hips and her patented glare was on full display. It was more intimidating than anything else those 2 had seen before. "Sit now," she ordered firmly in a quiet voice, adding to the intimidation of her glare bearing down on them. The combatants gulped at the same time and instinctively sat in seiza like scolded children in front of the intimidating-looking girl. Hinata expelled a calming sigh before she fixed the combatants with a piercing look. "Have you 2 been fighting all this time?" She spoke neutrally. Kurama and Naruto nodded hesitantly. "Have you 2 actually tried to discuss whatever issue caused this disagreement?" she continued. The scolded party silently shook their head with visible guilt. "Kyubi-san, it is dash," Hinata calmly began before stopping as she noticed Kurama raising a hand. "Kurama is my true name," she cut in quietly. The indigo-haired girl's glare softened and nodded her understanding with a small smile. Naruto glanced over at Kurama with some surprise. He hadn't thought she would have revealed her name to others easily. "Kurama-san, it is apparent that you did not agree with Naruto-kun's decision. Whatever it was, why didn't you try to talk it out with him instead of forcefully dragging him here to beat him into submission? He has always told me you're surprisingly level-headed despite the sources of your power." Hinata pointed out and Kurama frowned. "He decided my opinion for me as if he was certain that was what I would have wanted. I told him otherwise, but he wouldn't listen so I, got angry." She mumbled out the last words. Hinata nodded and directed her firm gaze at Naruto who flinched nervously. "Naruto-kun, I love you, but your stubbornness can be irritating sometimes. This isn't the first time you've done this. You've decided things for me several times in the past when I actually felt otherwise." She spoke with an understanding look toward Kurama, making Naruto bow his head in shame as she continued. "From now on, you are going to need to consider other people's opinions more and actually listen to them before making any decision. Kurama-san here might have been considering what's best for you on this issue. But it would remind her of something bad that's happened in the past. Why would she accept any of this? I would have been happy to agree with her 100% on this one and refuse the offer." Naruto debated with a confused frown. However, before this would continue, the Hokage stepped up next to Hinata and laid a hand on her shoulder to stop the conversation. "As much as I would be happy to watch you 2 discuss this calmly and hopefully come to the desired answer, I'm afraid I can't allow the young women and Inoichi-san to hear the rest of this. It's a S-rank secret, should the answer turn out negative." He spoke firmly, not allowing any leeway. "I was hoping to find out what was causing this latest drama." Ino pouted, her inner gossip denied. Inoichi slowly shook his head exasperatingly behind her. "Everyone! What are you doing here with Hinata-chan?" Naruto queried with a puzzled frown. Kurama sighed wearily and reached over from her seiza position to smack him upside his head, making him flinch. "Idiot! They came in here because we were fighting and they got worried," she grumbled. "Your body was flinching all the time as if you were being hit, Naruto-kun." Ino chimed in, her expression a little distressed at the memory. Naruto and Kurama sighed at the same time and bowed their head. "We're sorry for worrying you," they spoke sincerely. Hinata and Ino nodded their acceptance. The Hokage smiled amusedly at the situation as he honestly didn't expect the quiet and gentle Hinata to have taken charge of the situation, despite the fact Kurama could have easily destroyed her for doing something like this. I wonder if the disaster on Naruto-kun's birth could have turned out differently had you been in your human form back then, Kyubi-san. Or is it alright for me to call you Kurama-san? He spoke kindly. Kurama shrugged with a casual grin. Kurama is fine as long as only Naruto's friends know. Dismissing the fact that I was controlled by the masked bastard that night, you would have still feared me even in this form, old monkey. Why would we? You're gorgeous. If anything, you would have had men, and some women, falling over themselves at your feet. Ino blurted out in confusion. Kurama blushed slightly at the compliment before sighing. It's not my looks, but what you're feeling right now. Your power. Even though I'm now seeing you as a human woman, I can't help but still feel very nervous around you. You're powerful enough to kill all of us in an instant if you wanted to, Kurama-san. Inoichi pointed out. Hinata gulped inwardly when she finally realized now she had just scolded the most powerful entity in the world, and lived. Correct. I'm actually repressing my presence as much as I can right now. It's impossible for me to hide my power from any of you chakra-sensitive humans unless if I'm behind a seal like Naruto's. Unless they know me personally, most humans will continue to feel threatened by my very presence. Kurama replied, and things then fell silent as the four new arrivals considered what she said. Naruto decided to break the ice. I don't think you'd have liked to deal with her as a human, Hokage Gigi. This tiny terror has been kicking my ass all over the mindscape until you guys showed up. I actually think she'd have done more damage to the village the way she is now, he said with a chuckle while Kurama frowned. You've been questioning my gender while I was in fox form. Now that I decided to grace your undeserving vision with this beautiful form earlier today, I thought that would finally stop. However, you're going to start piling on the short jokes now? She grumbled. You're the one who decided to make yourself that small, shrimp. Naruto shot back with a smirk. Kurama jumped to her feet. You'd better take that back. You should be grateful to me for even bothering to help make you taller. Otherwise, you would have been stuck as a 4 feet tall prawn for the rest of your life thanks to that disgusting slop you keep insisting on eating all the time. Naruto jumped to his feet as well and got into Kurama's face. Don't you dare insult the food of the gods, he growled. The petite woman was about to retort when the both of them flinched violently at the sound of Hinata clearing her throat forcefully. They immediately snapped back to their size positions with their heads bowed guiltily under the Hyuga-era's renewed glare. However, Hinata had intended to get only Naruto's attention, so she wondered why Kurama was responding to her as well. Was taking command of the situation so rare for her it was a big shock even for the great Kyubi as well? Naruto-kun, please discuss this calmly, as well as any other issue that may come up in the future. If your body flinches even just a bit now or any other time, I will come back in here to check on your progress. Would you like that? She spoke firmly. Naruto quickly shook his head with sweat going down his forehead, while Kurama snickered quietly. Ino whistled quietly, impressed with Hinata's ability to take control of the usually stubborn blonde once in a while. The Hokage and Inoichi were doing their best to hold in their snickers, knowing exactly what it was like to be whipped by women. Only a couple hours with Naruto-kun as your boyfriend, and you're already having to scold him twice. Ino whispered with a smirk as she leaned in next to a weary-looking Hinata, who sighed. I know. Hopefully I won't be alone in that regard for long, Ino-chan. She whispered her friend's name pointedly, making Ino blush. A few minutes later, Kurama and Naruto waved as the four guests flickered out of existence to leave the mindscape. The blonde sighed as he lazily dropped down to sit on the ground cross-legged and silently watched some of the injuries from earlier disappear from his body. Sorry I ran you ragged. Kurama offered from next to him with an amused smile. He shook his head and chuckled. No big deal. At least I know ass-kicking can come in small packages, he retorted with a grin. Kurama's eyebrows twitched as she reached down and smacked him upside his head again, making him grin. She sighed wearily and moved behind him to kneel and lean against him, making him blush a little when he felt a soft pair of breasts pressing against his back. She then draped her arms lazily over his shoulders as she nuzzled her nose into the nape of his neck. As unusual, and somewhat scary, as it was for her to take control, Hinata's right. We should have talked this out instead of me dragging you in here and opening a can of whoop-ass on you. She spoke softly next to his right ear. You made it sound like it was totally one-sided. Naruto muttered grouchily. Kurama smirked as she pinched his right cheek as if he was an adorable child. Where in your delusions did you think it wasn't? She mocked. The blonde grumbled as he lightly swatted the hand away. You're surprisingly touchy-feely in this form, he observed as the woman wrapped her arms around his neck again and nuzzled her nose into it deeper. Not that he was complaining. I'm actually pretty cuddly with someone who's trustworthy and very warm, like you. Thanks to my fox form, it's been ages since I ever got to do this to anyone. I probably will spend at least a few years catching up on my hugs. You'll have to put up with this till then, Naruto, she whispered as she hugged tightly and pressed her body even more into his back. A blushing Naruto cleared his throat. It doesn't bother me. Do however much you want to your heart's content, he said sincerely. Kurama smiled into his neck. It's a good thing Hinata is very accepting, otherwise you may have regretted those words later on. What do you mean? You may find out someday, she whispered mysteriously into the blonde's ear. He frowned for a moment before deciding to put it aside for now. He knew better than to try to drag anything out of women if they were being vague about it. Alright, fine. Let's move on. Why do you want me to have the Sharingan? I thought I was doing you a favor when I turned it down, considering your past experiences being put under control with those eyes. Naruto began. Kurama sighed as she relaxed herself on his back. You may be right that I don't care much for the Sharingan. However, it just merely reminds me of the ones who used its power on me, the Uchihas. They were the ones who used the Dijutsu's abilities to control me because they wanted more power. It's them I hate, not their eyes. Kurama explained as Naruto nodded sadly in understanding. By itself, the Sharingan is a powerful tool if used effectively by the right person. I honestly believe you will use it well and you won't rely on it too much, like so many Uchihas. That's why I was confident in letting you take this. Besides, I can actually see chakra pathways, detect and break genjutsu, and predict my enemy's attacks to a degree with my own eyes. The differences between the Sharingan and the eye I would have regrown for you are the ability to copy jutsu and the extra powers a Manjikyu Sharingan may offer. If these are the only differences, you might as well take the Sharingan anyway, she encouraged. Naruto sighed and had to admit she made some good points, but he was still unsure. I think I would rather be happy with the eye you're offering, though. Who needs to instantly copy jutsu anywhere I go? I'd rather have something of yours, he murmured in a weak attempt to make his case. Kurama smiled brightly and squeezed tightly around him to show her appreciation. Thank you, but I wouldn't blame you for choosing the Sharingan after hearing this. Your eye is just about gone with only some tissues and frayed nerves left. It would have taken hours to regenerate it, so that's why I didn't try to restore your eye along with your other injuries on the operating table. With full regeneration of something as complex as an eyeball, I would have to push all of my power into just this socket dash. She spoke as she pointed casually at Naruto's closed left eye. To get any form of healing going, I will also have to infuse a little bit of my essence in order to reform the eyeball in my own image. I know all of this because I actually did this as a favor for my first container one time in return for allowing me some more freedom in her seal. A surprised Naruto looked over his shoulder at Kurama, who nodded seriously. Uzumaki Mito once lost her right eye to a pinpoint Samban strike in an attempted ambush, and I spent 6 hours regenerating a new one for her. It was a long and exhausting process for us both that could not be stopped, even for breaks, until the new eye was completed. It also was very painful for her the entire time because I was constantly pushing my chakra at its densest throughout her socket. It actually made the first Hokage break down crying like a baby many times at seeing his wife in so much pain, she said somberly, while the blonde's mouth suddenly became dry at the image she was painting. The end result was a silted crimson eye that worked better than the old model ever could, but it stood out too much. She ended up having to use a special genjutsu on the new eye so it'd look the same as the other one until her death. I don't think anyone other than Hashirama, Tobirama, Senju Tsunade, and Kushina knew about this. She finished and smirked when she heard Naruto gulp nervously at what was involved in regenerating a new eye. She sympathetically patted on the blonde's shoulder before displaying her outstretched left hand in front of him, drawing his attention. A holographic projection of a Sharingan eyeball popped into existence above it. On the other hand, we have an available and ready-made eyeball that's just a bit more powerful than what I'm offering. Best of all, they'll implant it in 30 minutes or less, and I'll finish the job by adapting it to your own system the best I can. It'll be almost painless in comparison. I've also had around 100 years since I helped Mito, to understand everything about how a human body works from inside here. Not to mention the fact you've given me the most freedom in here out of all my 3 containers, and, who knows, it might not even look like a normal Sharingan when I'm done with it. She whispered almost seductively into his ear as the display changed to an image of a DNA strand. Naruto was silent for a moment as he stared at the spinning display before showing a nervous smile. Now that you've explained all of this, I think I might just go with the Sharingan on this one. No offense, Kurama. He muttered with a sweat drop. Kurama grinned as she closed her hand into a loose fist, making the display disappear. None taken. It'll just mean very little work for me. They both chuckled for a moment before she sighed. Sorry I went off on you. It would have made more sense to chat over this instead of fighting, she said sincerely. Naruto nodded with a small smile. I didn't listen and just decided something for you. I didn't realize I was doing that, so I'm sorry too. I did need some sense beaten into me, he finally said as he looked down guiltily. Kurama nodded as she gently pushed off him to stand. That's okay. I knew you were worried about my feelings, even though it was rather irritating. However, people have to do something they may not like to get the best end results once in a while. You will face that kind of choice many times in your life. All I ask is to carefully consider the benefits to you and how everyone would feel before deciding. I suppose that makes sense. Hell, I'm taking the Sharingan even though I'm still not wild about it. Naruto grumbled. Kurama smirked down at him. There's another reason why you don't want this aside from how I feel about the Uchihas, isn't there? Nothing important. It's silly. You forget, I can read your mind, she reminded before she burst out laughing as she hugged her stomach tightly as if to hold her sides in. Alright, fine. I didn't want to risk somehow becoming an insufferable asshole like that Sasuke team. Naruto grumbled as he crossed his arms and pouted childishly. Ha ha! There's no way that would ever happen. On your worst day, you're 100 times the man he will ever be. The others would laugh at such a ridiculous idea too. Kurama laughed as she slapped on his back this time. Just when he thought she was done, the black-haired woman suddenly collapsed to the ground howling with more laughter. What the hell is it this time? Naruto demanded with a scowl. I just imagined why you with the DD duck-ass hair. Oh, I see, can't be breathe. She finally got out through her laughter. After a moment, she stopped instantly at the sight of an evil smirk growing slowly on Naruto's face. Oh, what are you thinking? That's your pranking face, she muttered. Oh, just thought of something I'll use outside. Why don't you read it from my mind like usual? He said casually. Kurama smirked before shaking her head no, her golden eyes flashing mischievously. I enjoy your pranks more when I don't know what you're planning, she admitted. Soon outside, Naruto's single eye fluttered open and he felt a hand in his right. He smiled as he gave it a squeeze, and Hinata jumped at the sudden sensation. Naruto-kun, you're back with us, she exclaimed happily as she squeezed back. Everyone in the room snapped their attention to Naruto's bed. He didn't see Inoichi, so he apparently had left the room for other business. Sorry I took a while. Kurama and I had things to discuss. Kurama? Jiraiya cut in with clear interest in his voice. Anko and Yugao looked curious as well. Oh, sorry. That's the Kyuubi's real name. Naruto clarified as he frowned inwardly. Damn it, that's something else I decided for you, didn't I? I just assumed you wanted your privacy, and I avoided telling everyone your name for years without even asking you first. He thought sadly. No harm done in this case. So the beautiful little Spitfire has an actual name too. Anko spoke up with a knowing smirk. Naruto sighed and turned to a suddenly bashful Ino with a deadpan expression. You told everyone, he accused, making her shrug and stick her tongue out cutely. That you were getting your ass kicked by a woman smaller than you? Yes, she did. Anko shot back as she broke out chuckling. Yugao's shoulders shaking as she fought to keep in her laughter added to Naruto's mental blow. Tell me, did you pick that size because everyone would mock your opponents when you wiped the floor with them? Only Kurama snickering answered his inquiry and he sighed. He decided to just ignore the teasing and address the Hokage. Hokage Gigi, how long before they would say I'm fully recovered from my injuries other than the eye? I would say another day just to be sure, the Hokage replied, wondering what he was getting at. Naruto nodded as he looked deep in thought for a moment before fixing the old man with a serious gaze. You can tell them to prepare for tomorrow. Kurama recommended that I'm at 100% before we do anything, he said simply, confusing everyone around him except Jiraiya and the Hokage. You mean you've decided? The third inquired with rising eyebrows, and Naruto nodded. I'll take your offer. I've thought over this some more, and I feel I was too hasty in declining the first time. In addition to the obvious benefits, if I'm the only one around who you think should take this, then we can't risk leaving something this powerful lying around long enough for it to fall into wrong hands. He spoke with full resolve, much to the Hokage's growing happiness. Jiraiya smirked. Gaki, if that doesn't prove how responsible you will be with this, I don't know what will. He chimed in. What the hell are you talking about? Anko demanded, asking what was on everyone else's mind. Naruto looked over at the Hokage for permission, but he shook his head. Not for now. At least wait until tomorrow when it's already done to avoid any information leaking out beforehand. We shouldn't risk even a tiny chance of someone disrupting this. Naruto turned back to his friends with an apologetic shrug. Sorry, but you heard our great and wise leader. You'll know tomorrow, he said, much to everyone's disappointment. Please rest assured. This will be a very positive turn of events for Naruto-kun after all he had gone through, the Hokage assured with a smile, which helped relax the women. Tomorrow afternoon in a secure operating room. So, this is the Sharingan, a fully recovered Naruto casually remarked as he stared at an eyeball floating inside a small liquid-filled container in his hands. He frowned when he looked closer with his working eye. I'm pretty sure there are supposed to be at least a tomo or something in the iris. All I'm seeing is a four-pointed shuriken, or a pinwheel, whatever this is. That would be Shisui-san's personal iris signature denoting a Manjikyu Sharingan. This is an upgraded version that's said to provide unique techniques that even most of the Uchihas only dreamed of. The Hokage chimed in from next to him. Oh, I heard Kurama mention that term in passing. I didn't think much of it at that time, but you're saying this is even stronger. Naruto muttered with a frown. This is how Shisui-san and Danzo controlled people with this Sharingan. It is a rare power offered only with the Manjikyu version. I don't mind the other benefits, but I don't like that power. What if I used it on someone and I didn't even know? Naruto replied with some worry in his tone. The third smiled as he laid a hand on the blonde's shoulder for reassurance. This is still a tool that has to obey the user's wishes. I think as long as you do not desire that power, that particular technique won't manifest itself even accidentally. He assured. Someday, I'll show you my memory of Hashirama's battle with me and Madara. As much as I hate that Uchiha bastard, he's crafty with his Sharingan's techniques, and used them in combination with me to push Hashirama to the brink. I can easily imagine how effective they would be in combination with your transformation if we were successful in learning even just one of the techniques used in that battle. Kurama chimed in. Wow, that'd be awesome to watch. Oh, you just reminded me. Hokage Gigi, I talked this over with Kurama last night, and I felt I needed to tell you this. Naruto began as he turned to his surrogate grandfather. What would that be, Naruto-kun? She told me that she has the ability to alter the DNA of a foreign entity within my body and assimilate it to cooperate fully with the rest of my system. That means this eyeball will most likely be permanently altered. She's pretty confident the powers will remain, but it might look very different. Would you be willing to allow that with something as prized as this Sharingan? He explained. The Hokage smiled and nodded. That would be excellent. The lower the possibility of anyone identifying this eye as Shisui-san's, the better it would be for your welfare. Even if it's implanted in you, it will not stop your enemies from attempting to kill or disable you to try to steal it. On that note, I expect you to forget that this eye belonged to Shisui-san from this moment onward for your own safety. No one else can know, even your friends, Naruto-kun, he advised firmly. Naruto nodded his understanding with a serious expression. He looked back down at the container in his hands. Oh! This mysteriously popped into my hands just when I needed a new eye. I don't know where it came from or whose it was, but I sure don't mind taking it for myself, he said with a mischievous grin as he carefully set the container on a nearby stainless steel table. The Hokage nodded with a grin of his own. Very good. Now, I believe it's time to get underway. Since this is highly classified, there's only one who I trust that has enough medical training to perform the transplant. I believe you know this person, he said as he waved his hand at a dark corner of the operating room. An ANBU covered from top to bottom in a heavy white cloak, with a horned dragon mask peeking out from under the hood, faded into existence out of the shadows. Naruto raised an eyebrow. The only ANBU I could never manage to prank. Of course I'd know Commander Dragon. he said with a grin as he inclined his head toward the ANBU, who shrugged. It certainly wasn't for lack of effort, Uzumaki-san. I'm going to prepare for the operation. Dragon retorted in a distorted voice as she removed her cloak to reveal a distinctively female body underneath. Even clad in the loose ANBU outfit, Naruto was able to easily make out the tone and curves of her slender legs and wide hips. In addition to her horned white dragon mask, she had her entire head encased in a shinobi balaclava, hiding even her hair from view. He was a little disappointed to see how much the chest armor concealed the curves of her breasts. He was a little curious about their shape and size, after all. You're not shy this time, not even bothering with the genjutsu, he observed. The cloak would get in the way while I'm performing the transplant, and I have no reason to hide my gender around you, considering what happened the last time we met. Dragon grumbled, and the third chuckled and shook his head at the reminder. Naruto blushed and did his sheepish pose. I said I was sorry. It was such a huge shock to me that I just blurted it out. He defended. At least it probably saved you when it surprised me so much I forgot about stabbing you at that moment. Dragon conceded. Naruto's face suddenly changed to an inquisitive fox-like expression. Yeah, about that. Do the recruiters focus on finding people with a tendency for stabbing everything that moved with pointy things? Because that's what I'm getting from most of the ANBU I dealt with. They suddenly developed that tendency soon after a little blonde terror came into the picture. Dragon shot back without missing a beat. Touché. On the other hand, with your constant infiltrations of the headquarters and pranking my subordinates all the time, you probably helped shape us into the most alert and secure special ops force in the nations. The ANBU admitted begrudgingly. See? I knew my pranking did some good, Naruto exclaimed, pointedly ignoring the deadpan stare from the Hokage, and he had a feeling Dragon was wearing the same expression under her mask too. He then walked over to the operating table and climbed onto it. Alright, let's get that little sucker in me, he declared as he removed the bandages around his head to reveal his useless eye socket, then laid on his back. Dragon took a moment to scrub up before moving to stand over Naruto. He noticed a little hesitance from her as he felt her stare at his wound. Everything all right, Dragon-san? He inquired with some concern. The female ANBU shook her head. It's fine. Just realized that blonde little terror grew into this young man before me, she said softly before she retrieved a syringe from a nearby tray. Naruto raised a hand to stop her. You might as well save that for someone who need it more than I do. I become immune quickly to any poison or drug, and I'm not wild about the idea of waking up to you digging around in my eye socket, he said with a mirthless grin. Dragon sighed and shook her head as she put the syringe back. You've already impressed plenty of people, including me. You don't need to do it again now, she muttered with a light tone as she retrieved the Sharingan and its container. It's not like I like pain, Naruto countered grouchily as he opened his left eyelid as best as he could. Dragon moved in to begin cleaning the wound of any possible infection and leftover tissues. 15 minutes later. I've established the minimum connections, so your tenant will need to do the rest. I'm very impressed that you didn't make a single sound, Uzumaki-san, Dragon remarked as she stepped back and deactivated her mystical palms jutsu, having just finished implanting the Sharingan. Naruto slowly pushed himself up to sit on the edge of the operating table, his left eyelid now closed. He grinned sardonically. Doesn't mean I didn't feel it. I doubt anything will ever hurt as much as the agony I was in after that avalanche, though. He chuckled before continuing. Thanks for your help. Kurama will take over now. Just as he said that, a tendril of red chakra formed out of his left shoulder and moved to engulf the left eye socket. He grunted loudly in pain and resisted the urge to slap a hand over his eye with every bit of his effort. Kurama apparently began her work right away, and she wasn't gentle about it either. Oh, this is going to be so much easier than I thought. This Sharingan's DNA isn't very different from yours for some reason. This won't take long. Fuck. This seriously hurts. You're saying Mitoba-chan dealt with this for 6 hours? No, it was much worse for her. It'd probably be about half as long for you if you had insisted on having your eye regrown. I did have 100 years to understand the inner workings of a human's body. However, it'll still be just as painful for you as it was for her. Kurama spoke neutrally as she continued her work. Naruto felt the new eyeball shape itself slightly in his socket until it began to feel like it was meant to fit him all his life. He also noticed its vision being restored slowly as well. Someday, I will convey to you how grateful I am for convincing me to take the Sharingan instead of the other much more painful option. I'll hold you to that, Naruto. For now, we're just about done. The pain faded at that point and Naruto let out a sigh of relief. That must have been something for you to actually make any sound. Dragon commented from next to the Hokage as she put her cloak back on. I don't think I can accurately describe this kind of pain. It actually felt like a part of my body was dying and renewing repeatedly at the microscopic level. Anyway, it's ready, Naruto announced as he looked at the two before him, his left eye still closed. Let's see it then, the Hokage encouraged with a smile. Slowly, Naruto opened his left eye. He winced as the room's lighting overwhelmed his new eye for a moment before it adjusted. He slowly took in the operating room around him, awed at seeing the small details his right eye wouldn't have picked up at all. Like how he noticed a tiny chip in the lip of a stainless steel bowl nearby, a small spider crawling around in the far upper corner of the room, and the person in the X-ray picture hanging all the way across the room had a barely noticeable hairline crack in one of the upper vertebrae. He turned his gaze on the Hokage and saw an immediate difference. Whoa, I think I'm seeing your chakra flowing through your body, Hokage Gigi. It looks mostly brown with some bright red mixed in, he commented as he looked over his grandfather figure. And I can count every individual hair in your stubble from here. It's really weird because I'm still seeing everything like normal with my right eye. I think I have perfect recall too since I still remember how many I've counted from before no matter how much I didn't care about that. You're most likely seeing my two primary nature affinities, which are earth and fire. What about Dragon-san next to me? The Hokage said with a hint of mischief in his voice. Naruto shifted his gaze to her and frowned. Oh, you're really taking this secret identity thing rather far. You're just a blank outline in my eyesight. I'm guessing some sort of a jamming seal or something. Something like that. Dragon replied with mirth clear in her distorted voice. The Hokage stepped close and observed Naruto's new Sharingan with obvious interest. I'll say this about Kurama-san, she certainly did a good job differentiating this from a normal Sharingan, he remarked as Dragon slipped a handheld mirror into Naruto's hand. Taking a deep breath, he raised it to his face, and his eyes widened. Naruto's right eye was the shining cerulean blue he always saw in any mirror all his life. However, his old left eye definitely was replaced by something different. A piercing ice blue iris around the black pupil was staring back at him. It felt to him like it was looking right through him as he searched his face with it. It was clear this would be now his most distinctive feature. No one would ever forget seeing this, even with just a quick glance. Wow, it definitely doesn't look like a Sharingan now, he murmured, very pleased with the results. I wouldn't be so quick to make that claim. Look closer at your iris. The Hokage cut in with a knowing smile. Naruto frowned and focused his gaze on that part. He raised his eyebrows when he noticed 3 blotchy white marks, shaped vaguely like tomos, surrounding the pupil. Instead of standing out sharply like an irregular Sharingan, they looked like they were blending in within the iris's ice blue color. They were hard to notice except for anyone observant enough. I tried my best, but that's all I could do without risking damage to the Sharingan. This is well beyond what I was expecting. You've been a great help and thank you, Kurama. Naruto thought sincerely, and he felt Kurama beam brightly at the praise. How are you feeling, Naruto-kun? You should be feeling some of your chakra draining from using the Sharingan, the Hokage queried with a curious frown. Naruto jolted as he finally noticed something he felt was missing since he opened his left eye. Actually, I'm not feeling anything. If there's any power drain at all, I can't feel it, he replied with a confused frown. Are you sure it's on? Considering I'm counting each individual hair in your nostrils right now even though I don't want to, I'm pretty sure it's on, Hokage Gigi. Naruto retorted with deadpan. The embarrassed third cleared his throat and Dragon's shoulders shook as she tried not to laugh. Yes. I was hoping that'd work. Did you do something? Remember when we saw that Scarecrow's Sharingan is permanently on? I couldn't change that with this one, but I had a close look at the eye and saw just how it greedily sucked up chakra. However, I noticed it only needed a certain amount, so I tweaked your chakra pathways around your socket enough so that they only provided the needed chakra for the Sharingan to stay activated. It must have been a tiny amount because I'm not feeling anything right now. Considering your huge capacity and how much I managed to assimilate this eye to work efficiently with your system, you'd have to keep that eye open for days before you'd even begin to feel drained. Since you go to sleep every night, therefore closing the eye and restoring what little chakra it managed to drain, that's not going to be an issue at all. The only bad news is that I may have locked up the Manjikyu version somehow in the process. We'll have to find a way to reactivate it in the future, if we can." A surprised Naruto relayed all of this to the equally stunned Hokage and dragon. "The loss of the Manjikyu Sharingan isn't a big blow for now. You would have had to spend likely years on learning any technique related to that, so you shouldn't worry too much about forcing it out. You'll need time to get used to the normal Sharingan for now in any case." The Hokage spoke as he rubbed his chin in thought. "However, at least in chakra efficiency, you've really improved on the normal Sharingan. The Uchihas would have killed for this if they were still alive," he added in awe. "And all it took was the world's most powerful entity sealed in me in order for this to be tweaked like that." Naruto slightly rebuked with a smile, and the Hokage became forlorn at the thought, and what it cost to achieve that. "Don't get me wrong, Hokage Gigi. It worked out just fine for us both in the end, but I can't imagine it being that way with anyone else," the blonde added as he patted his stomach before hopping off the table to stretch. "Would you pass me some fresh bandages for wrapping around my head, please?" he requested of Dragon, who moved to do just that. The Hokage frowned. "Is there a problem?" "No, but since this is a secret operation, it would be strange to everyone that I just got a shiny new eye a few days after losing the old one. From now on, I'd rather everyone thinks I still have one working eye, except for my friends. This new eye is too distinctive and unforgettable, even though it's totally badass," the blonde explained just as he took the bandages from Dragon and began wrapping it securely over his left eye. The Hokage nodded approvingly. "I would have suggested that sooner or later, since deception is a large part of a shinobi's life after all. However, I can't imagine you needing to cover up your eye if you didn't need to keep it closed to conserve chakra, like Kakashi-kun," he pointed out. "I've had a chat with Ero-sen last night about this, and I might have a possible solution. However, before that, I feel like having a bit of fun." Naruto grinned foxily as if he was planning a prank. Dragon's body twitched slightly as she remembered seeing that dreaded smile too many times to count. Back in the hospital room. "It has to be a new eye. That's the only reason, right?" Kiba asked of the bedridden Jiraiya. Shikamaru, Choji, and Shino leaned in to listen for the answer. Huddled in a group on the other side of Naruto's bed, Anko, Ino, and Hinata perked their heads up to hear this too. The Toad Sage smirked amusedly, and it was clear to everyone that he knew but was going to drag this out. "Oh? What makes you think so, boys?" "Troublesome, we saw Naruto before he left this room. With the exception of his eye, he looks as healthy as anyone could ever be. Yet, instead of going toward the main exit in the opposite direction or anywhere else, he went with Hokage-sama toward the surgery wing. With what the women overheard about an offer Hokage-sama made to Naruto yesterday, it's almost impossible to think this was anything other than an eye transplant." Shikamaru spoke in a bored tone. "I see what you mean, but I'm sure you'll find out any minute." Jiraiya replied evasively with an amused smirk at the annoyed expressions on most of the room's occupants. Just then, the doors slid open and everyone shifted their attention, expecting to greet their favorite blonde. However, what they saw stunned them into silence. It was certainly Naruto at the doorway. However, to their growing horror, he was sporting the duck-ass hairstyle similar to Sasuke. He was also wearing a high-collared black shirt with orange shorts, and had his hands stuffed into the pockets. He was slouching with a scowl on his face, and his eyes, one his normal blue and the other a glowing red Sharingan, were showing visible contempt for everything around him. Jiraiya realized what Naruto was doing and smirked. "Looks like you got your new eye implanted nice and easy, Gaki." He played along. Naruto just let out a grunt to acknowledge Jiraiya as he stepped into the room. Everyone stared and blinked like they didn't want to believe their eyes. "What the hell's this?" Anko finally exclaimed after a long moment of silence. "Isn't it obvious? I just got a Sharingan implanted. Now I have this sudden urge to be an asshole, prefer only men, and get vengeance for my clan." Naruto grunted contemptibly in a perfect imitation of Sasuke, before grinning brightly. Everyone at this point realized he was joking and snorted at his portrayal of the young Uchiha. "You're lucky that was a prank, because I would have cut your new eye out otherwise," Anko muttered as she twirled a kunai around her fingers. Naruto and the others' sweat dropped at how seriously she said that with no hesitation at all. "I change back. Even if it's back into that orange outfit, I can't stand seeing you look anything like Sasuke for even a second," Ino pleaded. Anko and Hinata nodded frantically next to her. Naruto chuckled as he released his henge and popped back to his normal orange-clad self with his left eye covered. "So you got a Sharingan. Shikamaru stated neutrally. The room fell silent as everyone looked at Naruto, who smiled nervously and nodded. Yeah, is that going to be a problem with any of you? I don't care as long as you're still able to kick ass, Kiba declared forcefully. Indeed. Like having the Kyuubi in you, this one will not change who you are either, Naruto-san. Shino added. As long as it doesn't affect your ability to eat. I enjoy our eating contests. Choji chimed in pleasantly. I'm just happy you have two working eyes again, Ino said brightly as she linked arms with Naruto's left. Hinata nodded and linked hers with his right. You will do great things with it, Naruto-kun. I know it, she said with an encouraging smile. Enko wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck from behind and he blushed at the feel of her large breasts pressing against his back. Guess that means you're gonna improve just a little. You might actually be able to get a solid hit on me in our next spar, she teased next to his ear. I guess you're just going to be more troublesome, Shikamaru quipped with a smirk. Thanks, everyone, Naruto said thickly as he inclined his head gratefully. Oi Gaki, mind showing us the shiny new model? I know the fox would have gotten it in perfect working order by now. Jiraiya cut in. Naruto nodded before starting to unwrap the bandages around his head. I only covered this up because I don't want anyone else other than the ones I trust to realize I have a new eye. I think I'm going to use that to my advantage for as long as I can, so I'll be using an eye patch or something, he explained as the bandages fell away, and he opened his left eye to display the incredibly sharp ice blue eye for everyone to see. The men nodded, impressed, and the women gasped appreciatively. Wow! You make that look work, Naruto-kun, Ino remarked with a bright blush. She especially liked it when the eyes shifted to her and seemed to pierce sharply through her. It was a turn-on, in her opinion. She noticed Hinata was just standing next to her panting slightly with a dazed expression, apparently struck speechless. She grinned and nudged her friend gently to jolt her out of her reverie. Enko smirked as she wondered how much the knowledge that a Sharingan had the ability to study and memorize every single detail would turn on any woman lucky enough to get in bed with Naruto. She slightly licked her lips as she was imagining herself in that position. It felt just right and good, especially with that eye searching over and memorizing every inch of her panting and sweat-covered naked body trembling with pleasure. You certainly won't have any problem picking up ladies left and right, Gaki, Jiraiya remarked with a grin. Naruto chuckled and shook his head. I don't know about that. Besides, this'll be covered up most of the time anyway. Not while we're alone if I have anything to say about it. Hinata breathed out quietly with her eyes just about glazed over. Ino and Enko heard that, and nodded in agreement. Yo! A deep voice drawled out and everyone turned in surprise to see Kakashi standing in the doorway into the room. He was waving lazily and checking each person out until his single eye landed on Naruto. His eye then widened comically, and everyone were confused at what was causing that reaction in him. The one-eyed Jounin slowly lifted his trembling hand to point lamely at a befuddled Naruto. Am my long-lost Ototo? He whispered out dramatically. Naruto picked up on the lead in right away and his confused expression immediately switched to teary. Ananai-san? The one-eyed blonde whispered back just as dramatically. Everyone around them face-faulted just as Naruto dashed and jumped into Kakashi's open arms. Ototo! Ni-san! They hugged each other for all it was worth for a few seconds. Everyone jeered and chuckled at the comedy skit as they broke apart and bowed mockingly at the hips. So what brings you here, Kakashi? Jiraiya queried after everyone settled down. Just wanted to see how Naruto here is doing. I'm glad to see you're alright after what you went through, Kakashi said as he ruffled Naruto's hair a bit. I also heard you'll be Konoha's newest Sharingan user. I was just asked by Hokage-sama to teach you about using the Sharingan for as long as it's needed, not that he had to since I would have done it regardless, he added. Naruto beamed at the news. Cool! Does that mean you'll be my Jounin-sensei when I graduate? He asked excitedly, but the Jounin shrugged. To be honest, it won't take much time to learn how to use the Sharingan effectively. The rest will be instincts. What I'm offering you are tips on how to use it in fights and other situations. You learn fast, so I wouldn't be surprised if you understood all I knew about the Sharingan in just a few months, and then you'll be able to branch out on your own from that point onward. With that, it doesn't necessarily mean I will be assigned as your sensei. It is still up to Hokage-sama to decide that, he explained. Naruto nodded, a little disappointed he still hadn't found out who his sensei would be yet. He decided to change subjects. The important thing right now is I need an eye patch or something to cover my eye. I'm getting tired of instantly memorizing everything I see in high detail. I don't need to know you have 5 nose hairs sticking out, Erosenin, he quipped as he shut his left eye to halt that effect. Jiraiya loudly slapped a hand over his nose in surprise while everyone chuckled. An eye patch, huh? Kakashi drawled out suddenly. Naruto turned to the Jounin with a cautious expression. Before you say anything, Kakashi-sensei, I think I need to point out that only you can make the Hittite thing work. I don't think it'll happen the same way with me, he said carefully. His friends grimaced at the image in their heads while Kakashi chuckled. Even I know that, Naruto. When I heard you lost your eye, I went ahead and found an eye patch that I thought would fit you, he stated as he dug around in his Jounin vest for a moment before taking out something. Here, give this a try. I think it'll be a good look for you. He held out a pitch-black piece of leather. Naruto retrieved it and looked down at it closely as he turned his back to everyone. Oh cool! I see the seal for sticking, that's why there's no elastic band on this, also why this was leather instead of cloth, easier for etching seals. He mumbled as he continued to check out whatever was in his hands with everyone behind him growing impatient. Yeah, I used something similar in my previous post, Kakashi said mysteriously, a little shy about revealing his ANBU past in front of many people. He wasn't able to wear a Hittite underneath his dog mask and needed an eye patch similar to the one he gave the blonde. Naruto turned to Jiraiya. Erosenin, what we talked about last night, think it's possible to put those on this. I see what you're thinking, Gaki, and I don't see why it's not doable. We'll just make the seal arrays as small as possible, and I think your Sharingan will be a big help in that regard as you etch them on, Jiraiya said as he scratched his chin in thought. Naruto blinked in realization. I totally forgot about the benefits the new eye would have on Fuinjutsu, but I'll think about that later. Kakashi-sensei, would it offend you if I etch more seals on this, since it's a gift from you? He said as he turned back to the gray-haired Jounin, who waved it off lazily. Ma, go ahead and do anything you want with that. It's yours now. Let's see if it'll fit me well enough first, though, Naruto announced with a grin. Finally! Kiba, Ino, and Enko grumbled at the same time from behind, making the blonde jolt in surprise. He was so in his world about seals he had forgotten his friends were still here. He threw a sheepish grin over his shoulder before he bent down to attach the eye patch onto his left socket. After taking a long moment to correct the fit, he perked his head up. Wow, the sticking seal is really strong. It feels like if I went through that avalanche again, it'd never fall off, he remarked as he turned around to show everyone the new accessory. They all saw a pitch-black eye patch that didn't have the familiar circular shape, but seemed rather angular with straight lines instead. It fit perfectly into where the brow met the nose bridge and molded halfway down the side of his nose before it then turned sharply to cover the entire socket until it wrapped around to end halfway down his temple. It was a sleek fit that sat just flush within the socket. One might have said it looked like it was truly made for the contours of Naruto's face all along. Overall, it wasn't very elaborate, despite the novelty of a sticking seal instead of an elastic band. However, combine the masculine and angular shape of the eye patch with the new scar and it seemed to have improved Naruto's overall looks quite a bit. Hinata and Ino wondered how much more rugged he would look when he got older and gained more defined masculine features. With that image in their heads, they unconsciously swallowed to wet their suddenly dry mouths. You didn't just happen to find this lying around in a shop, did you? This fits me too perfectly, Naruto said as he turned with an inquisitive frown toward Kakashi. The Jounin chuckled nervously. Caught me already, huh? I had it custom made, he admitted with a sheepish pose. How did you manage to get this to fit just right? All these angles would have dug into my skin, but instead, this is easily the most comfortable thing in the world. Ah, this calls for the first bit of knowledge about your new Sharingan. Kakashi began with a raised finger and Naruto quickly adopted an interested expression. Memorizing the curves and contours of a person's body and face with the Sharingan can be very useful for this, and many other situations. With some practice, you could easily figure out the measurements you need to get any clothing or accessory tailor-made for anyone. It's also how I usually form a perfect henge after looking at someone for just an instant. Kakashi lectured and Naruto nodded, impressed. The women balked a little at this. If Naruto wanted to after he's had some practice, he could easily figure out their private measurements. They were also grateful that it would have been too obvious for Kakashi to check women out, since he would have had to lift his Hittite and expose his distinctively red Sharingan. After some time, Everyone was chatting quietly among themselves until the door slid open and an attractive nurse's head popped into view. "Everyone, I'm here to inform you the visiting hours will be over. Please prepare to leave soon." Her announcement tapered off at the end as she blushed visibly at the sight of Naruto with his eye patch, making Hinata, Ino, and Anko frown possessively. "Wow, aren't you a handsome young man, Naruto-kun?" the nurse commented airily with a little sexy smirk that made Naruto blush. She then disappeared from the doorway with 3 pairs of eyes following her departure, murder burning in them. "Damn, I'm so jealous. That gorgeous nurse didn't even look at the other guys in this room," Kiba quipped good-naturedly as he nudged a sheepish Naruto. "Ah, watching my godson grow into quite the lady killer is a beautiful thing," Jiraiya remarked fondly as he pretended to wipe a tear from his cheek. "It's not like I asked for this," Naruto retorted with an annoyed frown as he pointed at his eye patch. "Ah, so you acknowledge the effect your new look may have on some ladies," Kakashi said sagely with a nod. "It's hard not to when Hinata-chan's making some visible effort to not pounce on me," Naruto retorted with a teasing smirk toward a fidgeting Hinata, making her duck her head in slight embarrassment at everyone's chuckling. "I'll be staying one more night here with Ero Sennin. I have a project I'd like to do with him overnight, then I'll be out of here tomorrow," Naruto announced, making some of his friends groan in disappointment at not getting to spend time or eat with him tonight. Before long, everyone began to filter out and eventually, Ino and Hinata were the last to leave. They and Naruto stepped outside into the empty hallway for some privacy from Jiraiya. "Bye, Naruto-kun. I'll let you two have some time alone," Ino called out with a knowing smirk as she moved down to the end of the hall to wait for Hinata. Blushing, Hinata stepped into an equally blushing Naruto's waiting arms and hugged tightly, pressing her body up against him. "You're cruel, Naruto-kun," she whispered into his chest. Naruto smirked as he rested his chin on the top of her head. "It's not my fault someone promised her dad and sister that she would be back home tonight. That was because I assumed you would leave today, Naruto-kun. You're already back to perfect health too." She almost whined as she snuggled some more into his chest for as much body contact she could manage before having to leave. "I'm grateful to you for staying by my side all this time while I was under, Hinata-chan. However, I'm sure Hayashi-sama and Hanabi-chan misses you a lot by now. We'll have plenty of opportunities to do this from now on, I promise," he said as he planted a soft kiss in her hair, making her sigh contentedly. "Besides, Ero Sennin will be leaving the village soon and I'm not sure when I'll see him again. At the very least, I'd like to spend some time with him," he added. Hinata all of a sudden felt selfish, and she looked down guiltily. Naruto smiled and gently lifted her chin to make her look into his uncovered eye. "Don't worry, I want to do this with you a lot," he said as he leaned in to kiss her softly on her lips, making her moan slightly as she instinctively clutched at his back with both hands. "I'm a little greedy too," he finished with a grin as he pulled back, leaving her flushed with her lips partially open as if she was still feeling the lingering sensation of the kiss. "Wow, I think that will last me for the evening," she breathed out with a dazed expression. They chuckled as they continued to hug for a long moment before slowly releasing each other, and said their reluctant good nights. It took Hinata a little while to move down the hall since she kept stopping every several meters to glance back and wave until she finally reached a snickering Ino. They waved at him for the last time before disappearing around the corner to walk each other home. Naruto grinned at how cute Hinata was just now, and he was happy to know how much she loved him. Stepping back into the room, he moved to sit at Jiraiya's bedside. As it became nighttime outside, only the lamp on Jiraiya's bedside table was providing any light in this darkening room. He noticed his godfather was staring out the window at a waning moon with a forlorn expression. Sighing, the blonde shook his head. "Don't worry so much over this. Look at it this way, I came out of this a little stronger and better," he assured. Jiraiya snapped to his godson with an angry expression. "This shouldn't have happened in the first place. First, I don't see you for years, thinking Sensei would take care of you in the meantime. That didn't turn out so well for all of us. After that, I promised myself I'd spend time teaching and help you become strong enough to take on the world, like your parents would have wanted. The moment I let you go out there alone, you lost your eye and nearly got killed. It's my fault this happened to you. I wouldn't be able to face your parents in the afterlife if you had passed away on that table. One of the nurses told me your heart stopped for 1 minute and 14 seconds. He growled out, his glare challenging Naruto to tell him otherwise, and they stared at each other in silence for a long moment. Finally, Naruto broke off with a sigh. If we're going to do this blame game, then it's my fault too. I knocked Zai's ass around, then mocked Danzo and his root. I riled him up so much that he started all of this. Ultimately, I nearly died because of my cockiness. Don't ever say that. He never once thought of you as human, and I will not allow you or anyone else to ever give that old shit any benefit of the doubt. Naruto ripped his eye patch off to glare at Jiraiya with both eyes. It struck the Toad Sage speechless at how the ice blue Sharingan seemed to easily pierce right through him. He had his share of arrogant Uchihas glaring at him with their glowing red Sharingan in the past, but none of them had anything on the ice-cold glare from Naruto's modified Sharingan. He also noticed something else. If you're not going to let me blame myself, then you should know why I'm not going to let you blame yourself. This happened because of an unlikely series of events, and we should be grateful that neither of us died, or even got permanently disabled in my case. On the other hand, the other side lost 10 men, and I have to say that's some goddamned good results, all things considered. Naruto spoke firmly as he kept his glare trained on Jiraiya, who was still staring speechless at the Sharingan. The blonde realized this and shut his left eye. Sorry, I didn't think that would work so well, he murmured guiltily. Jiraiya jerked out of his daze and shook his head. It's not that, Gaki. Have a look in the mirror. There's an interesting effect we didn't notice until it was dark enough, like now. Frowning at the vague suggestion, he stood to head into the unlit attached washroom. What he saw as he opened his left eye in front of the mirror surprised him as he saw a glowing ice-blue iris staring back at him. Kurama, care to explain this? Don't blame me. A regular Sharingan glows red in the dark, so apparently your eye kept that effect despite the extensive changes. It worked out for the best, though. Imagine your enemies seeing this if you were fighting them in the dark. Especially when it's mixed with that. Kurama whispered the last word in clear awe as she watched Naruto's right eye beginning glow red from using a little of her chakra. The blonde shivered as he watched a floating pair of glowing eyes, one being a cold ice blue color, and the other a sinister crimson slit, stare right back at him in the darkness. Damn, even I feel a little nervous seeing my own reflection right now. I find it rather fetching, especially after I imagine the terrified expressions on your enemies' faces when they see these as you slice them into pieces. I think it's very interesting I have two sadistic and bloodthirsty women in my life who also happen to secretly enjoy cuddling and flirting with me. Naruto, you're not going to have a normal life. What makes you think the women you know will be normal as well? Anko-chan aside. I think Hinata-chan and Ino-chan are normal enough. They're still growing. Give them time. Kurama retorted with clear mirth. Naruto sighed as he shook his head before stepping out of the bathroom back into the mostly dark hospital room. He was befuddled for a second when he noticed his godfather bolt upright in the bed with an alarmed expression and was apparently reaching around for anything to use as a weapon. He realized his mistake and slapped a hand over his right eye, which was still glowing crimson. It's me. I was just trying out the fox eye with the Sharingan. By the way, I think I'm going to like this new eye because your priceless expression is now burned into my mind, he said with a laugh. Oh damn it, you little bastard! That scared years off my lifespan. Jiraiya muttered grouchily as he calmed down, putting a bedpan he was about to use as a weapon back down on the floor. I guess this'll work on my enemies if this could surprise the great Jiraiya-sama of the Sannin this much. Naruto teased as he sat at the Toad Sage's bedside. Meanwhile, Kurama was laughing uproariously in the background. Jiraiya smirked as he shook his head in mock defeat. I'll be damned if I said that wasn't effective. Be careful using that around your allies though, he advised, and Naruto nodded his acknowledgement before sighing. Look, what we talked about before, there's no point blaming every little thing over this. So why don't we just blame the snake bastard for all of this and move on? He suggested. Jiraiya grinned and nodded. Sure, let's pile everything on him. Sorry, but I just remembered your fake name is still your own damn fault, Tenoshi Otoko. Naruto rebuked with an evil smirk. Fuck you, Gaki. Are you ever going to let me live that down? Jiraiya grumbled. Naruto just shook his head with a grin, before he brought out his eye patch. Moving on, got that etching tool lying around somewhere? I figure we could get started on what we talked about. Jiraiya nodded before he reached for a scroll, with his possessions sealed in it, on the bedside table. In a moment, they began their project and were enjoying chatting with each other. This went on well into the early morning hours. Early next morning at the 42nd training field. I see you're a little excited to play with your new toys, Naruto-kun. Yugao observed with clear amusement in her voice. She and Naruto were now standing in the middle of a large clearing with a deep ravine on one side. She bumped into the blonde doing his morning run around the village and was interested in being the first to see his skills with the swords, so she offered to come along as a sparring partner. Naruto had already unsealed his sabers as soon as they arrived, and he was now checking over them and cleaning them to get them ready for use. The blonde shifted his uncovered eye toward Yugao with a grin. The female ANBU had to admit Naruto looked like a different person with that black eye patch covering his left eye. He looked more mature and masculine now, and she realized sadly that this cruel world forced him to grow up more quickly than most other people ever since he was born. Well, considering I was almost killed just a few days after getting these sabers and I still haven't had a chance to use them, I figured I might as well at least practice with them even just once before anything else happens. I'll bet a potted plant would fall off a balcony above me and crack my skull wide open on the way home today. The blonde spoke lightly, but Yugao frowned at his morbid humor. You think so lowly of your life? It's not that. I survived 3 brushes with death and I still haven't graduated yet. I don't see that improving when I'm an official shinobi. Well, I suppose I'm not going to worry about a potted plant killing you. Enko-chan always told me you have a head dense enough to break swords on it. Yugao retorted with a teasing tone as Naruto shrugged. Yeah, let's make fun of the guy who was too stupid to notice the signs from Hinata-chan for years. He grumbled lazily. Not only her, she whispered with a smirk. You say something? Nope, must be the wind. She deflected smartly as a gentle breeze blew around them. Naruto shrugged and got to his feet. He unsheathed 2 of the sabers laid out neatly on the ground and looked them over as he held them out in front of them, pointing skyward. The blue-tinted edges were picking up the morning sunlight easily, and Yugao had to inwardly admire how beautiful the sabers were. She also felt a sense of unease beginning to grow inside her, as she watched her sparring partner take a few practice swings with the sabers, and they made sharp cutting sounds through the air. They were music to her ears, but she also understood just how deadly those sabers were. She had known the blonde trained for years to finally be able to use his sabers in this world instead of his mindscape, but she had to wonder at just how fast Naruto was already becoming familiar with the sabers he hadn't used before now. Her instincts as a swordswoman were now screaming at her to be cautious of this young man before her, that he would easily slice her into pieces if he wanted to. The fact about them having been friends for years didn't matter to her at this moment, as she watched how gracefully Naruto handled his new sabers. This was a real live swordsman that has now taken the place of her kind and funny friend as soon as he unsheathed these sabers. She bet he felt the same about her now as she was unsheathing her ninjato to prepare for the spar. She was proven right when she noticed Naruto's one-eye shift to her warily as her blade cut through the air as well. His usual grin slowly faded out as he focused his attention on Yugao doing some practice swings. The atmosphere grew tense little by little as long minutes passed. Don't you need more time to get used to the loss of your depth perception, or at least take your eye patch off? Yugao broke the terse silence finally as she lowered her sword. Naruto visibly relaxed at this sight as he stuck the saber in his left hand into the ground, then he reached up to his eye patch. Oh, Enko-chan didn't tell you I stayed behind last night to do a few Injutsu project with Arrow Sennin? He said as he peeled it off and tossed it to Yugao. Put it on and you'll see the results, he added as he briefly displayed his brilliant ice blue Sharingan before shutting it to avoid the risk of anyone else seeing it. That sight did some funny things with Yugao's insides a little bit, and she had to admit he looked even more handsome with that eye. Shaking it off inwardly, she brought the eye patch up and she noticed several small seal arrays etched into the inside as she put it on. Since it was tailor-made for Naruto, it wasn't a perfect fit, but she got it on nonetheless. She was a little surprised when she felt it stick to her skin suddenly, and with a shimmer, the eye patch became completely see-through. Wow! She breathed out while she looked around the clearing for a moment, quite able to see out both eyes as if the eye patch wasn't even there. She turned her attention to a grinning Naruto. As you probably can guess, we put a seal on it that makes it entirely see-through from the inside, with a little bit of chakra being the only thing it costs to activate each time I put it on. I don't need to take it off in battles or whatever other situations call for it. That'll give me some advantages when enemies think they were attacking my blind side or underestimating me. I'd also like to add you still look rather beautiful even with that on, he said lightly with a grin, making Yugao blush a little as she peeled the eye patch off to pass it back to him. For some reason, she had a feeling it wasn't just flattery, and he really meant it. Thanks for the demonstration, Playboy. I can imagine you being able to copy jutsu whenever you wanted to because no one would suspect you have the Sharingan activated under that. Yugao pointed out, but Naruto frowned as he fitted the eye patch back on. I don't like the idea of being able to copy almost any jutsu everywhere I look, especially the ones my allies work so hard to learn. With that in mind, we added one more seal array. It was something Ero-sennin was working on to counter the Sharingan until when the Uchihas were killed off. We just finished it yesterday. It blocks the Sharingan's ability to see chakra in anyone, making it impossible to copy any jutsu precisely. We then had a happy accident when we learned its memorizing ability relied on chakra too, and it was also blocked. That's a good thing since I was literally feeling my brain fill up with all the stuff I didn't want to remember. Right now, I just have really good vision out the left eye and I can live with that on a daily basis. He explained his eye patch's capabilities to a surprised Yugao. So you'd have to take it off in battles then. She finally pointed out a potential issue after a moment's thought. Naruto shook his head with a mischievous grin and tapped his left index finger on the side of his eye patch. With a quick application of my chakra to this spot, I can turn the inhibiting seal off if I need to and no one would know. Fuinjutsu is amazing, isn't it? He said with a chuckle. Yugao smirked and nodded her head in respect for his skills. Naruto then yanked his saber out of the ground and raised both of them into the air to form an X above his head. Yugao's eyes widened in alarm and quickly brought her sword up in front of her, her palms already becoming sweaty on the hilt at the potential threat in front of her. Ero-sennin is getting out of the hospital any minute and I have to meet him in a little while before he leaves Konoha. I'm afraid we'll have to keep this short. The eye patch is activated so you don't have to worry about me accidentally copying your style and techniques. Naruto spoke calmly, his visible eye focusing on her as if she was his newest prey. Yugao swallowed a little as she sensed how much more powerful and deadly this young man became with the sabers compared to when he wasn't using them just a moment ago. She had eliminated many enemies with her ninjato so far in her career and considered the sword to be her pride and joy. However, it felt like it would do as well as a butter knife in her hands against him right now. She tensed her body to full awareness and prepared herself to go all out from the very onset. She would not take it easy on Naruto this time. Naruto grinned as he began to step forward, his sabers still crossed above his head. The growing threat of the spar beginning any second pressed down heavily on the female ANBU's body, but it didn't seem to affect the blonde. That irritated and scared her at the same time. Any sword expert understood that to strike first in a duel would usually lead to defeat. However, as she felt her body instinctively move forward and preparing to swing her ninjato downward in a preemptive strike against the briefly surprised Naruto, Yugao knew if she had waited for him to begin, it would have meant certain loss for her. As she pushed every inch of her body into going all out, the female ANBU thanked every deity out there for Uzumaki Naruto being on her side, and she pitied the poor bastards that would go up against him any time he unsheathed his sabers from now on. 30 minutes later, Gecko Hate cursed his condition as he involuntarily coughed once again. Ever since he inhaled some poison gas released by an enemy long ago, his lungs never fully recovered from that, and he was having a particularly bad episode today. He also received some bad news from the Hokage in addition to that, so his mood wasn't the best despite his usual laid-back demeanor. He needed to find his girlfriend and inform her, which was why he was hopping on the tree limbs through a forest, toward Training Ground 42. Considering how much she talked about Uzumaki Naruto as a potential swordsman, and the fact some people saw him with a purple-haired woman heading off toward the training fields helped him easily deduce where she would have been right now. Jumping clear of the trees and landing in the large open area, Hate frowned as he searched around only to find no sign of either Naruto or Yugao right away. Coughing through another fit, he wondered if he needed to head over to Yugao's apartment and wait on her. However, a flash of purple caught his attention and he focused his gaze on a particular tree on the far edge of the clearing. Yugao was sitting against it and trembling slightly. He knew something had happened as he jogged up to her. "Yugao-chan?" he called out cautiously as he approached her. The beautiful woman perked her head up at hearing her name and smiled softly as she saw her boyfriend. She was covered in sweat and grime. "Hi-kun, I'm going to need some help getting home," she murmured tiredly as she lifted an arm to show that it was trembling violently from fatigue. Hate raised an eyebrow. "Did you get hurt?" he quizzed with a concerned frown and a cough. "It's not that. After Naruto-kun left, I just lost strength when all the tension left me and can't really move for now," she clarified. Hate nodded and carefully picked her up to drape her over his back in order to give her a piggyback ride back home. "So, what happened with the Uzumaki boy?" he queried as they began making their way into the forest toward the village. We just sparred, then he needed to take care of some business. That's it. It took all I had just to barely pull out a win over him, and it was only because I had more experience, she admitted softly. That made Hate cough in surprise and snap his head around to look at her face with wide eyes. He knew from her expression she wasn't joking. That's not all. He had to refrain from doing killing or crippling strikes since this was a spar, and it was easy to tell his sword style comprised mostly of those kata. If this had been a duel to the death, I'm not confident I would come out alive, let alone get away with my body intact. He's going to be the best swordsman in Konoha, no question. She murmured in awe, and Hate grinned. She wasn't afraid to admit this, even to her own boyfriend who was currently Konoha's best swordsman that also trained her. He always did like her honesty. So the boys already got at least one admirer. He teased. Yuga blushed a little, glad he wasn't able to see it from her position on his back. I think you'd change your mind about calling him a boy if you met him, Haikun. She rebuked. Perhaps so, but it won't be any time soon, unfortunately. Oh no, don't tell me it's another long-term mission. Afraid so, Yugao-chan. Ginma and I have been requested to go to the land of tea to guard a client for however long he needs. He's a very wealthy politician and made a lot of enemies within the local Yuzuka. The Yuzuka's reported to be full of Ronin samurai and missing nin, so we're fairly sure this will go on for months. Hate replied sadly before Yugao slapped a hand on his back in frustration. You were gone for 3 months earlier this year. It's the nature of the work we do. You should understand that, Yugao-chan. I know. It's just that, when you got back, I only saw you for a little bit before I went on my own long-term mission until just a couple weeks ago. I was starting to get used to seeing you on a regular basis again, Haikun. She murmured sadly as she squeezed her arms around his neck and buried her face against his back. At least you found a new sparring partner in your new object of admiration. Hate pointed out with a grin. Yuga blushed again, and it annoyed her that he and Anko were the only ones able to easily tease her like this. Naruto was about to become another one soon enough, though. Hokage-sama was kind enough to give me and Ginma 2 days off before we would need to leave. He also asked me to relay to you that there are no ANBU duties for you for just as long. A rather happy coincidence, I would say, he added lightly with a smile. Yugao smiled happily and hugged him from behind again. I don't suppose you know what we'll do for the next 2 days? She innocently asked before forming a saucy smirk, knowing full well what were on their minds at that moment. I'm pretty sure I can think of a couple things. Around the same time in a secure location. Wow! This is where you normally train, Hokage-jiji. Naruto remarked in wonder as he stared around this training ground. It wasn't much different from others with the exception of the large clearing being ringed by many wooden totems with a large wooden statue, as tall as a normal tree, sitting at one point in the circle. It reminded him of a Buddha statue he saw once because of how serene it looked as it sat cross-legged with its hands together in a permanent prayer. However, this one was thinner and it had multiple arms sticking out from behind to form a half-circle as if a large fan was affixed to its back. He felt Kurama frown at the sight. Something bothering you, Kurama? It's just a memory from long ago. You'll see what I mean soon enough. I see you've noticed the totems and the statue, Naruto-kun. They were created by Hashirama-sensei to help provide security and privacy while anyone trains here. Normally only a Hokage should use this, but all 4 of us have made special exceptions, like I did for my ex-students. The Hokage's voice cut in from behind Naruto. He turned around to see the third and Jiraiya standing side by side. Jiraiya was now fully recovered and clothed in his usual outfit. He also had all of his stuff sealed in the large scroll on his back. It was apparent to Naruto that his godfather was going to leave the village after this. So why are we here? He asked neutrally, pushing that depressing thought aside. Dumbass! You're smart enough to understand that if Sensei allowed you to come here, he's already giving you permission to use this field once in a while, Gaki. Jiraiya said gruffly while the Hokage nodded with a smile. The blonde beamed excitedly at this news. According to your report, you were successful in obtaining full transformation with Kurama-san's chakra, so I decided it would be best if you practice using that technique twice a week here instead of waiting until another opportunity to safely travel out of Konoha comes along. The third explained, and Naruto frowned. How would this particular field let me transform without having the entire village piss themselves every time they feel Kurama's chakra? We're definitely not far enough out of Konoha for that. That's the purpose of the statue and the totems. The Hokage replied with a raised finger before he began walking over to the statue with Naruto and Jiraiya falling into step behind him. Naruto-kun, Kurama-san's chakra isn't the only thing around here that could frighten the villagers and some of our weaker shinobi. I may be an old man, but my power is still great enough to have the same effect whenever I go all out in my training. It was the same for the Sannin, your father, Tobirama-sensei, and Hashirama-sensei. Especially the first Hokage. The Hokage spoke as he came to a stop in front of the statue. Naruto-kun, have you tried copying any jutsu yet? He asked as he turned to the blonde, who adopted a neutral expression. I haven't yet. Why? I'd like for you to memorize this sequence and how the chakra molds. It's how you'll activate the security measures here. Naruto sighed as he tapped a chakra-infused fingertip to the side of his eye patch. I can see your chakra now, and I repeat that this really feels like cheating, he muttered while Jiraiya chuckled next to him. You'll get used to it, and I feel this is the correct way to use the Sharingan, Gaki. Of course you use it liberally against enemies. However, with allies you ask their permission, and if anyone offers you any jutsu out of the blue, take it without question. Otherwise, it'd feel like an insult to them that the jutsu they worked so hard to learn wasn't considered worthy enough for you to spend a few seconds copying. Just be grateful you weren't raised in Uchiha. Most of them grew up learning it was their kami-given right to steal others' techniques and styles as if they all belonged to them. He said as he ruffled a hand through his godson's hair. Alright, I'll give it a try now. Naruto spoke more resolutely this time and focused his attention on the Hokage, closing his right eye to let only the Sharingan take it all in. The Hokage smiled and began doing a series of hand seals. Naruto easily memorized the entire sequence, and he noted how the chakra molded in a specific way at certain points. He frowned when he thought the old man took a while to finish his sequence. Hokage Gigi, you don't have to slow down for me. I can still memorize everything if you go faster next time. He encouraged, but was confused when Jiraiya burst out laughing and the Hokage smiled mischievously as if he knew something Naruto didn't. It hit the blonde after a moment's thought. You went at your fastest speed possible, didn't you? Because of the Sharingan, you only looked slow to me. He deadpanned. The third grinned playfully as he nodded. No kidding. I barely kept up with him myself. Jiraiya laughed as he slapped a hand on Naruto's back. Let's see you try this, Naruto-kun. Press your palm against the circular indentation on this statue's stomach and say Fuin when you've finished the sequence. Naruto did as the Hokage asked, and he watched in fascination as the statue lit up with a loud hum, and what looked like solid walls of white light quickly spread out from it in both directions along the totems to form a circle. It was only half a second later when the two walls of light met on the opposite side of the clearing before the wall stretched upward and curved into a large dome that engulfed the entire clearing. Whoa! Was all Naruto breathed out. This is how anyone was able to train here without worrying about any spy gathering information on the jutsu he or she uses. On the outside, this just looks like an empty and unassuming clearing, but we're hidden from anyone who may have somehow slipped past the rather extensive ANBU presence around this area. The barrier also prevents anyone outside from sensing any chakra being used here. In short, you may go wild with Kurama-san's chakra here and no one out there would be the wiser. To leave here, just do the same hand seals here but say Kai instead. The Hokage explained, enjoying the awestruck expression on the young man's face. After a minute of taking the sight and the information in, Naruto turned back to the older men with a grin. This is going to help a lot. Kurama and I thank you for this, Hokage Gigi, he said with a sincere nod. I also brought you here today because Jiraiya-kun and I are a little curious about how much stronger you are when fully transformed. Would it be possible to demonstrate this to us? I can try. It was kind of a blur the last time, though. Naruto replied uncertainly. Hang on. I'd like for you to copy one of my jutsu before we move on, Gaki. Jiraiya cut in and Naruto turned to him with a frown. He hesitated on what he wanted to say before nodding seriously as he remembered his godfather's words earlier. Good, you're already learning to appreciate the opportunities your Sharingan presents you, Gaki. I wanted you to learn this jutsu because it'll improve your defense, and it'll also help you protect others as well. It's pretty simple to execute but also can be very effective depending on the amount of chakra you push into it. You've seen me use it plenty of times. Jiraiya explained as he readied his hands for sealing. Naruto narrowed his left eye as he prepared to copy his godfather's jutsu. Jiraiya grinned before blurring through the hand seals and slamming a palm to the ground as he shouted. Doton, Doria Hiki. Earth Wall. A large solid wall of earth rose out of the ground with a loud rumble, and it towered over everyone. Naruto watched all of this with awe as his Sharingan automatically memorized everything. That's Doton. I don't have an affinity for earth, he pointed out as he remembered that detail. Just try it, and push as much chakra as you think you need into it. One more thing, just because you copied a jutsu doesn't mean you've mastered it. I expect you to practice anything you copy if you're going to use it in the future, Gaki. Jiraiya ordered sternly, and Naruto nodded quickly. He had no complaint about that since it would help him deal with the feeling of cheating on this in the long run. He moved a few meters away to put in some distance from the original wall. He then almost instinctively blurred through the seals he memorized and molded his chakra exactly like how Jiraiya did it. He slammed a hand on the ground and shouted, "Doton, Doria Hiki!" An equally large and impressive-looking earth wall rose out of the ground with a loud rumble. When the wall finished forming, Naruto straightened up with a slight pant. Whoa! I actually felt like I spend more chakra than even when I use both Daitapa, Great Breakthrough, and Karya Enden, Dragon Flame Bullet, and that's the most chakra-consuming collaboration jutsu I have so far. Technically, anyone can actually do any jutsu, even the ones that didn't match their natural affinities. The problem is the amount of time required to learn any of these jutsu, and then the abnormally high chakra cost afterward. Your Sharingan skips the long learning process, and you can easily deal with the high cost because of your massive reserves. This is one of the many reasons why I wanted you as the sole candidate for this implant. Hiruzen explained. This is why I said to practice any jutsu you copy. Do it long enough, and it'll help reduce the chakra usage. Though, since we do have an affinity for earth, we're able to mold the earth walls in different ways, like spitting out a stream of mud to create walls anywhere it touched. You'll likely be unable to do that even if you copied exactly how we molded it that way. Jiraiya added. Naruto nodded in understanding, though he wasn't exactly enamored with the thought of spitting mud out through his mouth anyway. Wow, I can see why the Uchiha clan thought the sun shone out of their collective ass as long as they had this Dijitsu, he remarked before he began to look uncertain. Jiraiya sighed exasperatedly, as he knew exactly what his godson was thinking, before putting a hand on the blonde's shoulder. You're not going to turn into an Uchiha. No matter what happens from here on, that Sharingan is your tool to command. Not the other way around. I know you'll put it to better use than most of the entire clan ever did in their long history. I'm proud of you for taking on this responsibility, and always remember you're not alone in this. You have people around you who'll support you and keep you grounded, including me. He spoke with a reassuring grin. Naruto nodded hesitantly, but hearing Jiraiya's words made him feel much better about this. Alright, let's move on, Gaki. Time to show what you got, then I'll have to leave. Jiraiya encouraged, and the Hokage nodded his head as well. Naruto frowned as he realized a particular issue. Ero Sennin, I don't really remember, but was I naked when you found me on that mountain? Jiraiya nodded grimly as he remembered the horrific sight of his godson's mangled body. That's going to be a problem. I was wearing my clothes before I changed. Apparently I'm going to shred them every time. Naruto concluded as he began stripping his clothes off. The men turned around to give him privacy. In the expert-level Fujitsu book I gave you recently, there should be a seal array that allows you to automatically switch outfits or seal whatever you're wearing, Gaki. It can be painted anywhere on your body, and you can modify it to automatically activate when it senses a certain action in your transformation, and it then seals your clothes. Jiraiya spoke out as Naruto finished removing his outfit. That's a great idea. I could set it to activate when it senses a large amount of fur growing on my body. Thanks for the tip, Ero Sennin. Okay, I'm going to do it now. Immediately, Kurama's presence washed over the men from behind like a powerful tidal wave, and they worked to resist every urge to turn around and take defensive stances. More waves splashed over them as Naruto continued to transform slowly. They winced as they listened to his bones growing and popping, his muscles stretching, and his straining voice changing in pitch from a growing teens to something very deep. What unnerved them the most was the sharp cracking sound of the ground underneath Naruto as it strained to support the extra mass from the transformation. After a long moment of the powerful presence beating down on their bodies, their anxiety about Naruto still having full control began to set in. Before long, they sighed in relief as they felt the raw and powerful presence finally begin to even out, and it became somewhat more controlled. Surprisingly, changing like this didn't hurt as much as I remember. Then again, most of my body had already been crushed into paste when I did this last time. Naruto's deeper voice boomed throughout the enclosed clearing. The older men turned around and their eyes widened when they saw nothing but a wall of large fur-covered muscles at their eye level. It took them too long a moment to realize they were staring at Naruto's new torso as it expanded and shrank with each rumbling breath. With their jaws slowly dropping open, they moved their heads up, and up, and up until their eyes finally locked with the transformed Naruto's fierce crimson right eye. His left eye was still covered by the eye patch, but that only served to make him look even more menacing. "Oh Kami," Hiruzen whispered with wide eyes. Inoichi's description of what he saw in that severed head's memories the other day didn't even come close. Jiraiya could only swallow loudly. The transformed Naruto bared his sharp and deadly fangs as he grinned mischievously, but it looked much more sinister than intended. "I see you're struck speechless by this handsome form. I'm really going to like the Sharingan if it's going to keep letting me commit those priceless expressions to memory," he rumbled out humorously. Few days later at a local weapon shop, the bell above the small and unassuming weapon store's front door chimed as Naruto stepped in. He took a moment to take in the various weapons, accessories, and outfits being offered for sale on shelves throughout the store and concluded Yugao was right when she spoke about this store selling nothing but quality products. "Welcome to the Broken Dagger. I believe this is the first time I've seen you here." A deep voice rumbled through the store, making Naruto snap his head toward the sales counter at the back. He frowned slightly as he took in a large, bald, and grizzled man with a long and bushy brown beard. He also looked like a walking mass of solid muscles upon muscles. "What's with weapons makers and their stereotypes?" he muttered quietly as he walked up to the counter. The large man apparently heard that and cocked an eyebrow with a grin. "Who else did you meet, and what types do you think I follow?" he asked lightly as he crossed his massively thick arms over his chest, making him look very imposing over any other person the same size as Naruto. However, the blonde wasn't intimidated one bit as he stared up into the older man's dark brown eyes. "Let's see, grizzled looking, huge, massive muscles, and supposedly very scary looking, but actually wouldn't hurt a fly in most situations. All of this despite the fact you create some of the deadliest looking weapons I've seen on display on these shelves," he observed nonchalantly. The large man and he spent a long silent moment staring at each other, before the man broke it with a rumbling chuckle. "I believe you may have gotten everything right about me. However, when my daughter's involved, there's no line I wouldn't cross," he admitted as he glared lightly at the blonde. This boy was close to his daughter's age and definitely had the good looks, especially with that eye patch. "I'll keep that in mind if I ever meet her. Uzumaki Naruto," Naruto promised sincerely before introducing himself as he reached out with a hand to shake with the large man. "Shiga Keita. I'm the owner of this store and I'll be helping you with whatever you may need today, Uzumaki-san." Keita spoke gruffly as he closely observed Naruto some more. He was impressed since this boy didn't act like a nervous little kid walking into a place like this for the first time. Instead, this blonde just calmly observed every detail he could see from where he stood for a moment before letting out a sigh as he reached behind to remove a small scroll from his waist pouch and laid it out on the counter. "Please call me Naruto. As for your other question earlier, the other weapon maker I met made these," he said as he applied some chakra to unseal all 6 of his new sabers. Keita's bushy eyebrows shot up as high as they could go while he slowly took in each of the sheathed sabers with his experienced eyes. He saw a tiny but familiar stylized M signature etched onto the inward curve of each saber's crossguard. "Well, I'll be damned! These were made by Masamune!" he exclaimed as he carefully reached for one of the sabers and picked it up to unsheath it halfway in order to observe the beautiful and perfect gunmetal-colored blade that peeked out. "Chakra metal as well! You don't see that old man make anything out of this type of metal often. These are gorgeous! You obviously know your stuff, Shiga-san. However, I just recently got them and I'm afraid I didn't take much time to think about how to secure these sabers to my body until now. I'm interested in having some sort of a 2-piece harness system tailored to hold all 6 sabers." Naruto got to the point of his visit, and Keita raised an eyebrow in interest. "Please, if you insist on me calling you by your given name, you should call me by mine in return. Anyway, I think I already have a harness in mind. However, would you please clarify what you meant by 2-piece, Naruto-san? My kenjutsu style calls for me to use 2 sabers primarily in any battle. However, in extreme situations I can adapt to using all 6. Keita-san, I was thinking I'd like the harness to be tailored in such a way that I can either unseal one piece with 2 sabers for normal situations, or unseal both pieces with all 6 sabers for extreme situations." Keita nodded in understanding as he listened to Naruto continue to describe his idea more in details. He also grinned inwardly since this was going to be a quick but fun project to work on. I'll need to take measurements, and you'll have to come back every once in a while to have the harness adjusted as you grow, but it's certainly doable. Shall we begin, Naruto-san? He said as he took out a length of measuring tape. Naruto nodded with a happy grin, glad that he easily found someone to help make his idea come to fruition. After a few moments of discussion, Naruto decided to leave Keita to his business. As he waved goodbye while walking out of the store, he bumped into a brunette that was the same height as him. He quickly noticed her hair was done up in twin buns that made her look somewhat like a panda. Her white Chinese shirt and loose black training pants didn't help detract from that idea at all. He did find her rather cute, if not a little tombish. "Excuse me. I wasn't watching where I was going, and I'm sorry," he quickly said sincerely as he bowed his head slightly. The girl smiled brightly as she waved it off and inclined her head slightly as well. He did see her blush visibly when she observed him closely. He wondered if he was blushing as well since he had to admit he really liked her smile and her expressive brown eyes. "No harm done. I wasn't careful either, so I'm sorry too. Have a nice day," she said brightly as she slipped past him into the store. Naruto grinned and shrugged as he walked down the street. Meanwhile, inside the store, Keita smirked as he watched his only daughter walk in with a slight blush on her cheeks. He had seen everything that just happened through the window. So even his tomboy of a daughter could find a male attractive if she wanted to. "It must have been hot outside if your cheeks are red like that, Tenchan," he observed with an innocent smile. Tenten snapped at him with wide eyes as she slapped both hands to her cheeks. "Yeah, it was hot outside, Dad. Anyway, I'm done with training, so I'm going to shower," she mumbled evasively as she quickly disappeared through the door to the house attached to the shop, leaving behind a snickering large man. A few weeks before Naruto's final term at the academy, clang! A clash of metals sounded throughout the clearing of the training ground 42 as Naruto brought one of his sabers up to defend against a vicious kunai strike from Kakashi. If he didn't know any better, he'd have thought his sensei was seriously trying to kill him. Clang! A quick follow-up swipe from Kakashi was barely deflected as Naruto brought his second saber up for defense. Even though he had the advantage of two blades and a powerful kenjutsu style against Kakashi's single kunai, it felt like he was easily being toyed around with. This powerful man certainly wasn't an elite jounin for nothing. His exposed red Sharingan locked with Naruto's ice blue one, and the blonde felt a rush as he sensed multiple paths that Kakashi could use to flow into from his last attack. As the silvered-haired jounin began his next course of action, Naruto's Sharingan then immediately narrowed down the paths until only one remained. It was going to be a stab at his neck from the side. He tried to react in time to counter Kakashi's attack, but he could only manage to deflect the attack once again instead. This went on for several more minutes as clanging sounds filled the air. Finally, Naruto dropped his sabers and collapsed to all fours with heavy pants. "Kakashi-sensei, I can't go on." Kakashi chuckled with an eye smile as he pulled his hitai down, put his kunai away, and took out an orange book to begin reading through it once again. Throughout all of this, he wasn't even looking a little winded from the vicious assault he had mercilessly imparted on the blonde teen. "You still haven't been able to react faster to my attack patterns, it seems. I'm sorry to say I'm still holding back. If you had faced off against someone as strong as me who has no qualms about killing you, the best thing you can do with that Sharingan is to use it to run away," Kakashi said bluntly as he flipped over a page in the book. "You keep telling me to react and choose just when my Sharingan shows me the multiple paths you could have taken instead of waiting until it predicted your true path. How the hell do I know which you would actually take? It just feels like my body wouldn't budge at all until the Sharingan finally showed me your true path, and then I could finally move. I just can't seem to react any sooner," Naruto muttered with a frustrated frown as he calmed his heavy breathing. Kakashi nodded his understanding. "I've had the same problem myself when I first got the Sharingan. It took me a long time to get used to it. Unfortunately, like I've told you in the beginning, using the Sharingan properly is mostly based on instincts. When your Sharingan presents you with multiple attack paths your enemy could take, you'll just have to instinctively trust your choice and react accordingly at that moment instead of waiting too long for your eye to determine the true path. As you are right now, you'd certainly react fast enough against many weak opponents. However, against someone that's just a bit higher level than you or more, you'll only just be able to defend yourself at best or unable to react at worst. You'll just have to keep at this until you can break through that barrier your subconscious has set upon your body," Kakashi explained as he continued to read the book. Naruto nodded his understanding as he put his eye patch back on. I guess that's it for today, he remarked sadly as he looked up at the sky to determine the position of the sun for time, which was around 5 in the afternoon. Don't worry, you're catching on quick with this, Naruto. Don't let this get you down, Kakashi assured. It's too bad you can't also teach me some genjutsu as well. Not even my Sharingan could copy any of your illusions because my capacity is too high to use anything properly. Even though I clearly memorized how the chakra was molded, my chakra control just is never going to be that great, Kakashi-sensei. It wouldn't have mattered in the long run since it's definitely not your style to use genjutsu anyway. The most important thing from this aspect is that your Sharingan can instantly detect and break many illusions even better than mine. There won't be any more of those several seconds delays while Kurama-san has to tell you and then help break you out of any genjutsu placed on you. That Sharingan effectively cut out the middleman, and the few seconds saved will make a huge difference in a life-or-death battle. I feel unwanted, Naruto. I might just be a little jealous of an eyeball. Kurama cut in with mock hurt in her voice. Wouldn't that give you one more reason to take it easy instead of having to focus on saving my ass? Naruto retorted inwardly. You make it sound like I want to be lazy. The last time I came into the mindscape, you slept through my entire training time. He thought with deadpan. Kurama had the decency to strike a sheepish pose. That particular patch of grass was so comfortable, and the sun was shining just right that I couldn't help myself. She defended herself rather lamely. I'll see you next weekend for some more work on this. I expect you to try to break the barrier soon in your ongoing training with your tenant. Until then, ja-ne. Kakashi's voice cut into Naruto's inner conversation as he waved goodbye before disappearing in a leaf shunshin. Well, you heard the scarecrow. Sorry, but I'll just have to kick your ass all over your mindscape once again soon. Kurama tried to say neutrally, but Naruto could easily detect the excited glee in her tone. At least I think I figured out how to beat you. Just lure you over to that particular patch of grass and watch you succumb to your overwhelming laziness. He thought back with a grin. He chuckled aloud as he literally felt Kurama flipping him the bird. First day back at the academy, Uchiha Sasuke wasn't interested in many things aside from taking revenge on a certain man and restoring his clan to its former glory. However, he found himself rather curious about Uzumaki Naruto as he observed the blonde step into the classroom, surrounded by his friends. He would never admit the sudden interest to anyone, though. The big difference between now and the last time he saw Naruto was, of course, the eye patch the blonde was now wearing over his left eye. As Sasuke observed the entire classroom erupt into conversations over how Naruto had gotten that injury, he had to admit, at least only to himself, that he was feeling a little forgotten. Old dope. How did you lose that eye? Fall on a kunai while practicing over this summer? Sasuke spoke up with a smirk, curious as to how Naruto would react to his provocation. It was his friends who reacted instead by glaring coldly at him, while a growling Kiba had to be physically held back by Shikamaru and Shino. Naruto turned his head, his one eye focusing on Sasuke as if he noticed the Uchiha for the first time since entering the room. His expression was blank as he stared at Sasuke for a long moment, making the raven-haired boy shift uncomfortably under his gaze. His lips then twitched upward into a half-smile. Sure. I fell on a kunai. Let's go with that, he said lightly, before reaching an arm around a surprised Hinata and pulled her in next to him. Thankfully, my new girlfriend nursed me back to health with her kisses. He finished as he planted a quick kiss on her cheek, causing her to blush and squeak out an eep. The room was silent for a few seconds as everyone watched and absorbed this sudden development, before someone in the back decided to make the room's opinion known. It's about goddamn time! This made the entire room, minus Sasuke, break into loud cheering and clapping. As Sasuke watched classmates move in to congratulate the new couple, he frowned. He knew Naruto was lying about the falling on a kunai bit, but he wasn't going to call the blonde out on that for now. However, seeing as his plan to rile up Naruto had failed, he moved back to his original plan for the day, brood in his seat and stare out the window like usual. Omake, Dragon's bad day ANBU headquarters some time ago, fuck this goddamn body. I can't stand brats, so why is it that my body has to be punished monthly for something I do not even want one bit in the first place? A dragon-masked ANBU snarled inwardly as she pushed herself to complete more paperwork in her office. She winced as another wave of painful cramps and aches racked her body once again. It was almost enough to destabilize her special genjutsu that hid her more feminine features. She could have allowed people to know her true gender at least, despite her insistence on her secrecy. But she understood that misdirection was the best option for someone in a powerful position like her. As the top ANBU in the Hokage's employ, she essentially knew all of Konoha's dark secrets, and many jutsu. Forget being just one gold mine of information, she would be as valuable as 10 gold mines for any other village if they managed to get their hands on her. What better way to fool the enemies by having even her own comrades think she was male? However, at this moment, she truly wished she was a real male so she could skip all of this torture. She had already taken her frustration out on several of her male subordinates today, as she secretly envied their good fortunes. As another wave of pain made its way through her, she slammed her pen on the desk with an audible snarl and sighed in frustration as she tried to burn 2 holes in the desk with her glare. That was why she was befuddled for a brief moment, when a large marshmallow fell onto the desk in front of her with a soft whump. Her eyes widened in realization as this meant only one thing. Uzumaki! She slowly growled each syllable out in a distorted voice as she slowly moved her head up to lock her gaze with a wide-eyed Naruto caught red-handed as he hung upside down from the ceiling with chakra in his feet and more marshmallows in his hands. He apparently was trying to stick some marshmallows onto her dragon mask's long horns. Since she was so distracted, he would have succeeded easily if he hadn't dropped that marshmallow. He tried to raise his hands in surrender, only for the marshmallows he was holding to fall onto the desk and dragon. Several of them bounced off her mask, making her entire body tremble with barely restrained fury. Air! Naruto tried to begin as he continued to hang from the ceiling. Dragon snapped and decided she wasn't going to hear any more of this as she quickly reached for the ninjato strapped to her back. It took Naruto all he had to flatten himself against the ceiling to avoid her vicious slash. The terrified blonde then hopped off the ceiling onto the floor and ran straight out of the office with his best possible speed. Dragon was right behind him, breathing down his neck as she prepared to repeatedly swing wildly at him with her sword. She had clearly gone insane with anger. The ANBU that happened to be around did their best to get out of the way of their enraged commander chasing down their terrified nemesis while they were cutting and crashing their way throughout the headquarters. They also had to admire the blonde's resiliency since he managed to last this long against the powerful dragon's assault. Finally, after 10 long minutes of pursuit, Dragon trapped Naruto in a dead-end room and he had nowhere to go but through an enraged ANBU. How nice of you to pick this room. It's soundproofed so no one can hear you scream for mercy while I slice you into pieces. She growled out insanely as she closed the door behind her and brandished her sword threateningly. It was just a prank that didn't even work. How the hell did this get so out of hand? Naruto shouted frantically as he quickly climbed with chakra up to the far upper corner of the room with his back to the walls, keeping his trembling eyes on the enraged ANBU. You just picked the worst possible day to try something with me, she hissed as she stepped closer to the blonde. She had to admit making the blonde squirm like this was doing wonders for her mood, but she would still cut him up a little to teach him a lesson. Just as the crazed ANBU dashed forward and prepared to stab something blonde with a pointy thing, she happened to be reminded of some whisperings between her subordinates a few years ago. It was about how a cab-masked ANBU had her menstrual cycle accidentally announced to everyone within earshot because of this teen in front of her. As she noted Naruto wrinkle his nose in confusion for a moment, she remembered, with growing dread, that this blonde had an amazing sense of smell, and she realized that was how he sniffed out Yugao's period at that time. Her horror was complete when Naruto's confused expression changed to one of wide-eyed shock as he blurted out, "You're a woman?" That stopped Dragon cold in her path as her sword halted mid-stab, inches from the cringing blonde. She was now frozen solid with shock and denial. As Naruto gulped at what he just said, he understood fully what was going to happen if he stupidly remained here while the ANBU was apparently rebooting her brain functions. Taking advantage of her temporary immobility, he hopped off the walls and slipped past her easily before opening the door to disappear out into the hallways. He made a beeline for an exit, not wanting to be anywhere near here when Dragon came back to her senses. A few minutes later, a suffering woman fell to her knees in the middle of a demolished room and yelled out her frustration at this bad day getting worse as another wave of cramps and aches hit her full force. Chapter 19: A Long Day. One lovely fall day in the Hokage's office. "I can see your fingers twitching, Hokage-sama." Yugao's voice cut into Sarutobi Hiruzen's consciousness just as he was seriously contemplating setting fire to the stacks of paperwork sitting on his desk. His hands were inches from forming the first seal for one of his katan jutsu. He glared up at where Yugao was concealing herself in the ceiling. You're a killjoy. My apologies, but I'm doing you a favor. Better to get these out of the way now instead of having new duplicates added to your regular workload the next day. I wonder how Minato-kun managed to get out of the office so early most days and be able to move on to other things. I wish he'd have at least left a hint somewhere for me to find out that secret. The third grumbled as he stared forlornly out the window at the village underneath. It was clear most of the populace were outside on the streets, as they happily enjoyed the beautiful and sunny day. There was something to be said about living in the land of fire, since its mostly temperate climate made living through all 4 seasons easy. Even in winter, it rarely dipped below 10 degrees Celsius. Speaking of blondes, isn't someone a little overdue for a visit here? Lion's voice by the bookcase curiously inquired. I believe Naruto-kun is still getting used to being back in the classroom for the final term. It's only been a month or so. It's hard to believe he's still not an official shinobi yet after hearing what happened in Iron this past summer. Boar's voice spoke up from his concealed spot on the office's couch. I offered him a chance to graduate early, but he preferred to spend the remaining time with his friends. The third replied with a proud smile. Think he'd do well with us? Boar wondered, and Hiruzen chuckled when Nico and Lion quickly voiced their agreement. Trying to recruit your sworn enemy? He said amusedly. Hokage-sama, from what we've heard, that kid destroyed 10 experienced shinobi with nothing but his wits and guts. That's quality NBU material. I'd gladly roll out the red carpet for him on his way into the headquarters. Lion said straightforwardly. Sarutobi nodded with a grin, enjoying seeing how his surrogate grandson affected other people. You may want to hold on to that red carpet. A new voice, full of mirth, cut into the conversation, making everyone's attention snap to the office's door. Standing in the doorway was the person they were just talking about, Uzumaki Naruto. He was grinning with his visible eye flashing mischievously. Yo! He greeted with a raised hand. It's good to see you back here, Naruto-kun, the Hokage said happily as he worked to contain his amusement at his ANBU being caught unaware by Naruto again. I'm finally used to being back in the academy. My classmates just wouldn't leave me alone about my eye and Hinata-chan. As for me being recruited into the ANBU, I'm not saying that's off the table, but I wouldn't hold my breath for the foreseeable future if I were you guys. Naruto replied honestly as he stepped into the office. Oh? Well, at least we won't have to deal with your stupid pranks. Boar's voice huffed in mock offense at being declined. Naruto smirked evilly as he gazed at the couch. I'm planning on stopping doing pranks for the most part when I graduate, but if you're going to miss them, I'd be happy to keep on going. No! Please don't! All 3 hidden ANBU cried at the same time in pure terror. Naruto smiled brightly as he threw up a victory sign, while the Hokage laughed out loud. What brings you here, Naruto-kun? He finally inquired after settling down. The blonde cleared his throat. I learned something new from Hinata-chan recently, and I was wondering why you didn't tell me earlier. What is it that I failed to inform you about? Hiruzen's expression turned somewhat serious. Naruto glanced around at where the hidden ANBU were. Clan bylaws, he said quietly, and the Hokage understood. He waved a hand dismissively. Please give us some privacy. He quickly ordered of his ANBU, who immediately vanished from the room. There was dead silence for a long moment as the two stared at each other, before the older man broke it with a deep sigh. I apologize for not telling you anything about this sooner, but you have to understand that you learned of your heritage when you were just 9. I thought it was better to put this off until I felt you were mature enough, he explained. Naruto grinned and shrugged. I'm not mad, Hokage Gigi. At that age, I'd have been more concerned about avoiding getting the cooties. I can imagine that. However, if not now, then I would have broken the news to you soon. Most likely when you've made Chunin. Why that particular milestone? That's when I believe would be a good opportunity for you to take up more responsibilities as the last representative of the Uzumaki clan. Also, your parents left many things in my care and I'm to turn all of them over to you when you reach age 16 or get promoted to Chunin, whichever comes first. Naruto widened his eyes at that revelation. I don't suppose I could do something to get my inheritance early? He asked almost hopefully. Unfortunately, the third shook his head sadly. Your parents was very adamant about that particular condition. That's too bad, but if that's what they wanted then I'll have to obey them as their son. Worth a try though. Have you given any thought to the particular bylaw that brought you here? The old man inquired. You mean knocking up willing women everywhere to restore the Uzumaki and Namake's lineages? Naruto retorted bluntly and grinned when the Hokage winced and shifted uncomfortably in his chair. That's a crude way of putting it, but yes, to be honest, I didn't like the idea at first when Hinata-chan explained this to me. I would have been perfectly happy to be a one-girl man with only her, if we ever go that far. The whole village would be shocked if you two don't tie the knots within the next few years. The third thought in deadpan. Is that still your thought now? He queried, correctly guessing there was more to this. Naruto sighed and ran a hand through his hair before smiling fondly as if he was remembering something. Ever since the blonde began wearing his eye patch, the Hokage noticed this young man had become more expressive with his emotions. Perhaps it was due to being able to focus on just his one visible eye for any hint of emotion. After that, Hinata-chan then launched into how she was looking forward to getting to know more women who genuinely love me. She hoped to have more sisters that she would have a lot in common with, at least in regard to me, but also different in other ways as well. She had this excited look on her face, and I knew I just couldn't really say no to her. She was just so encouraging, and I honestly couldn't find any good enough reason to go against any part of this. Probably didn't help that I actually like a couple other women in addition to her, and I couldn't just turn off my feelings for them. He explained. The village will be grateful to you when your children grow up to be powerful and help keep Konoha even more safe and secure if they so desire to follow in your steps. The Hokage replied with a smile, but Naruto smirked weakly. I'll be honest with you. It won't be out of duty to the village or even to my two clans if I do this, Hokage Jiji. It'll still be because I genuinely feel affection for the women I might meet, and it's mutual on their part as well. I may be beginning to think about this, but there's already at least one thing I know I want out of all this. There has to be strong companionship and unity between the wives if I actually have more than one, and the children must have love and attention. In short, I want this to be one big family. I've never had that myself growing up, and I don't want the same for them. He declared with the most determined expression the old man had ever seen on him so far. The third nodded sadly, inwardly cursing this young man's unfortunate circumstances not for the first time, and definitely not for the last time either. I wouldn't settle for anything less from you. Nevertheless, whatever will happen in the future, I'm glad to see you be open to this, Naruto-kun. Oh, it still hasn't sunk in yet. If any other girl ends up showing affection toward me, I'd probably wonder what the hell I was getting myself into. Naruto replied with a nervous chuckle. A few minutes later outside the office, looks like you're actually going through with this. Kurama suddenly spoke as Naruto was making his way down the stairs toward the Hokage Tower's exit. I'm still thinking about it. I wonder if I should blame my teenage hormones for this. I have to admit the prospect of getting to love more beautiful women in addition to Hinata-chan is pretty enticing. I'd say you have a pretty remarkable control of your libido for a healthy young man, so no, you can't blame your decision on hormones this time. Hell, Kushina was hornier than you at this point, and it's still a big puzzle to this day that she hadn't even entertained the prospect of allowing more women to get with Minato, considering he was the last Namikaze at that time and a Hokage. She could have gotten so much kinkier that way. Even if we didn't include Minato's special circumstances, polygamy isn't illegal here. It's just not usually made public. And at what point in this conversation did you think it was a great idea to remind me about my own mother's sexuality and fetishes, Kurama? Naruto grumbled in annoyance, as he tried not to think about his deceased parents in that way. You don't understand, Naruto. I learned things from her. It's not every day a millennia-old entity like me with my vast knowledge learns something new at this point. She was like the goddess of sex incarnate. You should have seen the many amazing things she did just with her tongue. ARGH! The embarrassed blonde flailed his arms around his head in a futile attempt to shut Kurama up. This drew strange looks from people around him since he was out on the streets at this point. Are you done? A red-faced Naruto grumbled inwardly as he slouched over childishly and shoved his fists into his pockets before continuing down a street toward the Central Market District. Yes. Kurama chirped cheerfully, but it was painfully obvious she was going to bring this topic up repeatedly in the future just to annoy him for her own amusement. Troubles with your tenant? A female voice whispered from behind. Naruto smirked and glanced over his shoulder to find the innocently smiling face of Yugao. She had just changed into a regular jounin outfit without the flak vest. Was it that obvious, Yugao-chan? I guess you were about to get off duty when I came to see Hokage Jiji, he assumed. He hadn't noticed until recently that he began to use the affectionate suffix with Yugao. When he tried to apologize about his rudeness one day, she laughed it off and explained, with a happy grin and a small blush, that it felt more natural to her this way. They did spend a lot of time together lately on sparring, chatting, and going out with Anko. The off-duty ANBU nodded and fell into step beside him while they made their way down the busy street, unaware they were attracting attention. Yugao was a no-brainer with her incredible beauty and a confident aura that only a powerful kunoichi possessed. It was the other one that was causing some mixed emotions in the villagers around him. The older people, unable to let go of their past, felt incredibly threatened by Naruto with his increasingly masculine features as he had grown a few more inches and gained more muscle mass since his hospitalization all those months ago. Not to mention the visible scar down the left side of his face and the eye patch. The younger people were different, however, in that they felt mostly admiration. The young males admired his cool but approachable aura despite the orange outfit, and they wanted to be like him one day. The young females couldn't help but forget their elders' warnings to avoid and ignore him, and burn every detail of him into their memories instead. They knew he would be in their naughtiest dreams for a while to come. To them, he was the quintessential bad boy of their fantasies. Though they were also jealous, too. The males of Naruto for being next to such a perfect woman without sputtering or blushing as they would have, and the females of Yugao for casually speaking to such a dreamy-looking man, and having the looks to back it all up. None of this were noticed by the duo as Yugao stretched out her arms overhead with a blissful moan, stretching her already tight blue long-sleeved shirt against her skin. Naruto had to admit she struck a very attractive profile as his eyes discreetly took in her amazing body when the thin fabric stretched to show off the curves and contours of her incredibly toned stomach, hourglass figure, and shapely breasts. He also easily made out the outline of a tank top under the shirt. Not for the first time, he felt a small amount of envy, but great respect as well, for Gecko hate on gaining this beautiful and strong woman's affections. He'd have to meet this man and hope they'd get to spar occasionally. From the way she spoke about his skills, he wasn't the only one checking her out. Involuntary, he told himself, as many men on the street at that moment felt their eyes drawn to the gorgeous purple-haired woman as if heeding the calls of a siren. Maybe I should take back what I said about you having control of your libido. That is one fine body though, so I can understand why. Kurama cut in with clear amusement. Hush you. Go take your nap. He grumbled with a small blush. The dark-skinned beauty smirked and shrugged as she yawned. She then drifted off to sleep for a long nap inside the mindscape with her almost daily activity of poking fun at Naruto now done. She curled up cutely on a soft and cool patch of grass under a large tree's shade, her kimono temporarily serving as blanket for the most part. If she wanted, she would have had Naruto create a house with a bed for her, or at least used one of the buildings in the urban portion of the mindscape, but she always preferred being as close to nature as possible, likely due to many years spent in her fox form. Oh, that feels so good. I've been cramped up in that ceiling for too long. Yugao exhaled happily as she lazily shook her arms after stretching. She then turned her head toward her fellow swordsman, who immediately shifted his gaze forward now that the brief display of sexiness was over. Naruto-kun, do you have some free time? I got plenty today. It's almost lunchtime. How about I treat you? I'd like to spar with you afterward as well. You still can't get enough of me? Naruto teased with a smirk. Yugao glanced away with a slight blush. Like I've said before, sparring with you has done nothing but improve my skills in leaps and bounds. Hae-kun will be very surprised when he returns from his mission and sees how far I've come. Hard to believe you barely won our first spar and afterward you're having an easier time kicking my butt, the blonde admitted. Yugao scoffed. Doesn't mean you're any less terrifying to fight. I still get chills when I remember your rapid stabs that seem to come from everywhere. I still have to rely on pure instincts to deflect those. You're plenty scary yourself, Yugao-chan. I know my style doesn't have perfect defense, but you kept your cool while easily analyzing and attacking my openings even though I was aggressive and relentless. I'm just surprised you didn't use that strategy much in our first spar. I think it was just nerves facing off against a new sparring partner because of just how few of us true sword users there are here in Konoha. Also, your style has never been seen before anywhere in the nations. It was just a matter of getting used to how you fight. Yugao replied thoughtfully. Most people would have included many members of the ANBU, who needed to have some degree of experience with a bladed weapon as a basic requirement for joining the unit, in that classification of sword users, but not her. Instead, she easily counted on one hand how many people she knew here in Konoha that truly practiced the use of swords, with Naruto and herself included. It would have been too easy otherwise. Naruto agreed as they began to look for a place to eat. Soon in a packed barbecue restaurant, So, is it okay for me to ask about what you discussed with Hokage-sama? Yugao inquired curiously as she deftly used her chopsticks to pick up a cooked piece of meat from the hot iron plate sitting on the table between her and Naruto. They were sitting cross-legged across from each other on the tatami floor in one of the restaurant's many small private rooms in the rear. The room also had a large window on the rear wall that opened up to an excellent view of the Hokage monument and the surrounding area. The rooms, each protected from prying ears with privacy seals, were a favorite feature of the shinobi visiting this restaurant since they had more privacy to discuss sensitive information compared to the restaurant's main dining area. The clan bylaws? Naruto quizzed and Yugao nodded as she nibbled on her meat. The blonde did his usual sheepish pose and chuckled nervously. This isn't an easy topic for me to discuss with any woman. Let me begin by asking you if Anko-chan has ever mentioned to you who my parents were. No. She was rather annoying about it too, like how she would randomly say I know something you don't, in a sing-song voice for the past year. Yugao grumbled with an annoyed frown, and Naruto grinned fondly as he collected several pieces of his meat off the hot plate. I'll give you a hint, he said, lazily pointing his chopsticks toward the large window as if to indicate something outside. Yugao followed the gesture to see nothing but the large monument dominating the view through the window. She narrowed her eyes at this vague gesture, but something was niggling at her consciousness as her gaze landed on the fourth's large bust. Her eyes bulged out comically in realization. She then rapidly shifted her gaze back and forth between Minato and Naruto, who was doing a perfect imitation of his father's scowling expression on the bust, several times, and her mind latched onto how similar they looked. She groaned loudly and covered her face with both hands, obviously feeling like an idiot. You'll burn your meat, Naruto warned in monotone, having obviously anticipated this reaction, before nonchalantly reaching across the table to transfer her cooked pieces of meat to her plate with his chopsticks. It took her a long moment to speak. I guard the Hokage's office on a regular basis. I see the fourth's picture hanging on the wall behind the desk all the time. How the hell was I so stupid to not have made the connection, considering how often you visited the office over the years? She mumbled disbelievingly through her hands. It probably helps that none of the people that knew about this made a big deal out of it. Thanks to that, they never drew any attention to this fact, even if it was obvious. Besides, I prefer to be known as just Naruto, not the honorable son and all that crap, he assured. Yugao slowly removed her hands and nodded reluctantly, before an idea popped into her head. I just realized who your mother was too. It was obvious how much they cared for each other, even though I was still in the academy at that time. I assume the bylaw you're referring to involves restoring the Uzumaki line with multiple women? I suppose your Namake's traits shouldn't die out either. She deducted calmly. See? You're still as sharp as ever, so don't let that missed connection earlier get you down. He praised and Yugao blushed a little. So you can see why it's not an easy topic for me to bring up with anyone. What if they assume I'm just using this to get as many women as I can? He explained. The ANBU cocked an eyebrow with a smirk as she nibbled on another piece of meat. Are you? No. Even though I do appreciate the fine female form like any other straight man, I would be happy enough with just Hinata-chan if we go that far. The whole village would be very surprised if they don't see her in a white wedding kimono next to you soon. Yugao echoed the Hokage's thought from earlier in deadpan as well. You don't seem to be bothered by this. Aren't women generally disapproving of anything that Ero-sennin would wholeheartedly support with all his effort? Naruto's voice snapped her out of her thoughts, and she took a moment to get what he was saying before chuckling. You'd be surprised how accepting most women, especially kunoichi, are. In this kind of world, life's too short, and only the most traditional women would fight to the bitter end to make sure there's only one man for each woman. I personally know 2 women in the ANBU who are sharing a man, and one of my male colleagues admitted he was seeing 2 sisters. And by traditional, you mean someone like Kurenai-san, I guess? Naruto ventured with a raised eyebrow. Yugao had to sigh at her friend's well-known hatred of anything perverted. Honestly, she seriously needed to get laid, and her longtime academy crush Saratobi Asuma couldn't come home from his tour with the 12 guardians soon enough. Rumors in the third's slightly chipper mood as of late seemed to confirm that his son would return any day now. Polygamy isn't as rare as you think it is. It's generally accepted among the women, both civilian and kunoichi, in this village, and likely other major hidden villages too. In this kind of world, most weak and stupid men seem to find many ways to get killed early in their lives, leaving only stronger and smarter ones that many women would want to have children with. While there are still many of us that would never share their men with others, the female-to-male ratio is rather skewed, and it's not uncommon for 2 or 3 women, usually sisters or good friends in many cases, to share one man and bear his offspring. They just don't usually make it public. Your situation is only different in that it'll be publicly known due to your heritage, and you all can legally marry. She explained. Naruto nodded in understanding. So I guess I can expect no more than 3 then? He wondered. Yugao actually snorted out a laugh, drawing a confused frown from the blonde. Oh no, 3 is definitely too small a number for someone like you, she said in between chuckles. What do you mean? Despite the village praising that little Uchiha boy as their next rising star. I, Hokage-sama, and the others who really matter in the force know it's you instead, and the iron incident reinforced our beliefs. Not even your father did all of what you've done by your age. He saved my mom from Kumo all by himself. Naruto tried to say dismissively, but Yugao wouldn't leave it at that. You saved the 2 Hyuga heiresses, and we can't forget Enko-chan. He graduated at the age of 10. Hokage-sama offered you a chance to graduate at 9, but you declined. He killed hundreds before he was even 14, the same age as I, just bandits and genin mostly. You took on 12 C ranks, 1 B rank, and 1 A rank before you even graduated. The fact you survived them all is a huge testament to your skills. Also, we can't forget that Kumo kidnapper who you managed to sneak up on even though you haven't had any training yet. He was a jounin. He knew powerful jutsu. Are you even trying? You've learned more high-level jutsu at this age than almost anyone else. Still, I cheated with Kurama's help, my Kagebushin training method, and the Sharingan. Hello? Hiraishin? The ultimate instant kill jutsu? The main reason he was a SS rank shinobi at 18 instead of a high A rank? Damn it. I give up. I admit I'm pretty strong. You happy? Naruto grumbled as he pouted and crossed his arms childishly while Yugao was smirking victoriously. The blonde let out a defeated sigh and decided to get back on track. So the stronger the man, the more women he may attract? This all sounds like... He struggled to say something tactful. A perfect example of the alpha dog hierarchy among the more primitive people in the past, right? Or alpha fox in your case, I suppose? She finished and Naruto nodded slowly with a wince. Yugao smiled assuredly to show no offense for that kind of thought before continuing. Yeah, I can't deny that even on behalf of my fellow females. I suppose in a society where war is eliminated, we'd be able to afford to pick even a weak man if he had just enough attributes we look for, and not have to worry much about being protected. However, in this world where death and rape are common, and war could happen any minute, being with the strongest male usually meant getting the best possible protection, even for most of the powerful kunoichi out there. Naruto's eyes widened before looking down a little forlornly at hearing about the state of this world. Kurama had told him stories about past civilizations in which there were no war for long periods of time, and it happened exactly like Yugao said. Polygamy was actually outlawed everywhere and men didn't have to be strong and smart to attract women. Kurama disagreed with this, as she was a firm believer in the philosophy of the survival of the fittest. She felt her belief was proven correct as she watched previous civilizations become weaker and dumber due to the gene pool becoming diluted with defective genes. Meanwhile, stronger and confident people were slowly pushed out because of their barbaric nature, leading to insecure and sniveling idiots blackmailing and buying their way into powerful positions in their civilizations and trying to show off who had the biggest dick. That lasted until one idiot finally pushed the big red button and reset everything back to medieval age where those same barbaric people were rulers once again. Naruto shook himself out of his thoughts as Yugao continued. Though if strength is all there is to you, then 3 is all you would have gotten at most. Instead, any smart woman will be able to tell you have a very caring and loving nature in addition to your growing power. In the near future, they'll see that you would do everything possible to keep your friends and loved ones safe. That'll score major points with those looking for someone that can protect them and their children. Naruto furrowed his eyebrows in thoughtful silence for a moment, before he realized something. What about the Hokages? They were the strongest men in the village, yet I don't remember anything about them being surrounded by women. He disputed. Yugao's sweat dropped as she remembered some details she learned as an ANBU. Let's begin with the 1st and 4th Hokages. The main similarity between those two is that they each married an Uzumaki. Need I say more? She offered as if Naruto would easily get it. It took him a moment to realize the important point before sweat dropping as well. Yeah, that makes sense. From what Kurama told me, Mitoba-chan and Mom had nasty tempers and were so headstrong they basically controlled their husbands. Can't believe my dad was so whipped, he conceded. The ANBU chuckled before continuing. The third actually had two women, who were very close friends, at one point in his life. Unfortunately, the first one was killed early in the First Great War, and the other. She paused and sighed here, remembering watching her leader stare forlornly at a small photo he kept in his desk from time to time. Sarutobi Biwako died on that night. She was helping your mother give birth to you. She finished. Naruto widened his eyes, feeling a sharp pang of guilt. Kurama had told him there were two medics, one of them older and apparently in charge, nearby when the masked man murdered them in cold blood to get at him. He then scowled as he ticked on another reason to find and destroy the masked man and silently promised to do his best to give his surrogate grandfather some closure on this. Yugao smiled sadly upon seeing the blonde's expression. It's not your fault, Naruto-kun. We'll find the one responsible, together, right? She asserted, making sure her friend didn't try to take this on all by himself. Naruto snapped out of his thoughts to stare at her for a moment before nodding hesitantly. Good. Moving on to the last one. Senju Tobirama, or the second Hokage. Master of the water element. Inventor of the Hiraishin Jutsu your father adapted and improved upon, not to mention many other jutsu. He also oversaw the biggest growth Konohagakure had ever seen as it moved from a gathering of clans to a true village. Many would argue he was a slightly better leader than the first, despite his flaws. There's a reason I saved him for last, though. Wow. Sounds like a total badass. Someone like him had to have at least one wife, right? Naruto said excitedly. You would think so, but he had one major and well-known flaw. What is it? Now he wasn't sure if he wanted to know as he watched a sinister smirk grow on Yugao's face. He was a goddamn man-whore, she announced cheerily, enjoying Naruto's shocked reaction as he nearly face-planted on the table where the hot plate was. What the hell? He was as close to a male prostitute as you could get without the money. Though there were rumors about some of his missions being straight-out prostitution to high-ranking noble ladies. He regularly slept with a different woman almost every week, and even with enemy kunoichi on missions. Despite being a known badass, he apparently feared only one thing, and that was commitment to only one woman. He even went as far to create an anti-pregnancy jutsu just to avoid being tied down with a child. With his reputation like that, no respectable woman wanted to touch him with a 10-foot pole. So that's what would happen if we somehow let Erosenin become Hokage. Naruto muttered, now recovered from his shock. That sent a chill down Yugao's spine, and she decided right there she would assassinate anyone who ever thought appointing Jiraiya as Hokage was a great idea. I guess I shouldn't adopt some elements of the second's outfit for my own when I graduate. He sounded like a badass, but do I want to be associated with a walking assortment of STDs? He wondered with a hand cupping his chin. Yugao, watching this, decided to tease him and adopted a saucy smirk. You should just go ahead with whatever you're planning. His good looks can't be denied, despite his less than stellar personality, so I'm sure you'll be more handsome using any element of his outfit. Plus, news will spread someday about your legendary stamina that can match even Gaisan's. She slowly said the last sentence, her smirk still in place. Naruto snapped his gaze to her. Why is that important? He trailed off as a bright red blush slowly appeared on his cheeks when he realized what Yugao was implying with her sexy smirk, making her almost crack up. The ANBU was enjoying this too much. There's a reason why kunoichi usually preferred trained shinobi, not civilian men. Any civilian woman that caught the attention of a regular shinobi would feel like she won 10 lotteries at once. With you, I wouldn't be surprised if it felt like 1,000 lotteries for any woman. She whispered the last part seductively, and then put on her most predatory expression as she stared intently at her blonde victim, even licking her lips sensually for added effect. Why Yugao-chan? Naruto sputtered, dropping a piece of his meat onto the hot plate. He wouldn't look her in the eyes as he struggled to pick it back up, his entire face now bright red with steam coming out of his hair. Yugao wasn't able to hold it in and broke into hysterical laughter while he watched with a deadpan expression. Haha, sorry. That was too good to pass up, she finally said after taking a long moment to settle down. Naruto just grunted in annoyance before smiling to say it was all in good humor. What's bothering you about this? I support this because I know you deserve the love any woman will give you, especially with your stigma. You'll be powerful, yes, but you'll also have a hard life with strong enemies after you. You deserve to know that there will be many loved ones awaiting your return from each mission and battle instead of being alone. Yugao inquired after seeing Naruto's still unsure expression as he poked at some of his sizzling meat on the hot plate. It's just that Hinata-chan's strongly encouraging this. If she wanted me all to herself, I would have had no problem with that. However, she apparently believes I have the capacity to love more women, and that there will likely be many out there that deserve the same chance she's had with me. I don't know why she got that idea. Am I really any better than the next guy? He muttered. Yugao displayed a knowing smirk as she took a sip from her drink. You regularly leave very positive impressions on many women, including me. It comes so naturally to you without even trying, and Hinata-san has clearly seen that. She pointed out. Naruto raised a skeptical eyebrow as he stuffed several pieces of meat into his mouth. The purple-haired Anbu scoffed, and brought her left hand up to count off his achievements with her index finger raised. You saved Hinata-san, and then her sister, from Kumo at an enormous risk to your life both times. In addition, the atmosphere within the Hyuga clan improved considerably with your continued presence. I've never seen so many relaxed Hyugas in the years since Lord Hyuga first welcomed you into the compound. Who knows what they would have been like now if it weren't for you? They probably have the same stick-up-the-ass attitude like most of the Uchiha clan had. Well, they were kind of stiff in the beginning, Naruto admitted with a shrug. Yugao smirked before she continued and added her second finger. You selflessly saved Anko-chan from being raped. She also would have had decades of misery to look forward to if you hadn't destroyed the curse Mark II. Before that night, I was very sure that one day she would have snapped and tried her best to get a quick and messy death somehow just to end her suffering. Because of that, you also saved me from my despair over continually worrying if she was even going to live through just one more day without giving in to that desire. Was it really that bad? Naruto murmured softly before Yugao slapping both hands sharply on her edge of the table surprised him, and he stared at her wide-eyed. She wanted all of his attention on what she was about to say. There had to be absolutely no doubt in his mind about his importance to her surrogate sister, Uzumaki Naruto. Believe me when I say I'm as certain as the sun rising from the east every day that you're the absolute greatest thing that ever happened to Anko-chan, she asserted heatedly as she leaned in, her voice thick and eyes slightly watery. There was silence between them for a moment before Naruto nodded his acceptance with a serious expression. Satisfied, Yugao blushed a little at her outburst, but she shook it off and moved on with her third finger added. I worked with Inoichi-san often on sorting out usable pieces of intelligence from the useless drivel many times. He's a brilliant man, but he's also the epitome of the term idiot parent. He talks about his daughter so much I wondered if I was gathering intelligence on the enemy, or Ino-san. Naruto had to chuckle at that. It was shortly after you and Ino-san enrolled in the academy that Inoichi-san began to tell me he was worried for his daughter. She wasn't taking her training seriously, instead preferring to diet excessively and focus on fashion in order to chase after fantasies of being assigned with the man of her dream and then get rescued by him whenever she got into trouble on missions. I might have somewhat understood if her fantasies were about you, but instead it was about that little Uchiha boy. She spat out the last 3 words with venom. As a woman who trained herself extensively to be a strong kunoichi from the very beginning, she always disliked what fangirls represented, but hated those who let undeserved fame go to their heads even more. In addition, there was a clear difference between the little boy Sasuke and the young man Naruto to her and many other people, that she was stunned someone as smart as Ino had never seen the obvious until recently. Especially when she heard about how that spoiled brat antagonized Naruto throughout the academy years just because of his inferiority complex. She also realized just now that little bastard called one of her idols a whore when he insulted Naruto's mother before getting the epic beatdown he deserved that day. She made a mental note to stab Sasuke if he ever got out of line around her from now on. In the balls. Repeatedly. She added. Don't tell me you didn't daydream even just once about your boyfriend heroically rescuing you from the bad guys, Yugao-chan? Naruto prodded teasingly. Yugao flinched and turned her gaze away with a slight blush before clearing her throat. Ahem, moving on. She muttered as she narrowed her eyes in annoyance at the blonde's victorious smirk on getting a little revenge for her earlier teasing. For a couple years, this kept up and I actually began to wonder if any female from your year, aside from Hinata-san, was going to survive her first serious mission out of the village. Then one day, Inoichi-san came into the headquarters rather ecstatic. It turned out Ino-san suddenly began to eat properly and took her training seriously, and I learned it was all thanks to you, she said gently, and Naruto looked away sheepishly. There are many more examples I could bring up, but these were the major ones I could think of. Oh, I also shouldn't forget that cute blonde girl from Suna. Yugao added casually as she raised her fourth finger, and Naruto snapped his head to her at the mention of that girl. His visible eye focused intensely on her, making her shiver slightly in awe of how much his eye patch added to his overall presence, even after a few months of getting used to the new look. Temari-san? What does this have to do with her? To be honest, I was doing guard duty in the office the last time the Kazakage came to visit Hokage-sama for some business. I cannot repeat the details, but I can at least tell you both your names came up often in their conversation. Naruto leaned back before letting out a sharp exhale. He then ran a hand through his hair in clear frustration. Well, if it's secret, then I'm not going to press you on this. However, this just made some of the things the Kazakage said to me after that meeting even more confusing. I understand, Naruto-kun. I just wanted you to know you apparently have made a lasting impression on the Kazakage's daughter as well. Naruto narrowed his eye in thought for a long moment. If any woman I meet in my life feels I deserve even a little bit of her love for any reason and I like her, I would give it a shot. To be honest, there are a couple girls I genuinely like in addition to Hinata-chan, and I thought it'd be nice if they returned my feelings as well, he said fondly. Yugao knew right away one of these girls was Anko. It was so obvious between those two. However, she was glad to get an actual confirmation from Naruto on this, even if Anko's name wasn't directly mentioned just yet. Why not go after them now? She helpfully suggested. Naruto suddenly looked nervous and bashful at that notion with red cheeks, which made her nearly squeal out loud since she found this sight utterly adorable. I'm still getting used to the idea of having just one girlfriend in Hinata-chan. I just think it'd be best if I don't try anything for a little while longer. There's also the fact any girl would have to understand I'm with Hinata-chan and whoever else, and then decide for herself if I'm still worth going after. I'm not going to force anything on them, he said firmly. Yugao nodded, pleased with his answer. Well, thank you for clearing all of this up with me. I'm done eating. You still up for that spar? He prodded as he patted his stomach. Of course. She chirped as she deactivated the privacy seal and rang the room's bell for a waitress to bring the bill. Later at the Purple Sisters' apartment, a sweat-covered Yugao opened the front door and stepped inside on shaky legs. He really made me work for my win this time. Cammy, I can't stand those stabs of his, she quipped to no one in particular, as she gently rested her sheathed ninjato against the wall next to the door. She then peeled her sweat-drenched shirt off and carelessly tossed it aside, revealing a tight white tank top underneath along with a very generous amount of cleavage. She made her way into the kitchen to prepare a glass of water. At that moment, the door to a bedroom creaked open to reveal a sleepy-looking Anko in just her red tank top and a pair of red and white striped panties, and her hair was down and messy. She yawned loudly before stumbling into the kitchen like a zombie. She then noticed Yugao through bleary eyes. Mornin', Yugao-ne? Naruto tire you out again, huh? She mumbled as she noted Yugao's ragged appearance. She then began to prepare some strong tea to wake herself up. Yugao nodded before frowning. You mean afternoon? You slept in rather late. Last mission kept me awake for at least 50 hours. Anko retorted, referring to a high-speed VIP escort mission that took her and a client from Land of Hot Springs to here without any rest. She had just gotten back around midnight. How's he? She continued as she began to boil some water. Yugao shrugged. He's doing fine. He stopped by the office this morning to see Hokage-sama for some issue about a certain clan bylaw. She answered, and noticed that got Anko's attention as she observed one of the younger woman's eyebrows twitch. Anko didn't say anything more as she silently prepared her tea. Yugao shrugged again with a smirk before moving into the living room to sit on the chair. She took a couple gulps out of her glass of cold water in silence while Anko finished making her tea. Finally, the clearly impatient woman briskly made her way into the living room with her cup. She sat down a little forcefully on the nearby couch and began to stare intensely at Yugao, who was still nonchalantly drinking her water. Out with it. You kept Naruto-kun's lineage from me for over a year. I think I'm entitled to keep quiet about this for a couple minutes longer. Yugao shot back with mock defiance. You finally figured that out? I bet he still had to hold your hand through that shocking revelation. Anko teased as she raised her cup to her lips, and knew she got it right when Yugao shifted her gaze away in obvious embarrassment. If it helps, I'm just too brilliant compared to all of you. I'm the first and probably still the only one to have figured this out by myself. Anko continued with mock arrogance. Yugao scoffed. Look at the ego on this little girl. They delved into laughter and teasing for a few minutes until Yugao finally let out a sigh. Yes, that bylaw involves clan restoration like you're apparently thinking. She finally conceded. Anything interesting? Hinata-san is apparently encouraging him to keep an eye out for more women. Bet he acted uninterested about this for a bit before giving in. Anko suggested with a smirk. That's not what I gathered from my lunch with him. He's taking this quite seriously, and it doesn't seem like he'll go after every pretty woman that caught his attention. He has to genuinely feel affection for them before he would consider anything. I have good news for you in that regard, Yugao announced, and she grinned as she watched Anko lean forward in anticipation. He really does like you. I've always seen that, but he just about said it outright today. Anko's eyes widened for a moment, before softening with a small smile growing on her face. That idiot. Liking a woman who's older than him and far out of his league, she said softly as she leaned back into the couch. Yugao scoffed. Something's wrong with you if you actually think that. As an overall package, even I find him very attractive, and I'm a little older than you. He'll be even more handsome and powerful in almost no time. He's mature beyond his years, he's fun to be around, he cares about his friends very strongly, and I know he'll take on the entire world to protect his loved ones. If I didn't love Haikun so much, I'd probably be by your side going after him. She admitted with a slight blush, and Anko stared at her with an eyebrow cocked in amusement. What? The ANBU challenged, daring her surrogate sister to say otherwise. Anko grinned knowingly before taking another sip. At the rate he's going, I wouldn't be shocked if even Tsunade-sama, who's in her 50s and regularly beats up every man who ever looked at her wrong, found him irresistible. Also, I wasn't being clear. Naruto has Ino-chan and Hinata-chan, two beautiful and rich clan heiresses the same age as him, hot and bothered for him. What do I have to offer in comparison to them? Anko murmured uncertainly, clearly believing she was the one who didn't deserve Naruto's affection. Yugao smiled softly. Aside from your amazing beauty, the fact you're one of this village's strongest kunoichi, and how he clearly sees your fun and affectionate personality underneath your tough exterior? There hasn't been a reason for me to doubt Naruto-kun's ability to judge anyone's character. In the end, you're apparently doing everything right because he cares for you a lot. Anko blushed before scoffing. Look at me, I'm not even bothering to hide how much I love him anymore. How pathetic. You weren't doing a good job in the first place anyway. Don't remind me. I think I just need more time, since I want to be absolutely sure of this. It's just hard to swallow the fact Naruto would love other women as much as he would me. Plus, he saved me from those bastards and the curse mark. That kind of thing would skewer a woman's opinion of even the worst scum in the world. Hell, my panties still get soaked every time I remember the details of how he systematically destroyed those pigs to rescue me. Anko said with a soft smile that spoke volumes about exactly how she felt toward a certain blonde. Yugao chuckled and reached over to pat a hand on the younger woman's thigh for reassurance. Anko-chan, you know as well I do that him saving you is only a tiny part of why you feel the way you do for him. For now, just take the time to sort out your feelings. Naruto-kun's still getting used to the idea of having multiple women, and won't be ready to try anything with another girl for a little while anyway. Anko nodded silently. Yugao wasn't finished yet though. However, I'll tell you from my experiences with Haikun that receiving someone's love is one of the greatest feelings a woman, even if she's the most powerful kunoichi in the world, could ever have. Don't deny yourself 1 second longer than you have to when the day comes you feel you're absolutely ready for this. When? Don't you mean if? Anko quizzed with a raised eyebrow. Yugao smiled and shook her head. Considering what I've been seeing between you two lately, I'm definitely sticking with when, she asserted before she drank some more from her glass of water. Anko blushed again with an annoyed frown, but didn't retort as she took another sip from her tea. She then slowly smiled as she allowed herself to think about one Uzumaki Naruto. Later that evening, after sparring with Yugao, Naruto returned home to shower, then took a quick nap. After waking up, he decided to go out for another walk around the village in a comfortable civilian outfit of dark blue shorts and white t-shirt with the orange Uzumaki spiral on its back. That was when he came across Hinata and Hanabi doing their shopping in the market district. They were dressed in matching civilian outfits of a long-sleeved blouse and black capris each. The only difference was that Hinata selected light blue as the color for her top while Hanabi picked white. Apparently it was one of the girls' turn to cook tonight, as he noted their shopping bags filled with fresh ingredients. Grinning mischievously since they haven't noticed him yet, he decided to surprise them by using his advanced stealth skills to sneak up behind them. Yo! He called out rather loudly right behind the two unaware girls when he followed them to an almost empty side street. They yelped in surprise and quickly turned around with their hands snapping into defensive positions. They forgot they were holding the bags of ingredients, and they all flew off into the air between the two parties. Fortunately for the girls, Naruto nonchalantly caught all the falling bags before they hit the ground while wearing a shit-eating grin. "I would be honored to carry your bags for you tonight, my fair ladies," he continued nonchalantly with a bright smile, pointedly ignoring the annoyed glares from Hinata and Hanabi. "That wasn't funny," the younger sister grumbled as she smacked a hand on his stomach. The elder sister just looked away with her cheeks puffed out cutely in annoyance. Naruto chuckled as he fell into step between the girls and they continued walking into the large and isolated clans district. The Hyuga sisters didn't stay annoyed with the blonde for long, and they began chatting about their day. It wasn't long before Hinata wrapped her arms around Naruto's left arm and sighed happily as she leaned her head on his shoulder. Incredible warmth and contentment flooded throughout his body, and she was apparently feeling the same, if her satisfied expression was any indication. He thought back to the popular topic of the day and wondered if Enko, Ino, or whoever else would cause him to feel this way as well. The blonde then noticed with a sweat drop that Hanabi was maintaining her stoic Hyuga facade for the most part, as she walked stiffly next to the couple. However, he knew what was coming when they were about to enter the long and private walkway leading to several clan compounds in the rear of the district, one of them belonging to the Hyuga clan. It was lined on both sides with tall and thick trees that provided thick cover overhead. From that point onward, anyone walking down this way would be safe from public's prying eyes. As if on cue when the threesome stepped past the threshold, Hanabi immediately dropped her facade and turned to Naruto with the best puppy eyes she could muster. Naruto flinched in terror at how quickly a girl could change her personality so easily. He knew what she wanted. "Aren't you getting too old for that?" he suggested with an amused smirk. Hanabi grinned wide and shook her head, whipping her long and straight black hair around. "Never with you, Oni-chan. Even 20 years from now!" she exclaimed as she continued her assault with her puppy eyes. Hinata giggled cutely on Naruto's other side. He turned to her innocently smiling expression. "You're her older sister. Aren't you going to scold her for not being proper? Now, why would I? We have privacy now and you two are so adorable together." Hinata giggled again as she squeezed his arm. Naruto sighed exasperatedly. "You know we get weird looks from the rest of your clan whenever we do this. It's not our problem if it bothers them, Oni-chan. It's not like you hate it, or do you?" Hanabi mumbled the last few words dejectedly as she looked down to the ground. Naruto felt his resolve breaking, even though he knew this girl was blatantly toying with his emotions to get what she wanted. "Oh, enough with your crocodile tears. Sheesh, hop on," he grumbled resignedly as he handed the bags in his right hand to Hinata for the moment, and shifted it palm up as he held it low in front of his hips. The small and slim Hanabi let out an excited squeal as she took a quick running start and nimbly hopped on the proffered hand as if it was a foothold with her left foot. Using the temporary foothold with a boost from Naruto, she launched herself straight up with a backward flip into the air and she was suddenly upside down directly above the blonde with a one-handed handstand on the top of his head. The blonde was still walking nonchalantly, not bothered by the young Hyuga's sudden maneuver. It was obvious she had done this often before. Hanabi couldn't contain a happy laugh as she balanced herself and briefly stretched out her legs and her free arm as far out as they went like a circus performer. It was clear the young heiress had an amazingly nimble and agile body. She then gently maneuvered herself into sitting down on Naruto's shoulders facing forward. At that point, her new rider retrieved the bags back from Hinata and continued onward as if she wasn't suddenly riding high up on his shoulders now. She was smiling brightly as she began to gently rake her fingers through his soft hair. Hinata wasn't able to resist cooing at the cute sight. "So how's it going in the academy now that you're a full-time student, Hanabi-chan?" Naruto asked. Hanabi initially began her first year part-time since she was still receiving private lessons. However, she changed her mind and wanted to go full-time this term to have better chances in making friends. Hanabi's hand stopped in his hair for a brief moment before resuming. "It's kind of boring, Oni-chan. You, father, and my tutors have already taught me everything they've covered so far in class. It's unbelievable how many of my classmates still doesn't know how to mold chakra properly yet," she murmured. Naruto and Hinata glanced at each other and smiled, as they understood how she was feeling. "Hinata-chan and I already knew a lot when we enrolled. We made the most of it, and enjoyed our time because we were with friends. Have you met anyone?" the blonde said. Hanabi's face lit up as she remembered meeting several of her peers. I guess so. There's this girl named Moegi, and I think we'll be friends at least. There's also Udan, and he seems intelligent and friendly, if not a little wimpy. We all ate lunch together once in a while. However, there's this boy I'll never ever get along with. She forcefully declared the last sentence, as if it was the one certain rule of the universe. Era, what has he done wrong? Hinata said lightly with a smile as she exchanged another glance with Naruto. He's annoying and arrogant. He only comes to class once or twice per week because he gets special lessons the rest of the time from this stuck-up Tokubetsu jounin who wears sunglasses all the time, even indoors. Any time he did come in, every other phrase he uttered was about how he was going to beat up the Hokage and take his hat. He wasn't quiet about it either. He's the reason I switched to full-time. I must have been considered a spoiled princess by my classmates when I only attended once per week in the last term. An odd and heavy feeling settled itself in the pit of one Uzumaki Naruto's stomach. It felt like he had just realized he chose the right paths in his life and managed to dodge a figurative kunai with regard to being an annoying loudmouthed moron. He wasn't able to comprehend why he had that feeling all of a sudden, though. You're not the only one. I just had this feeling I was stubbornly bitter and angry with you for many more years instead. Why would I do that to someone I'm essentially bonded with for his life? Then again, if you were actually a loud-mouthed moron, it's probably justified. Kurama suddenly spoke up with a confused tone. I wouldn't blame you either if I ended up being that annoying. What was his name? Hinata queried softly, cutting into Naruto's thoughts. I don't know. I don't think anyone does. All we know is that he's the grandson of the third Toki-sensei, and that stuck-up glasses idiot wouldn't call him anything other than honorable grandson. Konohamaru. Naruto interjected, drawing the sister's attention to him. That's his name. I haven't met him, but Hokage Jiju talked about him sometimes. He clarified before looking up into Hanabi's inquisitive expression. Hanabi-chan, please do me a favor. Make sure all of your classmates know his real name. Trust me, it's for his benefit. Why? Do you remember when I said I didn't know my own name for the first 5 years of my life? It was always monster, demon, demon brat, and many other things. I only found out my name when Hokage Jiji picked me up after the orphanage kicked me out, he explained as he felt Hanabi's hands clench in his hair. In addition, Hinata buried her face in his shoulder and squeezed his arm tightly. He knew they hated hearing about his previous treatment, but they needed to understand this. I wanted recognition, my own identity. I was happy and proud to be known as Uzumaki Naruto the day Hokage Jiji explained to me that I wasn't supposed to be called those other names. Konohamaru might not have had the same life as I did, but I can easily imagine how he's feeling if everyone kept insisting on calling him honorable grandson. It just told people that he's the grandson of a Hokage. So what? I think he's just looking for his own recognition by trying to beat up even his own grandfather and become Hokage so they'd at last call him by his real name. There was silence as the girls let Naruto's words sink in, and they were now walking up to the Hyuga compound's entrance. I understand, Oni-chan. I'll make sure everyone calls him by his true name. However, it doesn't change the fact he's still annoying, though. Hanabi huffed as she defiantly crossed her arms, and the others chuckled. They arrived at the gate, and Naruto had to deal with the guards' amused expressions as they watched him pass by with Hanabi still riding on his shoulders. See if they can deal with your sister's manipulations better than I. He grumbled to a smiling Hinata as they walked toward Hayashi's house. Hanabi smirked as she bent over his head to lock her pale eyes with Naruto's single one. That's a strong accusation, Oni-chan. What evidences do you have that I've been manipulating you? I have a very long list, and it'll take weeks to go through it all. The heiresses giggled at Naruto's deadpan retort just as they arrived at their destination. Hanabi reluctantly hopped off the blonde, quipping that his hair was too fluffy to stop playing with, and he was quickly invited in for dinner. After dinner in the formal dining room, your seared salmon and roasted potatoes were fantastic, Hanabi-chan. You're going to make your future husband happy someday. Naruto exclaimed as he patted his stomach. The Hyuga sisters were sitting across the large Japanese-style dining table from him. Hinata smiled and nodded her agreement, while Hanabi blushed prettily at the compliment. Hayashi, who was kneeling at the head of the table, had just finished eating as well and carefully put his chopsticks down across the plate. Indeed, Naruto-san is correct. Like how quickly you are taking after your elder sister in Gentle Fist, I am pleased to say the same for your cooking as well, Hanabi. He complimented sincerely. Hanabi beamed, and it would have been impossible to wipe the smile off her face for the rest of the evening. Hayashi then raised an eyebrow in the direction of a suddenly wary Naruto, who sensed an uncomfortable topic coming up. Speaking of husbands, would Hinata eventually be your only wife, or shall I expect to hear about more, Naruto-san? He queried, barely hiding his smirk, knowing he was going to enjoy the reactions from the couple. Naruto almost spat out the tea he just sipped and coughed, while Hinata kept her gaze focused on her lap as her entire face turned a startling shade of red at the mention of being married to Naruto. It wasn't that she was embarrassed. Instead, she was imaging what would happen on the wedding night, then the next morning, and the following afternoon, and so on. She had to fight off a nosebleed. Hanabi raised both eyebrows in surprise since she had the clan bylaws drilled into her head recently, and she knew her father was referring to clan restoration. Oniai-chan was actually part of a clan? After coughing for a moment, the blonde then let out a short chuckle. I shouldn't have been surprised you know about my parents. How long, Hayashi-sama? Many years. Since the day you first visited this compound, to be precise. It was an educated guess I made with my brother in the beginning, but I became convinced of its validity as time passed. The traits of Minato-san and Kushina-san, both physical and personality, were too ingrained into you for it to be a coincidence. Oniai-chan, may I ask about your parents? I don't believe I may have heard about anyone named Minato or Kushina. Hanabi inquired softly, wondering why Naruto was being encouraged to take on multiple wives instead of only her sister like she originally thought. His parents apparently came from powerful clans to warrant the use of that bylaw. It seems your tutors were inadequate in their lessons, Hanabi. At least when it came to learning the actual names of famous figures in this village's history. Hayashi muttered with furrowed eyebrows while Naruto smirked. I wouldn't have paid attention to their names if they weren't my parents. Their monikers were much cooler. That is to be expected of you, Naruto-san. Please do not put my daughters, who are far more intelligent, on the same level as you. Hayashi retorted dryly before smirking amusedly when Naruto slumped over in depression at the jab. The sisters giggled at the banter while the blonde grumbled. Well, who were they? The younger sister pressed. Naruto grinned foxily as he removed his eye patch, revealing the handsome ice blue Sharingan that made the girls blush briefly. I want to burn this next part into my memory. Why? Hanabi queried as she cutely tilted her head to one side. If Hinata-chan's reaction was any indication, this is going to be a good one too. Naruto chuckled as Hinata covered her face with both hands in embarrassment at the reminder. A long time ago, the Uzumaki clan used to be so large and strong that it ran its own village in the former land of whirlpools. They were famous for their skills in Fuinjutsu and battle. Their most well-known traits were enhanced healing, long lifespans, and massive chakra reserves with unique properties. All containers of the fox, including me, were all Uzumaki solely because of that last trait. The clan prospered until it was invaded and destroyed in the Second Great War because their enemies feared the power they held. Most of the clan perished in that incident, and the rest were scattered into the world. My mother was lucky enough to have been here in Konoha when this happened, and her name was Uzumaki Kushina. She was a beautiful and famous kunoichi feared throughout the nations for her skills with Fuinjutsu and a special brand of jutsu called chakra chains. She had several nicknames, but her most famous one was Red Hot-Blooded Habanero. He began fondly, clearly remembering all he heard about his mother. Hanabi's eyebrows shot up as high as they went. She clearly recognized that moniker. My father was Namikaze Minato. Not much was known about his family name since Dad lost all of his relatives when he was young, according to Erosenin. Despite all that, he had excellent genes and grew up to be a powerful shinobi that just about single-handedly won the Third Great War for Konoha. At this point, Hanabi's pale eyes widened to epic proportions and she looked like she was about to hyperventilate. I see you've caught on. Yes, I'm the son of the Yellow Flash, also known as the Fourth Hokage who saved this village from disaster on the day of my birth. Unfortunately, it was at the cost of his life, as well as my mother's. Therefore, being the last known heir of a once powerful clan basically requires me to ensure its continued survival. Plus, the fact my father was a Hokage will help strengthen the line for the future too with my Namikaze side. The best way to do that is to find and fall in love with multiple women in order to have many children and raise them together to increase the chances of my family's traits continuing onward to future generations. Thud. That was the dull sound Hanabi's body made with the floor as she limply fell backward from the table in a dead faint. Hinata was already at her little sister's side fussing while Hayashi exasperatedly shook his head with a quiet chuckle. Naruto laughed heartily as he put the eye patch back on. That'll never get old. Soon outside on the rear porch. Do you remember when you formally requested permission to court my eldest daughter after you recovered from your injuries? Hayashi suddenly asked as he took a sip from his cup of warm sake. He was sitting on the edge of the porch as he enjoyed the eerie but beautiful night view of his large and private backyard, which was a large Zen-style garden with a sparring ring in the middle that was used for training. Elegantly carved stone torches peppered the garden to cast a dim and eerie glow everywhere. Splashing were heard from a nearby koi pond as its fish were in a feeding frenzy due to Naruto sprinkling a handful of feed into the water. It was just the two of them since Hinata was bathing with Hanabi and putting her to bed afterward. He dusted his hands before turning toward Hayashi with a deadpan expression. Of course I do. I was a nervous wreck. Even though I felt you'd be okay with us dating, I was half expecting you to challenge me to a death match for Hinata-chan's hand. He chuckled before abruptly putting on an annoyed expression. Instead, you stared at me with that blank expression, as if to say about goddamn time you realized her feelings, before basically saying we're free to do whatever we want as long as we were responsible about it. What the hell? You had to know what that statement meant. You're like the worst overprotective father ever, he exclaimed bluntly while pointing dramatically at the clan head. Hayashi cracked a rare smile, indicating to Naruto that he had just made the stoic clan head do something equivalent to laughing out heartily. Were it anyone else, I would have, as you said, challenged him to a death match, and I would put everything I have into wiping that person's existence off the face of this planet. Hayashi spoke seriously with a bloodthirsty glare at imagining someone other than Naruto daring to go within 20 meters of either of his daughters. Naruto gulped at the clan head's expression, and was glad he somehow managed to get on this powerful man's good side from the very beginning. Hayashi turned toward the blonde with a gentle expression. However, you have made a father's most important, but near impossible, job infinitely easier when it came to ensuring my daughter's greatest happiness with the right man. I also trusted both of you to be mature enough to decide for yourselves on how and when to advance your relationship each step. Besides, even if I wished to play the role of an overprotective father for my own amusement at your expense. Hayashi briefly paused to enjoy an annoyed glare from the blonde. It would be foolish of me to get between my daughter and her prey, romantic interest. He purposely slipped up on the last statement, making Naruto stare at him blankly. He knew exactly what the clan head was implying. I have a feeling there's something about Hinata-chan I haven't discovered yet, have I? He finally said after a moment. Hayashi smiled again and Naruto frantically checked the sky to see if it was going to turn blood red as a sign of an upcoming apocalypse. The stoic Hyuga clan head had just smiled fully twice in one day. Shaking it off, he turned his gaze to the side with an uncertain expression. Putting that aside, we're currently just boyfriend and girlfriend. I would be honored if Hinata-chan finds me worthy to be her husband because I now can't really imagine my future without her at my side, but that's still up to her. Hayashi raised an eyebrow exasperatingly at this young man's surprisingly low confidence in his high desirability to women in general. His thoughts echoed the popular unspoken opinion of the day. It would take a cruel and unfeeling god to separate my daughter from you at this point. Even if that did happen, I would bet the entire clan's wealth on Hinata tearing apart the deity for even daring to attempt that foolishness. Getting back to my original question, did you know you may have to take on multiple partners at that time? Hayashi neutrally asked. Naruto became really nervous about answering questions relating to his odd situation, especially when the powerful father of his first girlfriend was asking them. Naruto-san, it is perfectly fine to answer anything I may ask. I am merely curious, Hayashi assured gently as he took another sip. Naruto nodded and seemed to take solace in that. Hinata-chan alluded to that bylaw when we confessed to each other, but I never really gave it much thought until she finally sat me down the other night, and we discussed this thoroughly. At the time I was asking your permission, I didn't really have a clue my lineage would be so troublesome. He muttered the last word like a certain Nara. Hayashi smiled gently as he could tell Naruto was going to take this very seriously, and carefully consider anything that may happen to avoid unnecessary issues with Hinata and whomever else he would have his eyes on. Shall I assume that I would be expecting to hear about other women in your life alongside my daughter? I'll be upfront with you. There are at least 2 other girls I feel I could love as much as I do Hinata-chan someday. I have no idea how it'll work out with them, but I'm going to give this a try, Naruto said firmly as he looked into Hayashi's eyes with conviction. Your statement and expression helped answer quite a few of my questions at once. To be honest, I have to admit I am somewhat relieved you may be considering this. Why? The blonde asked, puzzled. It has to do with my deceased wife's family medical history. We will discuss that in the future. For now, it is not something you need to concern yourself with. Naruto knew a dismissal when he heard one, so he nodded his acceptance easily. He furrowed his eyebrows deep in thought for a moment before locking eyes with Hayashi's. You know there will be some public backlash if this gets out. I'm still not popular in the village, and they will not hold back in calling your daughter and any other woman names, or even do something worse, for being part of the demon's harem. He spat out the last two words in disgust. I would not worry too much about this. It is easy enough for you to keep this hidden from them for the time being. Would it be safe to assume you will have your parentage publicly announced eventually? Yeah, when I make Chunin, since that's when I'll get everything my parents left me. No way anyone wouldn't notice that. Why? As a politician, I understand how easily the public's perception of anything can change overnight. When it is announced you are the fourth son, what do you think will happen then if it gets out that you are searching for multiple partners to restore your clans? Naruto frowned when it clicked for him. Were most of these people that stupid? They'd most likely praise my efforts to make the village stronger for future generations instead. He growled out in annoyance. You understand then, Naruto-san. Until when that time has come to pass, I believe you do know a thing or two about discretion. Hayashi replied almost playfully with a small smirk. Naruto huffed out a small laugh. Yeah, just a little bit, Hayashi-sama. He retorted with a foxy smirk that made the spine of every single ANBU in service to the Hokage shiver with alarm at that precise moment. Hayashi slowly stood up. I shall retire for the evening. I believe my daughter wishes to spend some time with you. Have a good night, Naruto-san, he said with a small bow of his head, in which Naruto returned. A squeak of "eep" was heard from behind the rear door into the house that made the clan head and blonde smirk in amusement. Hayashi slid the door open to reveal a demure and red-faced Hinata caught eavesdropping so easily. She was wrapped up in a simple lavender-colored yukata typically worn around the house in the evenings to cover up her nightwear. Ayano, good night, father. She mumbled with her blush intensifying, unable to look anyone in the eyes for the moment. Good night, my daughter. Hayashi replied with an amused grin as he swapped places with Hinata and slid the door closed to leave her and Naruto alone on the porch. So how much of that did you hear? Naruto queried with a teasing smile. Hinata grumbled a little as she moved to sit on the porch with Naruto joining her. He then wrapped his right arm around her to allow her to snuggle into his side. Since you accused him of being the worst overprotective father ever, she replied with a small giggle as she laid her head on her boyfriend's shoulder. The couple enjoyed several minutes of comfortable silence, taking in the night view of the Zen garden before them, before Hinata broke it. I love you so much that any future that doesn't result in the two of us being together for the rest of our lives would be meaningless, Naruto-kun. She spoke with total conviction as she locked her gaze with the surprised blondes. However, it didn't take him long to recover with a happy grin and gave her a quick peck on the temple, making her smile. I love you too, Hinata-chan. I'm sorry for thinking things could change between us. It's just that I was wondering if we were two dash. He was silenced by a brief and chaste kiss on his lips. He wasn't complaining though. We left a lot of our childhood behind a long time ago when we began training to kill, sabotage, and protect in Konohagakura's name. You've already killed so many times, for Kami's sake. Can you honestly say we aren't mature enough to reach this point already? Hinata argued as she drew back. Naruto let out a defeated sigh. Now that you said it like that, it's pointless to say we're too young to think seriously about our future when I'm not going to even mean it, he conceded with a grin. It won't be long before we put our hitayatesh on and go out into the world as adults. Time would fly by quickly at that point, and there will be constant danger everywhere. I can see why many shinobi and kunoichi prefer to decide on their futures long before they even reach 16. We're only a couple years away from that age ourselves. I wonder what'll happen by then. Hinata smiled playfully as she snuggled more into his side. You will be one of the strongest shinobi in the nations. I can also imagine quite a few more new women in your life as well. Then you'll be one of the strongest, and the most beautiful, kunoichi around. Naruto returned cheekily, making her blush happily, before he thought more on what she said earlier. You sound rather confident on the bit about these women, he pointed out with a skeptical eyebrow as he began to rake his hand through her long and silky indigo hair, making her eyes flutter blissfully at the pleasant ministration. It didn't escape her notice that he didn't dispute her on the strongest shinobi bit. Kami, his amazing confidence is so like him, and a major turn on too. I just know it'll happen. After all, I've known you since we were 7. I would have to be blind if I haven't noticed the effect you have on other women over the years, and you weren't even trying. You were just being your utterly wonderful self, Naruto-kun. Now that you're getting to be old enough, more will take notice of you and try to earn your attention from now on. Naruto couldn't help but blush slightly in embarrassment at his girlfriend's high opinion of him. You know, it's alright for you to be selfish just this once and keep me all to yourself if that's what you truly want. Hinata slowly reached up to carefully pry his eye patch off, revealing the gentle ice blue glow of the hidden eye in the growing darkness of the backyard, now that the torch's allocated fuel were running out for the night. He didn't offer any resistance, knowing the secret was safe here. She spent a long moment staring up into both of his eyes, feeling content and safe as she momentarily lost herself in their affectionate gaze. She wondered if Ino, Anko, or any other woman was going to feel this way with him too. It's not a matter of being selfish or generous. I just have this feeling we'd be even happier in the end if we go down this path. There will be problems along the way and it'll be hard work, but I just think it'll end up being the best thing for all of us. To me, it feels like this could easily be one large and very loving family instead of an impersonal collection of wives and children who want little to do with each other. So, you're basing all of this on a hunch? Naruto replied with an amused glint in his Sharingan, almost making her practically melt. I believe it to be much closer to truth when it comes to you, Naruto-kun, she said impishly. She then shifted her body around a little in his arms so she was almost completely front to front with him, making him fully aware of her already well-developed body pressing tightly against his, since the fabric of her yukata was thin. As he blushed at the sudden intimate contact, she used the distraction to sneak in a long kiss against his undefended neck, making him gasp. She then finished it off with a gentle yank of his shirt's collar down followed by a nibble on his exposed collarbone, making him shiver in surprise at the sudden but amazing tingling jolt that shot through him like lightning. It took Naruto a long moment to recover from his daze. When he came back to reality, he noted Hinata giggling quietly at his reaction and tightened his arm around her, making sure she wasn't able to escape. As if she actually wanted to. He narrowed his eyes playfully upon seeing her mischievous grin as he gently brushed her long hair away from her neck. His left eye easily memorized the pale and creamy skin of her long and delicate-looking neck, now exposed to the dim glow of the Zen garden's dying torches. Obviously wanting the favor returned, the young heiress instinctively tilted her head to the side for easier access. He then leaned in slowly, making her eyes close and her breathing hitch with anticipation. Gee, you're embarrassing me with your praises. You're going to regret giving me a big head over this, Hinata-chan, he whispered into her ear before he retaliated with a light and slow ghosting of his slightly rough lips on her very inviting neck all the way from the shoulder up to the jawline, making her gasp and squirm, before ending with a tantalizing butterfly kiss on her pulse point. His warm breath didn't help either. She had to bite back a loud moan as her body trembled with the amazing sensations that spread through her entire body. As he drew back, he was glad to have seen the half-lidded expression of Hinata holding back her obvious pleasure, since it was now burned into his memory with the Sharingan, especially since she was biting her lower lip adorably. He was going to enjoy seeing that memory whenever he thought of her. As the sensations faded away, way too soon in her opinion, Hinata let out a heavy exhale, as she took a moment to retain her sanity. Ayano, see, can you honestly imagine Anko-chan being happier with any other man? What about Ino-chan? She returned as she recovered from Naruto's attack. She then was amused to note a dark frown flash across Naruto's face, and his glowing eye took on a sharp quality for a brief moment. If that's what they want, who am I to stop them? He managed to get out without snarling possessively at that very thought. Hinata grinned before looking directly into her boyfriend's eyes. This is the part where I'm truly being selfish. I do not want them to ever be touched, even platonically, by other men. The only man I want them to be with in every way possible is you. Naruto was surprised by the intensity in her pale eyes, before he began to chuckle. I can understand your feelings about Ino-chan, since you two were great friends for years. However, it's hard to believe you and Anko-chan were at each other's throats just a while ago, with the way you're talking about her now. Time can change anything. I can also clearly see what kind of effect you have on each other. After all she's been through, she deserves her happiness, and if she decides it would be with you, I want us to welcome her with open arms. Hinata replied shyly, and he nodded, feeling more reassured that she was actually fine with him pursuing other women. Things fell silent between the two of them for a long minute as they continued to enjoy each other's presence until Naruto made his thoughts known. Knowing Anko-chan, she'd rather take her time on this. Even though she acts like she'd jump headfirst into any situation, she's actually a pretty careful person. She guards her heart very strongly, so I think it's best I let her have all the time to decide what she wants to do with this. I'll bet you Gao-chan told her about what we've discussed on restoring my clans over lunch by now, so she has enough facts about this situation. All that's left is for her to eventually decide if she wants to do this or not. I'm not going to say or do anything to push this along. I'll then respect whatever decision she makes, and enjoy our friendship at the very least. He decided with what he knew from several years with the purple-haired woman. Hinata nodded her acceptance. You really are a good man, she whispered, much to the blonde's small embarrassment. I hope that's not the same approach you'll take with Ino-chan, though. She's growing impatient, and she clearly wants to be yours. However, I'm not sure what's holding her back, she added in her normal voice with a curious expression. Naruto smiled knowingly. She's trying to reach a milestone of sorts with me. I wouldn't be surprised when she does reach her goal. She'd have felt she was ready to move on. Hinata's expression changed to one of realization. I see. I now understand. She always believed she was the weakest of our study group, no matter how much we told her that didn't really matter. Funny thing is, Ino-chan already made it not too long ago, but I felt I had to help her reach for a higher place she didn't think existed in the first place. With that in mind, I kind of changed up some things without her knowing. Naruto replied with a short chuckle before turning a little nervous. I just hope she won't be too pissed when she finds out. Well, if it was to help her, she'll forgive you easily, Naruto-kun. Hinata replied with a small giggle, which didn't really help calm Naruto that much. They fell into contemplative silence once again as they enjoyed the starry sky above the now pitch-black backyard. Naruto's Sharingan was the only light source on the ground with its faint ice-blue glow. Say, as much as I'd prefer to be sure that any girl truly likes me before I make any assumption, why did you tell me about Ino-chan's feelings, and Anko-chan's as well? Isn't it in many women's nature to make the guy figure it out himself? Naruto suddenly asked. Hinata raised her head off his chest with a quirked eyebrow directed at him. Did you really have to ask, Naruto-kun? I would have noticed their feelings too. Eventually, he muttered lamely in weak defense. Hinata smiled gently as she put her right hand on his chest, directly over his beating heart. Naruto-kun, I've had my eyes on you ever since my admiration for you began soon after you saved me from being abducted and then befriended me. That grew into love in the years since. While I didn't really act on my feelings until this past year, it took a lot of heavy-handed hinting from me, and Kurama-san from what you've told me, to make it finally stick. Even then, it took you almost being killed before you apparently reflected on our relationship more than you normally would have in order to finally see how much in love I am in with you. Hinata explained softly, secretly enjoying tormenting Naruto with reminders of his density, as she watched him flinch visibly several times. She did wait for him a long time, and wanted a small measure of revenge. Ouch. I get it, I need a little help, he admitted as he did his sheepish pose. She had to giggle at his concept of little before she leaned in to give him a long and deep kiss on the lips that he happily returned, and it stretched into minutes in the darkness of the backyard. Soon outside the compound, after spending some time making small talk, they decided Hinata needed to go to bed. With a long and reluctant exchange of goodnights, Naruto was on his way back into the village with his eye patch firmly back in place. There was a lonely 5-kilometer stretch of pathway leading into the main part of the village from the clan's district that all shinobi were able to cover in just minutes with their enhanced speed, but Naruto decided to take his time walking. As he was enjoying his stroll, he sensed something was a bit off with his tenant. Kurama, is something bothering you? I can feel it from out here. I'm fine. Just thinking about what's going on between you and that flower girl. What's wrong with Ino-chan? She went after that waste of sperm just because of his popularity. What makes you think she isn't doing the same with you? I understand where you're coming from. However, we were just kids. In addition, she had a perfectly happy and normal childhood because her parents insisted on that, and only lightly trained her until recently. It's almost expected of her to fall in with the popular crowd like many other children her age, at least for a while. I'm just happy she realized early on that there was more to life than to blindly follow the latest trend. Also, Even though I know I'm totally awesome and handsome, he smirked upon hearing Kurama scoff dismissively. It doesn't change the fact I'm not popular. Aside from the ones I care about, the other girls didn't even look in my direction more than once. For Ino-chan to want to date me, it makes me think she's sincere about this. I suppose the fact that you helped her realize she needed to set her priorities straight about being a kunoichi had something to do with this too. You really kicked the Sasuke-kun fantasies out of her. Naruto grimaced. Don't remind me. It's not something I want to remember. Anyway, you know I've always liked her a little since I met her. It was when she started talking about that team that I decided I'd think of her as a sister figure. Apparently that didn't last long, and the feeling came back stronger when I realized she was looking at me as possibly more than just a friend lately. He felt Kurama smile gently. Of course not. How can you not have any feeling for her? The one who was the first to befriend you, without any hesitation, and truly saved you from your darkness. I actually feared you would have gone back for the fifth and final time soon after that night, but she latched onto you in time and wouldn't let go until you were all better. Yeah, I owe her my life, that's for sure. That's why I did what I had to do, because in a way, I was returning the favor by making her see the world for what it is. Were you expecting her to give up on Pink Eyes soon afterward? Cammy, even I feel bad for the team with you calling him such nasty names like that. Anyway, to be honest, I expected her to keep on going after him, but at least do it like a kunoichi, train, get strong, and earn his attention that way. I just wanted nothing more than to make sure she had the best possible chance of making it far in this world. It wasn't my intention for her to eventually shift her attention to me, but I'm happy she's taking her training seriously at least. I'm apparently attracted to strong women, and there's nothing hotter than a kunoichi that knows what she's doing. You're just like your father in that regard. However, be cautious with her, Naruto. I'm giving her a chance because of your past with her, and that she might have unknowingly saved us with her friendship. Despite what you've said about her childhood naivety, she's on thin ice for a little while longer until I see her resolve and determination to stand by your side in the future. You're going to be strong and you'll have powerful enemies and allies. Because of that, weak-willed and finicky women have no place in your life with their unnecessary distractions. I'm serious when I said I will make it known if I don't approve of any female that doesn't deserve you, and you'd better listen to me on that. Thank you? I'm not worried about anything with her, though. I know you'll warm up to her eventually. Even so, as long as she doesn't fuck this up, everything should go smoothly. Naruto nodded. He appreciated his friend's protectiveness, but he was also happy he got her blessing at least. He walked in silence for a while until he just passed the halfway point on the pathway to the village. At that moment, he was truly isolated and as far away from any help as possible. This was why he was instinctively aware and became tense upon hearing his tenant snarl fiercely. 20 meters on your 10 o'clock, above. Crouching high in a thick tree sitting by its lonesome was an almost invisible shinobi, dressed from top to bottom in a black full stealth outfit that easily blended in with the darkness. It came complete with a black shinobi balaclava covering the entirety of his head. The hole for his eyes had a one-way mesh screen sewn on which allowed him to see out while blocking out his eyes to avoid any possibility of being identified. Strapped diagonally to his back was a pitch-black sheath for an unusually long ninjato. It was easy to make this enemy out to be a male because of how his large frame was built underneath his tight outfit. This unknown enemy saw Naruto's body tense ever so slightly, and took this as the cue to make his move. Naruto barely dodged the hail of kunai and shuriken that burst out of the tree. They sped past him so fast they were nearly invisible blurs. As he landed into a roll on the ground to avoid one more hail of projectiles, he quickly deactivated the inhibiting seal on his eye patch. The gesture was quick and discreet to avoid drawing the enemy's attention to his left eye. His Sharingan fully active, he quickly got to his feet in a ready stance with a sharp glare. He cursed being in civilian clothes and his own laziness for not getting around to painting some storage seals onto his body to hide some throwing weapons. Fortunately, he at least painted the important one on. For now, he decided to try to observe this enemy. He thought about raising an alarm, but he felt this enemy was fast enough to silence him permanently if he relaxed his guard for even a second. For the moment, he truly was on his own against this unknown person, who had yet to come into view. The alert blonde briefly made out a human-shaped outline of chakra behind thick leaves in the tree that Kurama pointed out. At that instant, the enemy disappeared in a blur for another location. Luckily, he saw the chakra long enough to see that it was blue with some brown mixed in, a good indication of water and earth being this enemy's nature affinities. Thankfully, he had several Doton jutsu he learned from Jiraiya and Kakashi to combat this, and made a mental note to use his Katan jutsu sparingly in this confrontation. He began rapidly scanning the battlefield, memorizing the entire layout in order to find advantages. If his eye patch wasn't in place, his glowing ice blue iris zipping around quickly with purpose inside the socket would have mesmerized many. After scanning the battlefield, he decided he had very few, if any, advantages. The enemy apparently picked an excellent location for ambush. The pathway he was still crouching on cut through the center of a giant clearing. It had almost no cover save for a few trees, and it was in the middle of the thick forest separating the clan's district from the main part of the village. It was clear the enemy intended to keep him contained here in the clearing away from possible interference. ANBU heavily patrolled the area most of the time, but their presence in this particular part of the forest went down to almost nothing on moonless nights. To add to his troubles, with no moon, the area was shrouded in near pitch-black darkness with only the dimly glowing sky above the well-lit village nearby providing very faint lighting. Naruto was able to see everything like it was daytime with his Sharingan, but he didn't want to clue the enemy in on the fact there was something special behind his eye patch if he was still moving around like he saw everything perfectly fine. For the deception, he channeled a little of his tenant's chakra to his right eye for the fox eye. It changed colors to crimson red with a sinister glow that easily stood out in this oppressive darkness. It helped that the fox eye actually complemented the Sharingan with its ability to see in the dark and improved vision. Seeing this, the still hidden enemy shivered slightly from the sinister aura it was emitting, and cursed inwardly. He knew he already lost the ability to use the cover of darkness as an advantage. Son of a bitch! This fucker has to be at least jounin' if he managed to conceal himself from my senses until he was practically right on top of us. Even now, I can't get a lock on this guy. He's also ballsy enough to attack us in this darkness. He must have been well trained to be able to negate that disadvantage. Kurama ranted. Naruto took one more look around the area, unable to find the enemy now. He frowned in worry. From your observations, it seems I can't beat this one without your chakra, and even that might be iffy. I promised Hokage Gigi I wouldn't use that here in the village unless it was last resort. I'll have to run away or fight him off long enough for help to come. Arg. I hate this bullshit. I can't wait for the day the container of the Kyuubi will be able to kick anyone's ass with just a look. The beautiful tenant growled in helpless frustration. Naruto had to grin slightly at that. He easily could tell she was worried for his welfare, not his reputation as her container. Even Ero Sennin and Kakashi-sensei run away when the situation doesn't favor them. You all did train me to be a proper shinobi, not a glory-seeking idiot that would run headfirst into any situation with a battle cry. Upon that thought, he immediately sprinted for the edge of the clearing closest to him, clearly going into full retreat deep into the forest beyond. The young man's choice momentarily surprised the enemy. He had expected the target to be more like a brash teen and stand his ground even against an obvious disadvantage. Instead, the young man was acting like an experienced shinobi. Despite his respect for the target going up a little, he had a job to do. With a flick of his wrist, 2 kunai shot toward the retreating blonde at the fastest speed possible. Naruto easily saw the 2 kunai coming at him from his left. They flew much faster than the 2 earlier hails of projectiles and would have sunk into the left side of his skull if he continued on his path toward the forest. However, with his Sharingan active, he reacted just in time to jump into a forward flip right above their predicted flight paths. His hands then instinctively shot out as the kunai passed under to snatch them out of the air by their rings. Landing on his feet, he smirked at having a kunai in each hand now. The enemy bit back a curse. He had inadvertently armed the teen. Looking toward where his newly acquired weapons came from, Naruto saw faint trances of chakra hiding behind a thick bush at the forest's treeline not far from him. Putting a kunai between his lips to free up his right hand, he did a powerful underhand toss with his left to send the other weapon screaming right back at the enemy's location before blurring through hand seals. Kunai Kagebushin! He whispered through the kunai in his mouth, pumping a decent chunk of chakra into this one. The single kunai flying toward the momentarily shocked enemy instantly multiplied into hundreds. With a roaring crash, the large bush was instantly shredded into tiny pieces, and the surrounding trees were peppered with kunai everywhere for a brief moment before they all popped into smoke. Naruto didn't bother to give this any more attention as he instantly took off for the clearing's perimeter once again. He knew that was nowhere near enough to beat the enemy. He just needed to slow this guy down even just a tiny bit. A hail of shuriken shot out from Naruto's right this time, and he had to acrobatically flip over the deadly metal stars whizzing by under him. He wasn't confident enough to safely catch shuriken flying at that speed. 2 more shot for where he was going to land, but he used the kunai he still kept to deflect them away just in time as he continued to run. He dealt with 2 more attacks like this until he reached the perimeter finally. With a shout of triumph, he leapt into the trees, only to be startled by multiple harsh hissing sounds all around him as he landed on a branch. His eyes widened as he instantly recognized the telltale sound of explosive tags activating. The portion of the forest the blonde jumped into erupted into an enormous fireball that rose into the sky, lighting it up like it was daytime for an instant. A massive shockwave reverberated throughout the area immediately afterward, likely alerting anyone for miles. The oppressive darkness then slowly returned as the fireball billowed skyward into black smoke, with the exception of some light from the flickering flames peppering the demolished portion of the forest. Naruto, now standing near the center of the clearing, watched this with an impassive expression as he worked to lower his heart rate from being nearly blown to bits. Despite his reluctance at first, he was glad he got the Sharingan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have memorized that there was a piece of deadwood sitting here to switch with using Kawarimi. He frowned as he felt a twinge of pain in his left side and looked down at his body. "Shit, that got a piece of me," he muttered as he tore off his ripped and burnt t-shirt to reveal a muscular torso with his left shoulder and arm somewhat burned. Kurama already began healing the damage, so there was no concern. Anyone observing his upper body would have been interested in a small circular seal drawn onto his right hip, just above his shorts waistline. In addition, there was a seal located just above his right bicep that looked similar to what many ANBU used to switch outfits on the fly in case there was a need for a quick response to any situation. In Naruto's case, that was used only to store his outfit if he needed to transform. "You know, you just alerted everyone to here with that huge explosion. I would say you have 5 minutes to try whatever it is you need to do with me." He spoke calmly as he turned around to stand face to face with the tall black-clad man, now standing 10 meters away with his long ninjato out in front of him. The mysterious enemy just remained silent, his body not giving anything away. "I don't suppose you tell me why you're attacking me?" Naruto continued in a curious tone. He had to at least try, but the enemy's continued silence was his answer. He scoffed and shrugged. "Fine, have it your way, asshole. Since I don't know if you booby-trapped the rest of the perimeter, I guess I'm stuck in here with you. With that, my new objective is to stay alive and keep you here long enough for capture when the nice ANBU arrive." "Sounds easy enough," he finished with a challenging smirk. "You do realize you're bluffing, right?" Kurama cut in. "I know. I figure it's a little harder to kill a guy who's fighting to stay alive instead of winning, though. I would try to shun Shin out of here if I could, but I don't think that's a good idea. Yeah, can't be sure that won't take you right into more traps. Be careful." The enemy rushed in at this point and swung his ninjato down, which Naruto quickly blocked overhead with his borrowed kunai. He had to grimace at the strength behind this man's strike as he pushed the sword off to the side. The man quickly recovered and swung the sword at him from under this time, making Naruto backflip to avoid the slash at where his face was just an instant ago. He sure as hell wasn't risking losing another eye now. The man quickly pressed his advantage, swinging and stabbing his ninjato at Naruto's vitals with such precision, while the blonde barely deflected all of the strikes. Each screeching clash of metals lit up the clearing with sparks as they continued their ferocious battle. Eventually the pace rose to such speed that it looked like there was a continuous spark between the two combatants as they danced at a high tempo around each other. The blonde was getting more acrobatic with each strike. He had to bend back almost horizontal to the ground at one point. He silently thanked Kakashi for the grueling training sessions with the Sharingan over the summer. He doubted he would have lasted this long, being unable to predict this powerful enemy's actions in time. His stomach dropped like a brick when he heard a sharp metallic crack, and glanced at the kunai in his hand to see a good chunk of the blade had broken off far too quickly due to wear. Just what is this guy's sword made out of? The enemy took this chance to dash in for a stab at one of Naruto's kidneys, but the blonde quickly recovered to slip out of the way with a little gash on his left side to show for it. He then tossed the broken kunai still in his hand at the man's head, forcing him to dodge by rolling away. With Naruto's throwing strength, it was still a deadly projectile. The blonde then took this chance to hop back a few times for some distance between the two of them. Steadying himself and inhaling deeply, he calmed himself as the enemy rushed in again, positioning his sword to continue the assault. Exhaling harshly, his glowing crimson eye sharpened into focus. Earlier in the Hyuga compound, Hinata grinned as she arched her body into a sensual stretch on her bed before nuzzling her cheek deeper into the pillow with a low moan. Her mind was still stuck on the conversation and the long kiss she shared with Naruto not too long ago. It honestly shouldn't have surprised her that he was a natural at being a loving boyfriend like many other things else he tried so far. Dealing with his density for years, she was expecting the beginning of their romance to be slow, awkward, and a bit rocky. However, she would freely admit to being very pleasantly surprised when he immediately took to his new role as her lover with little issue as soon as he realized their true feelings for each other. She wondered if spending a lot of time with his female friends and reading Jiraiya's books might have had something to do with that. Of course the books were smutty, but the Toad Sage, despite his openly perverted nature, did have a great understanding of how to treat women well. Wanting to satisfy her curiosity, she had borrowed several volumes, while Naruto wasn't looking, when she visited his apartment one day. After reading through them, and dealing with nosebleeds combined with nearly fainting many times, she hoped Takami Naruto was going to do even just half of the naughty stuff in the books to her when they were ready for the next step in their relationship one day. Naruto-kun is many things, but no one would ever find his picture next to the word ordinary in any dictionary, she thought with a quiet giggle before blushing at remembering how wonderful his lips and hot breath felt on her neck just 30 minutes ago. She was still feeling some warm tingling exactly where his lips touched, as if they left a trail of lukewarm fire in their wake that refused to die out. Before her body would begin reacting to the memory and sensation, she was shocked out of it by a bright yellow flash of light that flooded her bedroom through the window for an instant before a thunderous concussive wave crashed through the room, rattling it slightly. A wide-awake Hinata leapt out of bed and grabbed her yukata draped over a nearby chair to put on over her dark blue tank top and white pajama pants. She then ran to the window and gasped upon seeing a large ball of smoke and flame rise above the forest between the clan's district and the village. Instinctively activating her Byakugan, she pumped chakra into her eyes to zoom in toward where the smoke came from. Her insides immediately felt like one solid block of ice upon seeing the very familiar shape of Naruto glaring down a tall shinobi clad in black. This man had his head surrounded in a thick haze, as if something was blocking her Byakugan from seeing his true identity. What worried her even more was the trees around the clearing were practically covered top to bottom in explosive tags. Her beloved was trapped with that man. Her 360-degree vision showed Hanabi and Hayashi hastily converging on her bedroom door behind her. Dropping the zoomed-in vision for the moment, she turned around to see her father, in his pajamas, slide the door open forcefully with her younger sister, clad in her own yukata, looking on worriedly behind him. Their Byakugan were active. "Come! Based on what we have dealt with in the past, this may be a possible diversion in an attempt to separate me from the two of you. And I will not have you out of my arm's reach," Hayashi commanded gently as he herded the girls into the living room, far from any window. The girls desperately wanted to go out and help Naruto. "Only Ai-chan needs our dash. Father, Naruto-kun is dash." The girls cried at the same time before Hayashi raising a hand silenced them. "I do understand how you are feeling, but I cannot risk any possible attack on either of you. 5 of our night guards are now leaving the compound to assist Naruto-san in any way possible. In the meantime, you two will remain here with me for your safety. We will go see him as soon as we are sure there would be no danger to any of us." The heiresses began to form rebellious expressions and apparently wanted to keep insisting. Hayashi clearly read their intention and continued in a crisp tone. "He would have wanted you to be safe. In addition, we are unable to assist him unless we carefully bypass the explosive tags. Until then, you would have been a distraction to him from outside the perimeter if he knew of your presence." This made the girls flinch before looking down with despondent expressions. "I do not believe you would have to worry too much about him, however. He seems to be fending off his opponent well enough," he said with an assuring grin as his eyes focused toward where Naruto was. Giving in for the moment, the girls decided to at least watch the battle and hope for their favorite blonde to come out of this uninjured. When they focused their visions, their eyes widened. Yamanaka Flower Shop Ino shot up into sitting on her bed, half asleep and half confused. Her light blue eyes darted around the dark bedroom for a presence she thought she felt. She somehow knew right away it was from much farther away, but she had to be sure. Relaxing at finding no sign of anything out around her, she forced any remaining sleep out of her mind and began pondering this odd feeling. It felt familiar to her for some reason, and it spiked for only an instant when it woke her up. All of a sudden, she felt another twinge deep within her. There. That weird feeling again. was all she was able to think before being momentarily blinded by a flash of yellow light flooding into the room from the window next to her bed. A loud shockwave followed, crashing through the room and disorientating the young blonde for a moment. Suddenly, a distressed cry came from her parents' room. She knew that voice. "Mom!" Ino shouted as she got out of bed, swiped a kunai out of the holster hanging off her desk chair, and crashed through the door into the hallway to scramble for her parents' bedroom at one end. Slamming the door open, she calmed down upon seeing her mother, Yamanaka Kana, sitting up in bed looking completely fine, except for her visibly worried expression. Her father was working overnight in the TNI department at the moment. Kana was a beautiful woman with long and slightly curly light brown hair that fell down in waves to her mid-back. She also had the most striking hazel eyes anyone had ever seen. Other than these differences, she looked like a slightly older copy of Ino, complete with a long bang over her right eye. It was clear that while Ino might have gotten her blonde hair and eye color from her father, most of her physical features and personality came from her mother. In addition, many women were jealous of Kana's youthful beauty despite being in her mid-30s. Naruto had been so convinced she was an older sister of Ino's when he first met her that he had thought he was being jested when a blushing and very flattered Kana corrected him. She used to be in the shinobi force as a chunin, but retired upon becoming pregnant with her daughter. She also took over managing the flower shop and the day-to-day clan business since her husband worked in the TNI department often. However, she kept up her training to a degree since she volunteered to remain on reserve in case anything happened. It was considered a significant loss when she retired because of her excellent sensor ability, which allowed her to easily single out anyone in the entire village or a battlefield if she so wished. That was what had her so distressed as Ino ran up to her bedside. "It's Naruto-kun! I think he's in trouble!" Kana exclaimed as she grabbed her daughter into a tight hug to try to calm herself. She considered Naruto almost like a son ever since her husband introduced him all those years ago, and loved his bright and mischievous personality that seemed to bring out nothing but the best in Ino. It was her greatest desire to see the two blondes end up together someday. "What do you mean?" Ino became increasingly worried when she remembered her mother was able to easily pick out where Naruto was anywhere in the village due to his massive chakra reserves. "There were spikes of his chakra, and I can tell he's using jutsu outside of the training grounds. I'm feeling him next to a powerful chakra signature in the forest by the clan's district. I can sense help coming, but they won't arrive for at least a few minutes," Kana said frantically. Ino realized right away the strange twinges she had when she woke up might have been spikes of Naruto's chakra usage. Had she inherited her mother's sensing ability, and it was beginning to manifest itself now? Concentrating within herself for a moment, she felt a somewhat ghostly but comforting presence that was so intimately familiar to her, as if she had been around it for years and only just realized its existence. It was calling to her from the aforementioned forest, and she knew right away she was feeling Naruto's chakra. That would have filled her entire being with blissful joy for feeling closer to her future love in such a way if this situation didn't demand her attention. "I think that's what I felt just now. We have to help him, Mom," she urged as she got out of the hug. Kana, being similar to Ino in many ways, thought about dusting off her old chunin outfit and head out to help Naruto in any way possible. The fact she'd have a hell of time getting her headstrong daughter to stay here for her safety made her falter on that action for the moment. A gentle prod in her mind broke her out of her thoughts. Inoichi was trying to reach her with telepathy. "Your father's calling," she said calmly as she put her hands together in a seal. Ino nodded and pressed her right palm to her mother's forehead to join the conversation. "You're all right. I was worried when we heard the explosion from over here." Inoichi's relieved voice came in loud and clear through the women's minds. "Daddy, it's Naruto-kun. We can feel his chakra spiking over by the clan's district," Ino thought urgently. Kana added her affirmation. "What? Is he okay? Wait, you're able to sense him, princess?" "A little. I think I might have inherited Mom's sensing ability. While that'd be great news any other time, Ino-chan, we'll have to discuss it later. We need to go help Naruto-kun. He's fighting someone powerful and I can feel they're building up their chakra for some strong jutsu. We should gear up." Kana cut in with a bit of impatience for wasting time on helping Naruto, deciding she'd take Ino along and at least keep her within arm's reach. The women were about to get ready when they sensed Inoichi turning his attention away for a moment, apparently speaking with someone, before they felt his increasing nervousness. He knew his headstrong wife and daughter weren't going to like hearing this. "About that, I just got word that Hokage-sama just ordered all regular shinobi and civilians to remain where they are no matter what we hear or sense. He said to let only the ANBU handle this. What? The ladies growled out loud, making Inoichi shiver in fear. He was going to get it whenever he got home. He wondered if this incident would hopefully result in him working double shift or longer, allowing him to avoid a pair of angry women long enough for them to cool down, despite how slim that possibility was. Only an Uzumaki woman's legendary temper was more potent than both his princesses. The women were about to savagely rip into the man when multiple massive spikes of chakra stopped them cold. Ino sensed those even with her newfound ability still budding. A powerful rumble vibrated throughout the house, making them tense. Not even a full minute later, an even brighter flash of light flooded the bedroom through the windows, followed by a stronger shockwave that rattled everything, toppling a few things over. Cammy, is that young man even remotely normal? Kana whispered in awe as her bright hazel eyes looked somehow glazed over, since she was able to feel the battle unfold from here. Ino had to grin proudly at that. There's no one else like him, that's for sure. Purple Sister's apartment. If any man, especially Jiraiya, were standing in the living room at this moment, he would have thought he died and went to heaven. A sleeping Yugao was lazily sprawled out on her back, snoring away cutely on the couch. She was in her nightwear, a baby blue spaghetti strap tank top, which had her braless DD cup breasts about to spill out, with a pair of black yoga shorts so short they barely covered her sexy black lace boy short panties. Her left limbs were resting on the backrest while her right limbs hung off the couch. In between her legs laid Anko on her stomach as she was snuggling up to her surrogate sister with her arms wrapped tightly around the waist. She was mumbling nonsense about something big and soft and drooling slightly as she nuzzled her face in between Yugao's large breasts. She was wearing an orange oversized t-shirt that barely covered her modesty standing up. However, due to her position, it rode up all the way to the visible undersides of her low D-cup breasts, revealing a pair of burnt orange bikini panties that did little to cover her perfectly round and firm rear end on display for all to see. Empty sake bottles littered the coffee table in front of the couch, and it was apparent the women were drinking, if their flushed faces were any indication. Yugao frowned in her sleep and mumbled some nonsense before gently wrapping her arms around Anko's head to pull it deeper into her chest, making for a cute and sexy sight. This perverted fantasy come true didn't last long as the explosive tag's shockwave ripped through their apartment, jolting the women out of their drunken slumber. Her eyes shooting wide open, Yugao was the first to react as she shot up off the couch, bucking Anko off in the process. The younger woman landed on the floor ungracefully with a surprised yelp, before she quickly got to her feet with a small blush. All traces of drinking gone, or at least ignored, they shared a wary expression and nodded. Like other powerful kunoichi, they were ready for anything. Yugao pressed a finger to her ANBU tattoo on her right bicep, and her nightwear instantly switched to her full ANBU outfit with her mask already in place. Anko followed suit, pressing a seal Naruto helped draw on her left bicep one day, and she was instantly dressed and ready in her usual kunoichi outfit, her hair left down being the only difference from her usual everyday appearance. "I'll check on Naruto," she said briskly as the women quickly zipped out of their apartment and wordlessly split up at the building's stairwell. Yugao slipped outside through a nearby window and ran up the side of the building to the roof in order to get an idea of what was going on from any passing shinobi. Anko gracefully jumped down several flights of stairs before getting off at Naruto's floor. Upon reaching his door, she quickly took out her copy of his apartment key to unlock it and barged in. After a moment's glance around, she was dismayed to find no sign of anyone home. Cursing, she quickly turned around to sprint back down the hallway to an open window at the end, and leapt outside onto a rooftop across the street. Yugao easily joined her from the apartment building's roof above just as she landed, and they went full speed across the roofs with the older woman in lead. Several ANBU and shinobi were seen moving across the rooftops around them. "There's something going on in the forest by the clan's district. A Hyugan nearby reported a large clearing's entire perimeter is rigged to blow. Two are apparently battling in the center," the ANB reported crisply before looking at Anko over her shoulder. The young jounin easily felt Yugao's concern even from behind the cat mask. "Naruto-kun's one of them," she whispered. Anko clenched her fists tightly as she fought back a string of loud curses. "And they had to wait until I'm fucking hungover to start this shit. Who's the dead asshole fighting him?" she muttered hotly, ready to take her foul mood out on the person responsible. Yugao shook her head. "Even the Hyuga wasn't able to see. The enemy was wearing some sort of a headgear that somehow blocked out the Byakugan. Like our ANBU masks. Well, that won't matter when I slice his head off, the snake mistress snarled. She nearly lost her friend, and not so secret love, once, and she wasn't about to let it happen again. I should at least tell you Hokage-sama has ordered all regular shinobi and civilians to stay put. Only ANBU are to respond. Yugao threw that out half-heartedly, knowing exactly how her surrogate sister would react. Bullshit! That's Naruto out there, and you know I won't stand by on the side. Anko growled with a murderous scowl that dared anyone to tell her otherwise. Yugao had to allow a small smile behind her mask at her friend's predictable stubbornness as the duo continued their trek across the roofs. They almost slid to full stop upon hearing and feeling a loud rumble. Feeling uneasy, their faces became agape upon watching the tallest earth wall they've ever seen rise high above the trees exactly where Yugao said Naruto was trapped. A few seconds later, another rumble echoed through the air as one entire side of the wall suddenly spouted sharp spikes. The beautiful women were speechless and seemed to have continued roof hopping on automatic for a long moment as they tried to form thoughts for what they saw. Anko was the first to break the spell. What the foo dash? Her elegantly worded response was cut short when the wall was suddenly broken up into large pieces and then demolished in a massive inferno of white-hot fire that lit up the sky once again. This was accompanied by a shockwave even more powerful than the first one, rattling the women and the rest of the village. Was that Naruto-kun? That looks like a high-level ninjutsu battle, Yugao whispered in shock. If it was, that bastard was holding back on his ninjutsu in our spars, Anko quipped. Yugao turned toward her with a deadpan expression behind her mask. You want him to use that on you? She muttered as she jerked her head toward the massive mushroom cloud of flame and smoke rising into the sky. Anko's sheepish silence was her answer as they continued onward. Back with Naruto a few minutes earlier, everyone's favorite blonde grunted in pain and annoyance as he received another superficial gash on his left shoulder courtesy of the sword belonging to the black-clad man attacking him. He spent the last half-minute avoiding the man's rapid sword strikes as much as he was able to now that he didn't have weapons for the moment. Unfortunately, he didn't get away unscratched and his body had several healing cuts and gashes to prove that. As he hopped back at his fastest speed, making sure to always keep facing the enemy that was sticking to him like white on rice, Naruto was waiting for his chance to strike back. He just needed to find a few seconds to bring out his trump card, a few seconds the enemy wasn't giving him at all. As he briefly glanced around at his surrounding while avoiding another slash from his opponent, he smirked as an idea popped into his head. As he continued to keep what little distance he had from the enemy, he slowly maneuvered them around the clearing to a certain location. Just as they passed over it with the black-clad man about to slash at his target's neck, he was shocked to find the blonde suddenly gone from his view with his sword slicing through empty air. The shock was replaced by agony in the next instant as he felt a foot bury itself into his right side where his kidney was, and he was knocked to the side several meters before rolling to a stop. Panting in pain, he struggled to get up. He just knew he was going to piss blood for the next week. Glancing over at his target, he realized what just happened. Naruto had maneuvered them to this particular part of the clearing where a very thick root snaked out of the ground in an arch before disappearing back underground. It formed a perfect handhold in which he easily reached down and grabbed hold to suddenly stop his body's momentum while the enemy passed over him. He then used it to spin around on his hands to nail his surprised opponent in the side with a powerful kick and knock him away far enough. This wouldn't have been possible if his Sharingan didn't pick up on this tiny detail from his earlier scanning. Naruto smirked victoriously now that he had some time to bring out what he needed while the enemy was still struggling to his feet. He began to reach for the seal on his hip. I won't let you! The man gritted out through his pain. His first spoken words of the evening surprised Naruto out of his intended action and forced him to look at the enemy, who began blurring through hand seals, which his Sharingan picked up easily. Another jutsu copied. He might have felt a little bothered if the enemy wasn't trying to use it on him. In response, his hands blurred through a different set of hand seals almost as if he instinctively knew the counter. Doton, Doriyuso, Earth Flow Spears! The man shouted as he slapped a hand on the ground. Immediately, many large spikes of earth grew out of the ground in front of the man and homed in on Naruto, who just finished his hand seals. Doton, Dorihiki, Earth-style wall! He growled and slammed both hands to the ground. Just as the spikes were about to skewer him, a massive earth wall shooting out of the ground with a loud rumble rudely interrupted them. Naruto yelled out a long feral cry as he continued to pump more chakra into this wall. The wall didn't stop growing until it reached high into the sky and became so wide it cut across the clearing, blocking him from the stunned black-clad man on the other side. Naruto straightened up with a slight pant as he took in the massive wall he created. Can't believe all of this only took a small chunk out of my reserves. I feel like I still have enough to do 10 of these. He mumbled disbelievingly to himself as he tried to relax, now that he made some breathing room. Endless chakra control exercises and practice will do that. Kurama retorted with clear pride in her voice for her host before frowning. Oh, I think I'm feeling him getting close to the wall. Can't be sure, but be ready. He'll obviously try to get to your side. Naruto's malicious smirk made her entire body shiver in delight. I have an answer for that, he thought as he went through another set of hand seals. Time to send this enemy's jutsu back at him. Doton Doriyuso! He muttered as he stepped up to the wall and forcefully slammed both hands against it. With a loud rumble, he easily felt the entire opposite side of his wall suddenly sprout sharp spikes. He smirked when he heard a yelp of surprise. On the other side, the enemy was shocked. 1 second, he was getting ready to climb up over the wall and continue the fight with his target. Instead, earth spikes shot out of the entire wall, nearly skewering him as he forced himself to stop in his track a mere inch or so from the sharp tips. He growled in annoyance and prepared another jutsu. 2 can play that game. He moved the bottom of his balaclava up to expose his mouth and jumped high in the air. Naruto, he's preparing a jutsu, Kurama warned as her host tensed for anything. Suetun, Suedania, water-severing wave! Was barely heard from the other side before an incredibly powerful thin jet of water quickly and easily cut through the wall near the base from one side to the other, at a downward angle. Naruto was almost sliced in half when he instinctively hopped and twirled his body in midair horizontally when the water jet passed through where his waist was an instant ago. Upon landing, he hopped back quickly to make room, shuddering a little due to that close call. He didn't have time to relax as he heard a loud crack and a low rumble. He snapped his gaze up in surprise at his newly sliced earth wall beginning to tilt in his direction, about to collapse onto his half of the clearing. Fuck! Naruto growled as he hurriedly gathered a large amount of chakra within himself while watching the wall continue to tilt agonizingly slow over him. Soon it would reach its point of no return and turn into a huge hassle for him to avoid the falling pieces. Finally, he waited long enough and blurred through a long set of hand seals. Katan Zukaku, intelligent hard work! He bellowed, opening his mouth wide. In the next instant, a tightly compressed bright red sphere formed and spun rapidly in front of the open mouth. He spent a long second pumping a lot of chakra into the ball as it struggled to stay compressed with so much power within it. Just when the wall was about to pass the point of no return, Naruto released the ball. The force of the release was so great it sent him sliding back a few meters, his heels digging deeply into the ground as he barely managed to remain standing with chakra in his feet. The compressed sphere immediately expanded into an enormous ball of white-hot flame zeroing in on the center of the tilting earth wall. The result was obvious as the entire wall broke into large pieces when the huge flaming ball violently slammed into it, before exploding into a massive firestorm covering almost all the pieces of the wall in flames. Most importantly, most of the flaming pieces were easily blown back toward the enemy's half of the clearing. Predictably, the enemy cursed loudly as the pieces of burning earth rained down on him. Phew! Naruto panted, now beginning to truly feel the drain on his reserves as he watched the smoldering pieces of his earth wall cover the entire clearing. I love the fact you know almost every Katan jutsu out there, Kurama, he thought with a feral smirk. Of course. It won't do for the strongest entity ever to not know everything possible about her personal affinity, Kurama retorted with mock haughtiness before something caught her attention. The All Naruto's Bitches United Club just stopped outside the perimeter. Looks like they aren't moving in yet, so I guess we were right about this area being trapped. Naruto chuckled lightly at his tenant's version of the acronym ANBU and relaxed. He kept the enemy here long enough for the best possible chance at capturing him. Now he just needed to get out of here without at least getting hurt. Time for me to even the field, he finally mumbled to himself after a long moment of resting to allow his body to catch up with the massive drain on his reserves. Hearing some shifting soil a short distance away, he reached for the seal on the right side of his hip. The black-clad man groaned as he pushed himself out of the ground among the burning wreckage of the earth wall. He barely got away from the destruction with his hiding like a mole jutsu. He growled in frustration as he got to his feet since he felt like he was close to running out of time. That blonde wasn't supposed to be this difficult, Hearing a small pop, he shifted his gaze across the field at Naruto, and the sight sank his heart. Now he knew for sure he wasn't going to beat his target without resorting to a long drawn-out battle, something he definitely didn't have the time for. Across the clearing was a shirtless Naruto standing cross-armed with a smirk. His newfound confidence in the previously one-sided situation was due to his two sabers secured at his sides. A thick dark maroon leather belt held his sabers in place and made a perfect contrast with the sabers' pitch-black sheaths. Reflections of light from the surrounding fire danced off the sabers' silver-tinted handguards, making for an intimidating sight. Naruto decided to leave the other 4 sabers in storage for now, and hoped this sight would have at least discouraged the enemy, otherwise he was still in for a long battle. Even so, he felt much better about his chances of lasting long enough for help to arrive now. "Well, now that I've finally got the time to bring these out, shall we begin anew?" he bluffed as he casually rested his hands on the saber's hilts. The enemy growled as he brandished his ninjato. He honestly didn't want to retreat since he was starting to really enjoy this battle and wanted this to go on longer. Naruto frowned in slight nervousness, wondering what else he had left for intimidation. "It's a little risky, but try using that. The one that almost made the sword otaku piss her pants. Your friends should be here any second so the aftereffects aren't much of a concern," Kurama suggested. Naruto smirked as he remembered that day. If the enemy didn't run away after this, he was very brave, stupid, or had great poker skills to be able to read his bluff. His hands moving to grip his sword's hilts in reverse hold, he then channeled some wind chakra into them. Having already trained in wind nature manipulation, he already was able to cover the blades with it, but he hadn't yet figured out how to mold the chakra properly in order to extend their range. However, he accidentally came across another use for it. A loud and unearthly shriek filled the air, making the enemy flinch violently. The sound itself felt like it was grating against his skin and sanity little by little, and he began to shiver while staring in astonishment at the young man's sabers. The blades were vibrating violently in their metal sheaths, generating a horrific metallic screech that would haunt nightmares for a long time to come. As Naruto channeled chakra into his ears to block out that horrible noise, he had to admire the incredible work Masamune did, not just with the sabers, but the sheaths too. They were simple, but they were created to handle anything thrown at them. That was why Naruto wasn't worried about them shattering under the intense force of the sabers vibrating at an incredibly high rate inside. He then slowly pulled them out, their shriek increasing in intensity with each inch coming out. The enemy's shivering worsened as he continued to stare wide-eyed, until, finally, the blades were completely out of their sheaths, still held in reverse grip. This gave him a brief reprieve from the horrid noise, but even the air itself vibrated due to the blade's exposure to the atmosphere. It was that powerful. Flicking his hands, Naruto twirled the sabers around until he held them in forward grip and formed a X above his head. The moment the vibrating blades touched, the demonic shrieking returned, only much worse this time, and it got to be too much for the enemy. Retreat was now the only thing on his mind, and he didn't want to find out what those blades would do to human flesh. The unholy sound wasn't only beating down the enemy's resolve, but also making the Anbu and a certain purple-haired jounin surrounding the clearing very wary. Just outside the clearing. "What the fuck is that sound?" the certain purple-haired jounin shouted over the awful shriek filling the air. Not even the highly trained Anbu were impervious to the terrifying sound, as most of them around Anko flinched into defensive stances to nervously watch for any possible attack. However, the cat-masked Yugao, standing next to Anko, gasped in realization as she remembered this sound. "What is he dash? Oi, hurry the hell up!" She barked at the 4 Anbu working frantically to disable the many explosive tags blocking their way into the clearing. "What's wrong?" Anko asked the female Anbu worriedly. "He's the one doing this, but it's definitely not ready for battle use yet. At this point, it's used for pure intimidation, but it'll leave him defenseless afterward. He's apparently gambling on scaring the enemy into not attacking long enough for us to get through," Yugao explained as Anko scoffed. "Sounds exactly like him. Let's make sure his faith in us getting his back isn't misplaced," she replied with a cocky grin, before it turned into a grimace as the horrible shriek increased in intensity. She was still having her hangover, after all. "What the fuck is that sound?" "Ow!" A new voice echoed Anko's earlier exclamation, followed by a smack to the back of someone's head. "Watch your language!" another voice admonished sternly. Everyone turned to see the Yamanaka matriarch and her daughter approaching. Ino was rubbing the back of her head with a wince under her mother's disapproving glare. The beautiful brunette Kana was dressed in the normal Konoha Chunin outfit, while Ino was wearing a simple outfit of a t-shirt and flannel pants, and her hair was down. The ANBU went back to focusing on the traps, deciding Yugao would handle this. "What's going on here? Is Naruto-kun okay?" Ino exclaimed in worry as she ran up to Anko and Yugao. "He's holding off someone and seems to be doing a good job of it. We're about to get through the traps any second now. However, you two should have gotten the order to remain where you were." Yugao spoke with narrowed eyes behind her mask. "We have known Naruto-kun since he and my daughter were 5. Do you really expect us to do nothing when we felt he was in danger?" Kana replied calmly as she put her hands on Ino's shoulders from behind. Ino nodded forcefully with a determined frown for added affirmation. It didn't help Yugao's case when Anko helpfully cleared her throat, reminding her that her surrogate sister wasn't exactly supposed to be here either. She sighed in defeat and decided to just roll with it. To be honest, she wouldn't have been surprised if Hinata's family appeared any minute now. "What the fuck is that sound? Ouch!" And there they are. Yugao thought in deadpan as she and the others turned to see the youngest Hyuga heiress, Hanabi, sheepishly rubbing her head where it was smacked. Her father and clan head Hayashi was standing nearby with a disapproving glare down at her. Hinata was already moving toward Ino and Anko. At that point, the horrible shrieking sound disappeared instantly, leaving everyone in dead silence for a brief moment. "Hinata-chan! Can you tell us what's going on?" Ino urged. Hinata, whose Byakugan were activated, nodded. However, it didn't take long until she sighed in relief and smiled, making everyone else release the tension in their bodies. "He seems perfectly fine now. The other person just faded out of existence all of a sudden though. There's not even any trace of his chakra left now," she explained with a thoughtful frown. Yugao turned to her. "Are you sure? People shouldn't be able to just vanish from your eyes like that." "She is correct, Anbu-san. My eyes have seen the same thing, and there is no trace of him," Hayashi confirmed from behind his daughter. The cat-masked Anbu cursed under her breath at the mischance for capture. Remembering something else, she perked her head up and turned toward Kana, whom she realized was a censor-type kunoichi in the past. The Yamanaka woman noticed this but shook her head with a shrug. She wasn't able to feel the enemy's chakra anywhere in the village now. It just vanished, which meant this person was skilled at masking his chakra. Yugao cursed inwardly again. "We're through," one of the ANBU working on the trap shouted. Almost immediately, all the ANBU and Anko sped through the opening into the clearing ahead with the rest following behind cautiously. The first thing they saw was the utter destruction Naruto's battle had caused to the entire clearing. Not an inch of the area seemed to have been left untouched as pieces of burning earth peppered the land everywhere, and the rest were covered by large gashes, craters, and some throwing weapons. Eventually, they found the wayward blonde standing in the center of it all panting while he seemed to struggle to put his sabers back in their sheaths. Ino, Hinata, and Anko blushed slightly at the sight of Naruto's naked torso heaving from his panting as it glistened with sweat under the light from the fire around him. Anko was the first to reach him as Yugao split off to coordinate with more ANBU that just entered the clearing from different locations as they worked to put out the fire and investigate. "Gaki, how do you always get into those situations?" she exclaimed almost accusingly as she wrapped her arms around him in a tight hug, as if to make sure he was still there. She hadn't completely let go of how he nearly died only a few months earlier. Naruto could only smile sheepishly as his sabers finally clicked home into their sheaths and he let his arms flop lifelessly to his sides. Anko noticed he didn't return the hug and felt a little hurt. That was until she released him and saw something was wrong. "And Naruto?" she whispered. "Sorry, I can't move my arms at all now," he replied helplessly as Ino, Kana, Hanabi, and Hinata quickly moved in to hug him as well and then started fussing over him. "Why did this happen?" Kana. "You're cut up, Oniai-chan." Hanabi. "Baka! You had us worried." Ino. "Ano, I know you had no choice this time, but do be careful." Obviously Hinata. "You were stupid to do that trick with your sabers. I'm sure you clearly remember the saber's intense vibrations left your arms numb and immobile for half an hour or so afterward the last time you did this." Yugao's voice cut through the chattering, obviously irritated that he took a gamble like that. All attention shifted to the cat-masked Anbu standing in front of Naruto with her arms crossed. All females fell silent and slowly shifted their gazes around to stare at the blonde with obvious disapproval, making him shift nervously. Hayashi stood off to the side, shaking his head in pity as he made the smart choice to remain silent so as not to draw any of the women's ire. My partner felt your presences out there, and we thought I could at least make him hesitate long enough until you guys got through. He was just too strong, and I knew he was holding back against me for most of the battle, though I think I surprised him with my ninjutsu. I just didn't want to take the chance that if I pressed any longer, he would have gotten even more serious. He was a strong jounin or Anbu, that much I can tell. Yugao sighed and shook her head. The others copied her actions, making him sweat drop. He hoped they would stop being a bunch of mother hens soon, though he understood he did scare them all with his near-death experience recently. In any case, you've done a good job fighting him off. I just wish we were able to capture him. Another minute and we would have had him. The ANBU muttered grouchily. I doubt another minute would have mattered. This was all planned. Naruto rebuked softly. Everyone's attention was instantly on him now. What do you mean? Ino asked with narrowed eyes. He trapped the entire clearing to make sure I couldn't get away. He knew I would be passing through this location, and the fact he was very determined to keep me from unsealing my swords meant he knew he had limited time and didn't want me to make things difficult. That also meant he had been given some information about me, though not all of it if his surprise at seeing me raise that earth wall was any indication. In the end, this was all planned, and I wouldn't be surprised he'd prepared an escape route that even the ANBU couldn't track just when they arrived here. He counted off his observations. So he was targeting you from the beginning. Anko spat out bitterly. The others didn't like that thought either. I wouldn't worry about him coming back for more though. He was clearly testing me, for whatever reason, and seemed to have gotten enough information to be satisfied. He replied, remembering his opponent's acknowledging two-fingered salute as he slowly sheathed his blade before vanishing into thin air like a dissipating mist. At the women's incredulous looks, he continued. Now that I had time to go over the battle in my memory, it looked like a lethal battle, but I can count on one hand the number of times he struck at a sure-kill vital spot on my body out of the hundreds he tried. Those I easily blocked or dodged as if he telegraphed them. The truth is, other than stabbing my heart, cutting my head off, bleeding me dry, or dropping a whole damn mountain on me The women shifted uncomfortably at being reminded of how he suffered the full brunt of a massive avalanche. I'm pretty hard to kill since my partner will just help me recover quickly from wounds that would have been fatal on others. Therefore, it was obvious he knew about my status as a jinchuriki and was making sure to aim for strikes that wouldn't have killed me. Dead silence filled the air as everyone thought on this. Finally, Kano was the one who voiced the obvious question. So who the hell would want to test you? I have no idea, but something tells me I'll find out sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, let out an impressed whistle as he canceled his chakra flow into a crystal ball sitting on the desk in front of him. Just a moment ago, it was showing him what Naruto and the others have just discussed. It was dark in the office except for the dim light from a lone desk lamp. I suppose that was too obvious. I didn't really want to kill him after all. The same masked black-clad man that was just at the clearing a few minutes ago spoke up, now standing across the desk from the third. He looked a little worse for wear but was fine. Still, I can't believe he bluffed me so easily. Those vibrating swords were rather terrifying. I probably should have asked for more details about him even though I like some mystery in a battle. He added dejectedly. The third nodded with an amused smirk as he fished a scroll out of his desk. Thank you for testing him. Here's the payment, he said while tossing the scroll to the man, who caught it lazily and pocketed it. The Hokage steepled his hands on the desk and fixed the man with a serious gaze. I know what I just saw, but you faced him directly and would have understood exactly what he's capable of. Do you feel he's strong enough? He didn't even bring out his tenant's power at all during the entire battle. That was completely his strength. Even though I would have liked more time to be able to cross swords with his sabers, he's ready, Hokage-sama. The man replied firmly without any hesitation. Sarutobi nodded, not seeing any point in second-guessing this. He knew he was going to get some grief eventually for testing his surrogate grandson so harshly like this, but he wanted to be completely sure. Then I feel quite assured about my plan to form a two-man squad with him and his Jounin commander. You may leave. Thank you, Hokage-sama. If you need me in the next 30 minutes, I'll be visiting a medic fixing my busted kidney, and I'm about to cough up a lung too. Good night. The black-clad man replied with a hint of pain in his voice, and bowed his head before fading into the darkness surrounding the Hokage's dimly lit desk. The Hokage leaned back into the chair with a tired sigh but smiled. He was happy with the results tonight, especially how quickly his ANBU responded to the situation, despite the fact he had dragons subtly direct the regular ANBU patrols out of that area for that particular time period. Uzumaki Naruto. He clearly met this old man's lofty expectations. The blonde reacted appropriately to everything thrown at him even with the odds against him, and actually managed to overpower his opponent at one point. Then again, Naruto's ninjutsu skill was more than comparable to a Jounin's and was easily his best point as a shinobi, despite his other skills being at a high level too. He then was briefly saddened by the thought that his surrogate grandson would have to be exposed to the darker elements of the shinobi world much earlier compared to his peers because of his plan, but he also knew the young man was ready for it. He was certain this would work out best for everyone involved. A clock nearby chimed at midnight, signaling the end to what felt like a very long day. Hiruzen stood and stretched to pop his old bones for a moment, clicked the lamp off, then made his way out of the now dark office toward his quarters. He would let Dragon handle the situation tonight, and get some well-earned sleep. Omake, sibling envy a long time ago in a newly created Konohagakure. What the hell's wrong with you? A tall man wearing a red samurai-style armor, with long straight black hair that went down his back, growled at a white-haired man, dressed in a blue samurai-style armor, who was standing cross-armed in his office. The first man was the legendary first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the most powerful shinobi in the newly created nations. And he was having a massive migraine as he glared at his spiky-haired brother, who was Senju Tobirama, the second most powerful shinobi behind Hashirama. He was looking bored as he stared at his older brother for a moment. "The fuck did I do this time?" he grunted with a scowl. "Oh, how about the fact you've already screwed half the female population in this village? Including some of the clan heads' wives, you goddamn gigolo. The Hyugas and Uchihas are screaming for your head already. This village isn't even a year old and you're single-handedly destabilizing everything with your fucking gold-plated dick." The first yelled as he slammed a fist on the desk, cracking it slightly. Tobirama scoffed amusedly. "Nice to know I can do that. However, it's not my fault they can't get it up. The lovely ladies badly needed some stress relief and they weren't getting it from their husbands. Is that all?" He spoke dismissively as he made to leave. A massive dose of killing intent filled the office instantly, nearly breaking it apart, and it almost forced him down to a knee with sweat breaking out. He slowly turned back toward an eerily calm-looking first Hokage. "Shit, I pushed it too far. I'm not done with you, Senju Tobirama. Damn, he used my full name. It's apparent you're not going to listen to me about keeping it in your pants, so I'm going to have to do something drastic." What do you intend to do, brother?" Tobirama muttered with some dread growing. "This newfound peace is too important with distractions like you still around. Therefore, I'm sending you out of Konoha for an indefinite period of time until I deem everything to be stable, and perhaps you'll learn some restraint." Hashirama spoke calmly, and Tobirama sighed inwardly at this. He knew he deserved this, but he was a little hurt that his older brother wanted him out of the way. "Therefore, this is a top SS rank secret mission because—" the first began, and a sweat drop grew on his head. "I'm whoring you out," he muttered with a deadpan expression. "What?" Tobirama didn't quite catch that. "In other words, your next mission is to be Lady Rinko's boy toy for as long as she wants. Apparently she heard about your talents and requested you for this. I thought about declining at first, for our village's reputation, integrity, and all that crap, but you forced my hand." Hashirama mumbled grouchily while his younger brother stared at him disbelievingly. Why you mean the Lady Rinko, one of the most beautiful bachelorettes in the nations?" "Of course, who else would I mean?" the first retorted with a smirk before continuing. "You obviously can decline dash, I'll take it. I'll take this, goddammit!" Tobirama yelled excitedly as he leaned on the desk across from the first, who tossed a mission scroll in his face. "Glad you're so enthusiastic about this. Take this and get the fuck out of here. Don't come back for at least a year. Remember, you have to stay with her for as long as she desires, understand?" "Yes, brother. I won't let you down," Tobirama said excitedly before he disappeared in a white flash to get ready for this mission. There was silence in the office for a long moment before Hashirama's stoic expression cracked with a devilish grin growing. "Well, if one's sense of beauty was somewhat off, I suppose this Lady Rinko would be beautiful to some." He chuckled to himself as he took a photo out of the desk. It showed an unattractive middle-aged heavy-set widow with some gray in her oily black hair tied up in a high bun. Hashirama's chuckling grew into full-blown maniacal laughter for a few minutes before calming down. Holy shit, he's definitely going to try to kill me when he gets back, he muttered, unable to keep the grin off his face for a long moment before letting out a depressed sigh and slammed his forehead on the desk. Just what am I doing? Did I actually exact some petty revenge on him for managing to bag Lady Uchiha? But goddammit, she's so hot, and he just had to be the lucky son of a bitch, not me. Mito-chan would as soon sick the QB on me before even letting me think of such impure thing, he quipped. Meanwhile at the Senju compound. Era, my sixth sense is telling me my handsome husband has been thinking impure thoughts about others again. Uzumaki Mito softly spoke with a hand covering her serene smile. She was a beautiful red-haired woman with violet eyes, and she was wearing a regal-looking kimono with her hair done up in elegant twin buns that each had a piece of sealing paper hanging off. She was kneeling in front of a large piece of paper that she was practicing a new seal on. She had just thought it up. I need to make sure all of his impure thoughts remain focused on me, and I believe I have my first test subject for my new Balls Crusher seal. Such a barbaric but efficient seal has no need for an elegant name, she continued with an evil glint in her striking violet eyes. She then put on a thoughtful expression for a moment. I will have to make this small enough to draw on his magnificent ball sack, and I wonder how I shall apply this without Hashikun noticing? Perhaps while I am making him cross-eyed with a world-class blowjob? Or shall I do this? She began muttering out some of the dirtiest sex acts she could think of as she absent-mindedly continued to finish drawing the most horrifying seal ever created. The newly sealed Kurama couldn't help but feel sympathy for Hashirama, even as she hated him with all her passion for defeating her and sealing her in this crazy human. Senju Hashirama suddenly shivered as if he felt an ice-cold hand of death pass through him, and he had no idea why. In the present. "Oh, are you done cleaning your half?" A male Konoha Chunin called out to his friend, another Chunin. They were about done cleaning the Sealing Scrolls storage room in the Hokage Tower. "Yeah. Can't believe we have to do this boring shit," the other man muttered as the two Chunin left the room. Before the last man stepped out, his hip bumped into a large scroll and it tipped over onto the floor unnoticed just as the man closed the door. Rolling to a stop a few feet away, the kanji was clearly displayed, and it read Scroll of Seals. As it sat innocently in the middle of the room, no one knew that a technique so horrifying no man dared speak of its name was buried deep within it as the very first technique added. It was the first and still the only technique in the scroll that was categorized as an SSS rank kinjutsu with a warning to never use it again, no matter what. Any man who dared to look deep within the scroll for this technique would shudder at the simple name scribbled underneath it, Balls Crusher.